And now we're cooking with grease. Yes? Okay. It's retarded. Oh my god, I hate him so much for that. What a retarded change. Reschedule for, I said tomorrow, yeah? Tomorrow, starting at 2 p.m., 1 p.m., 1:30, 1:30. Morning, in my hand with my dance. Broadcasting. Poggers. Okay. Live on all platforms. And now I post the tweets. What image do I want? Do I want this image? Do I want that image? Do I want that image? I need a meme. I need a meme. Memery. Something that demands visual attention. No. Those aren't memes. That's a shit meme. These aren't memes. Ugh. Okay, going with my original idea. Might be too much. I'll save that one for later. Second guessing myself. Kappa? Looking for something decent. I'm a ticket from my media log on the site. On the site. On the side, on the side, on the side. Da 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 da. That works. The links. The links. Wow, wow. Ha 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 ha. Oh, I wish it was like it used to be in the old days where it was just simple to just crank these fucking images out. Just boom, 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 boom. Now you gotta go to each one of them and fucking pull them out that way manually. That's bullshit. There we go. There we go. And kick. And then copy paste. Boom. Boom, 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 bomboclot. And post, and done. Alright. Controller. On the floor. Sanitize the wiring. In my computer. Cherry Coke, Dirty Mountain Dew, Summer Edition Red Bull, Sriracha Lime. I have my food. Squid. I have my entertainment fuel. Time to be funny. Power man, sour man, and my heart in its hands. Flower man's, they went on you. How we doing today? Oh, just quiet, staring at me. Is the black man gonna be funny today? I don't know, son. Some people say SinglePlayerCarl doesn't usually be happy. But to break the tension. I believe the last time I tried this, I do believe the last time I tried to run this while I was running the Folllowed dedicated, it couldn't access my save file. So I'll have to shut down dedicated for each 4 hours.
I won't surrender. The truth revealed in eyes of ember. We fight through fire and ice forever. Two souls lost and now they remember. I am the storm that is approaching.
That is indeed the case. Okay. Gated going down. Reboot it again. And enough. I maintain the opinion that if they really wanted to try and reinvent the idea of Dante and Virgil being boomer and millennial zoomer age fun uncles, and Bayonetta is the slutty aunt of the character action drama, they kind of probably do want to try to make a music video with something like that, of that design, in Devil May Cry 6. It would behoove them to do so. The last thing that I was doing was whooping the ass on Spitfires for levels, as well as leveling off of the things here before I went to go fight the Slayer. And he gets comboed. I do believe what I said to myself was that if battles like that are that difficult and hard, I'll just use the monks over on the thing. Because an entire circle was like, what, 15 fights of 3 to 4? Which equivocates to about 240. Yeah, world of difference.
I feel better than ever.
Work smarter, not harder.
Okay.
And now, 4 hours of this. Not farming, of Dragon Quest.
Not at all.
How's everybody doing this week?
Veronica wins again. Veronica wins again. Veronica wins again. How wonderful. Excellent. Did I do
You got your internship. What's the internship for? I don't think you ever told me.
Fabulous. Another one bites the dust. Easy.
I just keep getting better.
Not at all.
Wonderful.
I'm ready for
Computer
anything.
support technician, global private school. Based. That's a lot of free experience. It's definitely gonna be something to get a lot of fucking leverage out of on a CV. Almost.
Let's keep at it. Be gone.
That was a full lap. And everyone is close to leveling again. So I guess +1 to everyone, with the exception of Veronica, to minimum 17. Meanwhile, I'm happy that you guys are doing things. That's what we aim to do here. Continued improvement with forward momentum. I don't want to see you guys remaining stagnant in your lives. Should always be forward momentum.
Oh, yeah.
I've been in school with so much equipment before. See, I think it's good simply because that is a great way to get a very good CPSC job, and it's a great way to mark off that you've had the ability to control and repair so much technology by yourself. It is a top dollar paying job position. And one should not snort at that because that is guaranteed money.
Another one bites the dust.
And here comes the siren song of somebody needs something from me and they can't tell me what it is before I walk in the room. Okay, had to do some impromptu nursing. Now I need to use the bathroom. I'll be right back. Okay. Slight detour from me having to do my job. It is what it is.
Not at all.
Veronica wins again.
Alright.
I feel better than ever.
So now we have accelerate and decelerate.
Let's do this. Who else wants some?
And there's his level. Boom, boom. I wish she would just cast fucking bang and be done with it.
Did I do all right?
Okay, last level for Veronica. Just use bang, Veronica. Just use bang.
Ha! Easy. Let's do this. Not at all.
Now I'm starting to run.
Another one bites the dust.
Excellent. Thank goodness. Told you I was tough.
And cassette. I wish there was an auto run button. Anyways, I was going to go somewhere with my thought, but I had to leave the room and now I lost my thought. Unfortunate. Anyways, hope everybody's been enjoying the shorts and TikToks that I've been posting. I don't think I've uploaded the one that I made about Brittany Renner today to YouTube yet, so I'm going to do that right now. A reward for fucking making camp. That's crazy. I have 7K. Hello, Master Wolf. Let's get this screen projected. Let's double check. TikTok. That was up. And then over here, I know I uploaded the one early. Did I upload this one? No, I did not. Okay. Because the one from, I think, earlier is a lot less aggressive than this one I have to post. Or rather, backwards. One was a little bit more aggressive than the other.
And also to my baby dad. And also to my baby daddy PJ, I know you're gonna watch. And also to my baby daddy PJ, I know you're gonna watch this because I know your dream is to stream. You wish you could stream instead of having to go to my practice. But stop fucking playing with me.
Why is it not playing? That's so weird.
And also to my baby daddy PJ, I know you're gonna watch this because I know.
Let's see if that fixes itself. Mess the V. Let's see if that plays correctly when I upload it. It's not going to mean much to people who don't know who Brittany Renner is, but there you go. My output is a lot more consistent when I have that thing up there. But I'm going to hit for TikTok. Some people inflict psychic damage, especially the ones thinking of that. Can't stand TikTok either. There are benefits, but there are a lot of downsides. The important thing is to learn how to make fun. And when I mean make, I don't mean insult. I mean make fun doing what one wants to do on the internet. And you have to, like... It's like you have to sacrifice something to the god of internet, basically. You have to basically sacrifice something to the god of the internet. And by sacrificing it... Oh, now you cast Bang, you stupid! I hate you, Veronica. You have to be willing to sacrifice something to the god of the internet, and in sacrificing it to the god of the internet, you have to make peace with the things that you have to accept as a part of that consequence. It is the only way in which you can be able to tolerate the bullshit that you're going to find, because you're going to find a lot more bullshit than usual on the platforms, because that's just how these people are. That's how they are, that's how the content is, that's how they behave. It's like I said on the first video, Brittany Renner disease is a fucking casualty. Or excuse me, not Brittany Renner disease, Brittany Venti disease. All the Ventis, all the Britneys. It's a fucking disease. Because wanting to seek attention on the internet effectively means you are hostage-ing other people with the shit that you're doing, and that means fun doesn't exist as much as seeking attention does. The thing that I cannot stand about people on TikTok is that they're all attention seekers, they're all attention grabbers, they're all attention holders. They're all lemon ducks. They are all lemon ducks. And in being lemon ducks, they demonstrate that they would rather have attention of themselves, being the moment and being the meme and being the clip, than actually being a part of the conversation.
The Slayer of the Sun. Cowardly.
The fucking ad-lib, goes crazy. The ad-lib goes crazy.
Oh dear. Looks like poor old Ferris has been struck down with... Come on, gang.
Main character attention. They're ready for a fight. We can randomly turn around and not murder these guys. crazy. Crazy levels of fraud exposure. Yeah, TikTok is what happens when... Well, there are two versions of TikTok, right? There's... This is a dancing app, and then there's the attention front face of the internet, right? So, one of the videos I put up was basically a scroll through my timeline. And so, you get to see some of the shit that I just see. And, alas, what did you see in that video that I posted there? Almost, like, every 5 or 10 swipes was basically somebody trying to sell me something. Titties, ass, a woman seeking attention trying to use her body, and or a piece of actual real content, curated, designed, made with intention, and done for the sake of fun, sandwiched in between all those shit sandwich slices. It's a tragedy. She has accelerate. Fuck.
Sorry.
There we go. And stop. I'm pretty sure you don't have the ability to have anything stolen from you. That is correct. Is the Slayer of Sands considered a beast? I guess so.
Let's rock!
Oh, cool it. What?
What a crit. You remember Sylvando being a lot more flamboyant? That's like in the second, that's in like Act 2. Like, the whole dancing parade happens in Act 2. In Act 1, he's more interested in exposing the prince for being a fraud! Paying angry, horny men, etc. Listen, if you've looked at what I posted, you know there's nothing sexy about what those guys are posting. It's like woman in barely there outfit, exposing everything in front of in front of camera. Let me make jokes about man having small tiny penis or something like that. It's not attractive. It's embarrassing.
We'll soon have that patched up. Thank you.
Been blinded. And with the last tap, Sylvando exposes the Slayer of the Sands.
Dust.
Hilarious. More money for the campaign. Already accepted losing a bit of sanity when I browsed the internet and some of the weird shit I've seen. I was remembering him and his merry band of twinks in that one twunk. Yep, that is Act 2. In the horny bunk, it was meant to be less attractive, sexy, and more cease his father's behavior. Oh no, that's the problem with some of them. Some of them have plenty of parents in their lives. They just do it because that's the way that you get attention. By doing dumb shit. Dumb shit, embarrassing shit, disgusting shit.
That will teach you to be so grumpy.
So, Vondo, you can't say that aloud?
You saw me, man.
Yes.
Expose this fraud.
You have my thanks. Fred, I still have not forgotten what I promised.
Really, Principal? That's how you're gonna play it? And what do you think they'll be expecting of you next, huh?
You speak as though I have a choice!
I'm not suggesting anything, darling. You do what you need to do.
The ad-libbing goes crazy!
Men, we return as heroes! Yeah!
Well, this feels all kinds of wrong. You're right, Sylvando. Nothing's going to change if he keeps on pretending.
Oh, I think the poor boy knows that well enough. All he needs is a little push. Anyway, I'd better be getting along.
And thus the queer leaves the party. If there was one thing I wish I could do to save the free and open internet, I wish that I could be able to turn back the clock on all the censorship that effectively made the internet impossible to be enjoyed because of all of the open thievery that occurs. I wish that was something that I'd be able to do. But it's hard to make that call, because many people prefer it this way. You see? Because see, in the backside of the video, where I just went through a random scroll of the kind of shit you would see on the timeline, I made a point. And because everybody was too busy trying to, you know, make their own jokes and rage, cringe, and angrily, realistically react as though I'm posting cringe to rage bait them, many people forgot what I said there. And what I said in that content was that for all the things that were just happening, if we can collectively work together as an internet to get revenge on people like that of the Quartering for just stealing content freely, and we should be able to reset the timelines. Make the websites actually be fun to be a part of. What am I missing? There's gotta be something I'm missing here. Oh. The Spitfires are asleep. Yeah, there's something I'm missing. Two things, actually.
Say I didn't warn you.
But yeah, I wish the timelines could be reset.
Better than ever.
And there's Zing. I wish the timelines could be reset. Because when everybody was able to just be themselves and post anything, it didn't require people to try and do things to specifically go viral with the intention of trying to constantly cycle things off with the protection of a narrative. I blame a lot of how I look at the internet on what I learned in college in my classes. Because for my courses, I wanted to be able to look into content. I just go, it was soldiers. What a crazy crit.
Veronica wins again.
And Midhill. I wanted to look into content creation and content broadcast syndication. Because it's a very, very, very important part of what makes a lot of the cringe shit that we see online even possible. Because a lot of people basically made a bunch of money off of securing that their narratives would be secure. It's a philosophy known as the creator tax. There's a certain period of expected consequences and paid dues that you're going to be expected to basically fulfill and have to pay back as a part of the process of gaining popularity, infamy, fame, and recognition. You go from being basically an unseen, unheard of person to a big content creator, and in doing so, the process on how all of this gets noticed and who notices you becomes a philosophy of the have and have not. But it becomes focused more on how you're doing and what you're doing rather than the entire narrative that you have as a creator. So like, the narrative of SinglePlayerCarl, I know what it is. Internet denizen who started out moving across the United States to a different state, discovers and learns who he is and what it is he wants to do, while reacting to the world around him. But there are people who would claim that that narrative is not the case of what I post, and is not the case of what I do, and is not the case of what I spend so much time choosing to focus and make content about. Because in order to make conversation about it, I have to be able to notice it, and in order to notice it, you have to be able to actually comment on it. And commenting on it is the name of the game. There have been plenty of people who have come to me and told me that I should do something entirely different with my content. And it's only because it's what they would, quote, do. Rather than something that I would necessarily want to do. Actually, before I walk down there, is it just easier to get the level off of that creature? $91, $84, $300, $223. Versus the... Yeah, it's just easier to loot. It'd be all of that shit together, collectively, against the narrative of basically what I do for my content, and other people trying to fight for those narratives. Because first comes the growing phase, right? Starting out, make a name for yourself.
And don't come back.
Our old blocker. Then comes the process of not only making a name for yourself, but growing what you have.
Bites the duck.
And that's where onlookers, passerbys, metal slime. Ah! And didn't even get a chance. That's where onlookers and sycophants
Our work isn't done yet. May heaven's winds propel me hence.
when a bunch of individuals that basically don't know anything about you begin to declare what you're about and what you do and what's interesting about you. The Nicholas Diorios, for example. Whether you get to be a person or you only get seen in the viewpoint of being like an internet target that you can be, a punching bag. Or the dreaded L word. Then, with growth, not only comes recognition, but now scrutiny. Every single motherfucker's got something to say about how you do it, what you're doing, the way you should do it. How you should spin it, how you should project it, so on and so on. Until eventually, once you have that level of popularity that cannot be denied, you're now dealing with the argumentation of people trying to basically rewrite your narrative for you. Intentionally, purposefully, maliciously saying things that are not true because there's a vested interest in lying to people. Let's see what we got here. In lying to people about what's true about you rather than things that are relevant to you. I gotta go through Dragon Slash if I want to get to fucking Metal Slash. It's a very bad exemplar of pretty much anything that can be considered important. He doesn't have enough. That can be important to having the ability to actually grow and be something rather than being delayed and relayed to an opinion. I guess we'll just go towards sage breath next. Towards an opinion, towards what is healthy to have conversations about, rather than the alternative that most people get forced into dealing with. Thunder thrust! And that cycle of dealing with that kind of growth of fame and infamy is what makes the internet so bad, right? Why am I walking? I just realized. I should be zooming. Before I do that. I have no idea what I'm missing. Anyways. Here's a callback for people who know anything about the last playthrough. Zoom! Internet is like radiation. The longer and deeper your side of it, the more bound it is to fuck you over. I mean, there's levels of that.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah. The future of our kingdom is
Beloved Gallopolit. It is that friends. Yes.
Well, my boy, your people are weak. Let them see firsthand the fearless desert knight you have become.
Well, this cutscene here is actually pretty relevant to the point that I'm trying to make. The way that I treat the internet, it is a place where frauds exist. Let's use the example of Brittany Renner and Jeremy Hambley. And eventually, when I get there, the people on Deadlocked, and most especially Sonic Fox, as the exemplification of what I'm saying about my point. On the net, there will be days where you're the bird and you're the bee. One of the things that's very necessary about what happens when it's time to be the flower and not the bumblebee is that people are going to exploit you a lot. And the problem with this is that we live in a society where we've trained people that being yourself is good. And being a part of a conversation is good. And being an individual and being a public person and having interactions with other people is good. And there are levels to this. There are levels to it. It's not a bad thing, but it's also not a good thing. I'm trying to find the exact post I'm looking for. But if I remember correctly, I think that post was a mention. So I need to go find the mention that I did with Rockaway Carter. There it is. Yeah, I did. So, much like this post here, where I said to Rockaway Carter that Tokon is marked safe because Dominique can't find a rushdown tactic that he likes to save his life. So he's probably going to skip the game and call it bad, because this guy plays nothing but NetherRealm video games, is exactly the same as my take at the end of the Insanity Scroll Check, where I said this.
Can we purge? Can we purge it? I think we should purge it. If we could get Jeremy Hamblin, if we were able to force the quarter to get back everything his bitch ass stole, why the fuck can't we just purge Twitter and TikTok too?
Because one of the things that is really relevant to online awareness and recognition of talent is whether or not a person themselves has talent. We spend a lot of time retweeting things and having conversations about 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 conversations that people really do forget that accountability is a real thing. So, assuming that somehow none of you have heard and you haven't noticed, I will be the first one to tell you. The quartering has had to suffer the indignity of being forced to consequentially accept that he has been exposed. Right now, he is dargoing. He is complaining. He is bitching. He is whining about the fact that every single short that he stole has been stricken, pulled down, or he has had to private because of the fact that massive, massive numbers of them were removed in single-digit swipes. Scrolling down, because PPP has a screen cap of exactly how many he lost. And I know I retweeted it earlier on the timeline, but I need to go to it, and I'm trying to say, I'm sparing you of whatever porn might be on my timeline, but I don't think I retweeted any porn. It's mostly been Deltarune things. Weird. Here we go. So out of the number, about 2,559 posts have been removed. Almost all of them. Because Hambley was maliciously in violation of TOS and literally thought that he could be able to steal forever. He literally thought he could be able to make money and that nobody would hold him accountable. And once it was found out, people were just like, oh, I guess that's just what you do. It's very similar to when Mr. 14 Pages complained and moaned and cried about people not giving him claims and not giving him credit. And then he stole that video work that came from somebody else. And then he just, like, re-edited it differently so that the part of it that was actually in violation was no longer in violation. Because basically he reworked all the credit into his own encapsulation. That, on a massive scale like this, is embarrassing for him. In the same way that the other take that I gave, specifically, here it is, the one involving Brittany Renner, is just as embarrassing as well. This one is more about me making fun of the fact that if you know anything about Brittany Renner, you know how long she's been on the internet being a thought. Like, she is one of the titular Instagram thoughts, whose entire claim to fame and eventual infamy was that she fucks people in sports news and sports work and then tries to get pregnant by them and then gets them on the hook for impregnating her. One of the ones which she got on the hook being PJ Washington when he started out as a rookie. Because in any sports program, there is a woman in that sports program that basically is exactly or has the same job as one of our community members, the Alabaster, who owns a sports clinic, who will tell you, don't fuck thoughts, don't fuck sly bitches, don't fuck fast-ass girls, because they're trying to get you to get them pregnant, so they can have you on the hook for 18 years, taking money out of your fucking multi-million-dollar contracts, because that is how it works. The same thing I said on my other take about Brittany Venti attention disorder, where you all were forced to look at Teddy Santa and you needed to mark yourself safe sanely. And I said the following. I miss the old internet. So many people didn't try this desperately to be tryhards. Brittany Venti disease is real and it can hurt you. Now, why is this relevant? And how does this cutscene in Dragon Quest lay into the point I'm making? Well, consider the following. Prince Ferris hires the members of the party, the hero, the luminary, and everybody who's with him, to basically do his light work. First, he has you cheat for him by standing in for him in the horse races. Then, they tell him to go deal with the Slayer of the Sands. And the entire way, and the entire night, since the beginning, Sylvando was there, noticing you. Watching you, watching me, noticing you, noticing me. From across the sands, he can help himself, can't stop himself from looking, noticing you. The entire time, the setup obviously is Prince Ferris is gonna have to learn to stop being a bitch, and that's where exposure comes in. Many of us have heard the statement, "Pressure makes diamonds," and pressure makes diamonds for a lot of reasons. So, for example, on the case of Sonic Fox, we have heard about the Cinderella story of the reverse sweep from Sonic Fox. And many of you, especially those of you who are long-standing members of the audience, know that I have laid out exactly how Dominique does that. He does a reverse sweep by first failing into losers and pulls out his hard, rush-down tech. He's done it in various games, almost all NetherRealm designed. Fucking Injustice 1, Injustice 2, all the MKs, and he attempted to do it in MK1, and then he got bored. He goes in with a Rushdown tech, which is designed to sweep through losers, and then he brings out an actual complemental and simple build that will then get him through the winner's circle, assuming that he doesn't just fail out the first time. If he goes through the winners, he uses one skill setup designed to psychologically rope-a-dope, and then, when it comes to the grand finals, he pulls out the Rushdown tech to beat everybody's ass hard, fast, quick, so they never have a chance to get into a groove and can never train him so that he can then be exploited through conditioning. Basic concepts in FGC. Basic concepts that anybody can understand. It's why, during EVO Online 2020, he got his shit kicked in by Dogura and basically has been a non-persona person, only whispered on the ears of people because of relevant information and relevant dramas that had to do with Skullgirls. Now here, in this example, relating that to Prince Ferris, relating that to other people on the internet, relating that to myself, and relating that to Jeremy Hambley, when you get exposure on that level, one of the problems that comes from it is that, we'll use Boster's turn of phrase from his friend. If you are on the internet and you're gaining residual radiation, you have to be able to inoculate yourself from it. If you can't inoculate yourself from all of the crazy shit on the internet, you're effectively going to get a contact high or a contact poison from associating to the material. So, the other day, I learned from Tusky that basically Foggy.exe, friend of the channel, basically is persona non grata off the internet now. Something happened 4 months ago where he went completely schizo. He was doing sexual relationships with people in his audience and amongst his moderators. His old Discord now is ran by his old moderators, and just an entire bunch of mess. Just an entire bunch of mess. And now, his channel's dead. The server is in the hands of the admins that remain there. And other than a 2-hour and 30-minute live stream from Cope and Seeds YT, from Beckett, there's no knowledge to what the fuck happened. But I can promise you, I know exactly what the fuck happened. Because it's the same shit that happened to Tipster. And it's the same thing that just happened to Hamley. In Foggy's case, he did that shit. And in Tipster's case, he drank the moonshine. He drank the moonshine. But in the general case, especially with Hamley, when you're on the internet for that long, you have to have some level of inoculation and protection. Because by doing the job, you learn how to navigate in the circle. By being in the circle and doing the work, you get to a point where you can be like Keemstar. You're inoculated. You don't have anything particularly holding you back and holding you up. You're just able to do the job. You're able to get in, get out, clock in, clock out, do what you need to say, make the content you do, and you can relatively live a mostly peaceful life, especially if you're true to yourself. Doing all this extra shit for attention, that shit drags you in, drags you down, like the telehell. And eventually you find yourself in circles and in places that you wouldn't otherwise be in if you weren't seeking attention. Much like the Prince, Ferris does all this shit to try and keep up with an image. Like I said, every Tom, Dick, and Harry, Sarah, Susie, like Sarah, Sally, and Susie Q wants to keep up with the Joneses. What happens is that when the fucking chicken comes home to roost, what ends up happening is that because you've been keeping up with the Joneses, you were not paying attention to the Johnsons. Now, assuming that there are people here that don't know about the film, there's something wrong with the Johnsons, please go watch that film, otherwise the next few sentences I say are going to be confusing to you. Remember where you are in the stream, timestamp it, click off, go open a second thread, get any kind of piracy site, type in, there's something wrong with the Johnsons, and watch that. There might even be a YouTube cut of it. Watch it. Next sentence, it's going to be confusing if you don't. When you're over here keeping up with the Johnsons, or keeping up with the Joneses, you're not going to be able to pay attention to the fact that the son is fucking Mr. Johnson in the ass, and his mother has to stand there and watch it happen. Now in this case, Prince Paris, having been a frauding himself as something that he's not, doesn't have the inoculation, doesn't have the skill, and doesn't have the temperament to actually stand in the room where he wants to stand. He is a fraud through and through. And so, when he has to actually do what he needs to do, in order to prove that he deserves to be here, actions have consequences. He sits up, he lies, he says he can do something, and now everybody around him thinks, oh yeah, you ain't gotta be worried, we ain't gonna die because Prince Ferris will protect us. And just like that, the fraud gets you killed. Because he doesn't know what the fuck he's doing. Look at him, he's quaking in his boots. And so, real niggas have to come in and save the day. Because he's too much of a bitch. This is a nightmare for people who've ever been in this position and they know are a fraud. Because now you can't run. Now you can't hide. Getting exposed in front of your daddy. Sword in your hand.
Repeat after me now. A nice word.
And then, out of nowhere, comes the real nigga to have to show you how the shit's done. And sometimes, when this happens, they're not going to be nice about it. You know? Sometimes, you're going to watch somebody get exposed. In fighting games, it's probably the worst, because it's 1-to-1. Can't nobody on your team save you. Just getting 1-to-1 in a way that you can't evade and you can't avoid. And sometimes they'll drag you through the mud. Make you watch as they insult you. And then sometimes you get a real nigga. In this case, Lex Lavando.
A nice word.
Well, don't stop.
Hello, Carl.
Quack.
Serves the weak, untiring the
How you doing?
challenges the strong,
Making points, playing games.
and
I've got
never
like 3 hours before I switch to Deadlockers and apply the point that I'm making here. So to continue the point I'm making here, in being a fraud, Prince Ferris has to have a real nigga hold his hand and walk him through how to do his job. Because being a fraud, being cowardly, lying, taking the short road, stealing shit, doesn't teach you how to do your job. When you eventually have to put boot to ass, what eventually happens is somebody puts belt to your ass. And very rarely are there people in life who are going to bail you the fuck out.
Principal, do you want to be remembered as a miserable coward or a hero who died fighting to the end?
I wish to be remembered as a knight of Gallipoli.
And regardless of like the cringy writing and voice acting, most people don't ever actually want to go out swinging, because being a fraud means that you get to have recognition and you get to have attention. You never have to prove anything as long as you just say words and say actions that seem cool until people have to actually exploit you. And that should be enough for the cutscene. Eventually what happens is that on the internet, everybody gets that moment where they have to do or die. And very rarely people ever actually do or fucking die. And it's embarrassing.
It was he who rode my horse.
If it were the case that people had to be exploited more to prove that they were actually capable, it wouldn't be that big of a deal. But that's the problem with the internet. I've said this take before. The entirety of my job and multiple other jobs on the internet are measured in balls and strikes. Not takes. Not good opinions. Actionable work and advice that can be followed up upon and demonstrated. Let's put it in the phraseology of being a coach. If I tell you to do something, and you say, why should I do it? You didn't do it. It's got a lot of bearing, right? If I can't show you that I know how to do the thing I'm talking about, and I'm just barking words at you, why pay me money to teach you how to play a video game? Why pay me money to teach you how to do a life course? Why pay me money to teach you how to take advice about how to live your life? Why would a poor man be teaching a person how to make money if they're not a rich man? A rich man would teach a poor man how to make money. Why? Because he has money. Unfortunately, sometimes the logic doesn't work that well. Maybe the person who looks like they're poor is actually secretly rich. And what they're doing is they're testing people. That's what happens in my city. There have been plenty of people who have been coached and counseled by people who hide their wealth, because with showing off wealth comes people giving recognition to blow smoke up your ass. That happens a lot. In the content influence world, that happens all the fucking time. Somebody wants to walk up to you and collab with you when you are relatively large enough for their size, but then when they outgrow you, they don't turn around and do the same thing for you. Or they are always looking their nose down at you, saying you need to come to them, you need to kiss their ass, you need to suck their dick, you need to do quid for pro before they're willing to actually work with you, give you advice, appear in your entourage, you appear in theirs, vice versa. It's an entire problem. And exposing that a person doesn't do what they're supposed to do, and that they're actively stealing shit, first requires you to notice it, and then it requires you to fight back against it. And especially in the case of Jeremy Quartering, he is very, very hard to pin down in that capacity until he loses some of that shame that comes from having been an untouchable. It's one of those consequences of being online forever. People can just, lie. And because they have such big recognition, oh, Jeremy Hambly would never lie. Why would a person who's rich ever try to take from a poor person? And yet, how many fucking clips have we seen where just him putting a bullshit 5-second opening over a video, and then just stealing the content wholesale? What are the oranges for? I guess we'll never know, huh?
Look at me. The burden that was placed upon you, it was more than any boy could be expected to bear.
Some people are not willing to take the fact that it's a consequence of pressure. Because with higher and higher purchase comes a greater and greater fall. And remember, the higher the rise, the greater the fall. And what comes up must come down. Mostly because time will test you. You remember that phrase in Civilization, in every Civ game, Marcus? If you've ever played the sim game Civilization,
Yeah,
building an empire that stands the test of time.
Yep.
One of the hardest things to realize about society and about nature, culture, and history is that some things have been lost to time because people destroyed things. Looking over at you, Muslims that destroy things, and people complaining about why there's so many artifacts in British museums, complaining about repatriation, it's because people break them. In the case of YouTube,
Literally regimes taking over that will break everything because it does not suit their needs.
yeah, in the case of YouTube, there have been entire eras of content creation that have been erased and banished because of the need to keep the policies clean and to make everything brand safe and brand friendly. That's why when Brittany Venti complained saying that the era of content on YouTube is slop, and I said, bitch, you're a part of that, she is. Like, everything that Brittany Venti does is fake. That was the point of why we went over that content, when I put it on camera. She is a baiter. Master baiter, even. Huey. She's a masturbator. She designs her material to basically troll her way into rooms that she doesn't belong in. And by nature of people finding that trolling entertaining, that is what keeps her relevant. Meanwhile, on the other side, Keemstar is a creator. He is a real content creator. Does that mean that both of them don't do the same amount of work? Debatable. But for the sake of this argument, no. They do almost exactly the same amount of work. It takes an eye of talent to find ways to create new and interesting bait, just as much as it takes interesting levels of design and influence and longevity, because he is a cockroach of the internet just as much as you could talk about the pig roach himself, to be relevant and to stay around for this long since the era that he came through. Like, how did he outlive Alex as an N-word? That didn't come magically. How many times have people brought that up and people were like, yeah, we don't fucking care, it's so long ago. It's much like the canceling attempts that happened with people having things from their youths used against them. In fact, one of the Shazam actors, the best friend character who's supposed to be a cripple, there's a clip of him having said something that was along the line of being a slur. It's an entire thread now. Somebody takes the early section of the Mia Khalifa video where it says, "Don't you wish you change your past?" and they show the cringe thing to embarrass them and drag them through the mud. And much like how you could use that against Mia Khalifa herself, The entire point is that your past is cringe. Hide it. Disguise yourself. Reinvent yourself entirely, and never let anybody ever expose the cringy things that you did, or the silly things that you did, or the lol-cow-worthy things that you did, because they'll use them against you. And that's what they absolutely do in this time period and era. Otherwise, Nicholas Diorio wouldn't have a job. But creating an empire of content creation, or just media servicing that can stand the test of time, requires you to be willing to go with the slumps and the lumps and the plunges and roll with them and learn how to survive and do your thing. Because when you get to that level where people know your name and like they notice you in a room, people get excited when they see you, the way that people get excited when I show up in Jay's chat or when some person of mine shows up in my chat, it's a whole thing. Because that's what recognition brings. But just like there are people who are out there trying to do whatever the fuck they want to do, you still have the problem of how do you navigate those social circles and how do you manage it. Some people would rather just like stay small and be a cozy streamer and never make waves, but that doesn't make you grow. Now, of course, you could monetize the fuck out of it. You could easily make money being like that and just being safe enough that you don't see massive wealth, but you have a stable level of income, right? If you're one of these safe, cozy streamers that are being premiered and shown on Summer Games Fest 2026, you could be one of those people who can make a name for yourself in Australia or in Aussieland and easily rake in the buku dollars by being featured for a video game that's coming out, like Radical Hearts or whatever other cozy game is coming out at the time. But that's not what people want. They want to be the big names. They want to be Ludwig. But alas, how many laws did the era of generational wealth streamers around people like Ludwig and Senna and Pokimane and certainly Niggerslop General King himself, Kai Cenat, happen to break? How many laws? How many buildings? How many objects and property destroyed? And how much did they have to pay in the back taxes on the taxes that they were charged on the fucking penalties for the debt that they had to pay off? Shit ain't sweet. I can tell you that much. It ain't sweet.
It is I who must apologize. Hmm? And it seems you have learned something too. Sir Hendrik will be happy.
It is so bleh,
Hendrik.
for what it's worth.
It is a royal trip.
Alas.
Certainly, but my book.
What?
Are you blind, boy? Did you?
I love how in this scene they just blame him for the fucking grandeur of selling the rainbow. But anyways, for what it's worth, no matter how much effort and time goes into making content and making creation and making whatever you choose to invest your time into doing, there's always going to be a consequence and a basic benefit and cost. It's the price of doing business, literally. In doing that business, you're always going to have to deal with the consequences of being in the room when it happens. Because, like, one thing that is definitely hilarious about, say, for example, Hamilton. One of the things that is hilarious about that particular song is that there's a price to getting in the room. Like, you want to be a part of the movers and the shakers, you want to be popular, you want to be famous, you want to have the ability to do any and everything that will give you satisfaction in your life and make you feel like it's worth doing things. And it's time to potentially rotate Veronica out of the party, to potentially do things. And the consequence is that there is a cost, and sometimes that cost is a little bit high. It's very high, and it takes a lot out of you, should you not be prepared to deal with it. And I've learned very, very, very early in my career that sometimes some shit is not worth the argument or the stakes. Because some people are not interested in conversations and stakes. They are only interested in the pieces that are good for them. Which actually reminds me of a very interesting post that I saw the other day that I saved specifically for this conversation. Let me get it real quick. Yeah. And here it is.
And some niggas don't want to see you win. Some niggas just want to see if you win. You understand me?
Ah, goddamn it.
And some niggas don't want to see you win. Some niggas just want to see if you win. You understand me?
I don't know why he stands there like that after he says that. But that's like the point that I mean when I talk about monitoring spirits, especially in the point of the internet. Sometimes people crown themselves around you because they see that you're on the way up and they want the ability to just take money, opportunity, time out of you. Because the thing that you are valuable for, that you provide them, is liquidity, attention, and most importantly, opportunity. As long as it can use that opportunity for something valuable, you kind of can't undo the consequences of so many people in a room effectively preying on your downfall. Eventually, you will crack under pressure.
Let's do this.
It's just the truth of the internet. There will be a moment, there will be a day, there will come a time where people are going to push really, really hard to get you angry. Metal Slime!
Let's go.
Motherfucker! Okay, one stage. Can't use magic. Make him slower, make him slower, make him slower, make him slower, make him slower. Fuck. Okay. He's possibly going to flee. Please be faster. Okay, still in the combat. Okay, random crit out of nowhere. There we go.
There we go.
But there will come a day where everyone, and now it's time for Chinray, there will come a day where you will get tested and you will crash out at something that definitely pisses you off. Especially when it comes to like a trusted member or liaison or part of your business, what have you. There will always come a day where it happens. And it will happen at the worst possible moment. And there will be people who are going to go out of their way to effectively use you crashing out against you. And it is an unfair circumstance. And it is some bullshit. Certainly. It is always going to be bullshit. Certainly. I think I want him to use knives. It's going to be bullshit. Certainly. But there's no undoing how fucked some of this shit can be and is. It's just a part of the problem. It's a part of the culture. It's a part of the job. And the way you should look at it is you should look at it like investment for the future. You don't want to be surprised by things that will possibly catch you off guard. I don't have the ability to make poison knife. Come on. I probably have to be able to buy it from Hoto. I'm going to check the graph real quick. You have to be ready for the future, for investing into salvaging and saving yourself from the problems that come with issues and uncertainty on the internet, especially when it comes to being involved in that kind of diatribe. Because one of the things that people love on the internet is they love drama. Everybody can get bored every now and again. But there are some people, monitoring spirits, that they want to not only see if you win so they can know where to place their bets, but if they know they're going to lose, they want to be the first one to sell the story of your downfall. Looking at you, Gamer from Mars. Looking at you, Rob's Media. Looking at you, Liquid Sonic. And I'm guilty of it too. But there's a difference between watching the building get demolished and being the one that's hitting the plunger and then acting like a victim. You know what I mean? Marcus, you're following what I'm saying, right? sometimes
I was eating some chicken.
Because you're black. There are
Hell yeah.
there are times where entire industries, looking over at you, Kiwi Farms, because it's actually funny. Right now, Null is losing his mind on the timeline, and people are making fun of him for losing his mind on the timeline. Let me see if I can find this post. Null has to deal with the fact that the Kiwi Farms website is getting pushed off the ClearNet constantly, and he's been bitching and moaning and acting basically like a 14-year-old. And there are long-standing users and even site operators that are laughing at the ass of him doing this because he kind of can't deal with the fact that he can't get away from it. And that's definitely a place where people get sick pleasure from being a part of the conversation just as much as they do from mocking it. So here's Null complaining about the fact and vague posting and bitching and moaning about the Oni Play situation. Let me close this real quick. This is him bitching, whining, and moaning about that situation. And as the threads go down, he gets reactions from members of the audience complaining about the fact that he wants to take a hiatus to deal with the existential threat of the Kiwi Farms. Because the podcast Mad at the Internet that he runs, Matai, where basically he goes through his own dissertation of the shit that happens on the website. Because think of it like this: Kiwi Farms is amongst many things like a doxing website. Because this era of Kiwi Farms user just wants to take your information and post it everywhere. It is also a drama hub. So imagine being the owner of the world's biggest drama hub. Basically, Null is the internet Perez Hilton. Outside of fucking Hollywood. He is the internet Perez Hilton. KiwiFarms.com might as well be called PerezHilton.com. He's sitting on a giant repository of knowledge. Stories, infinite stories, that he can tell about other people's lives, about somebody else's business, about a sector of the world, about a social circle, about an individual either rising or falling because a piece of information that came on his site from a user who came to his website to make it known makes him a very important person. Effectively, he becomes an internet broker, and then a relationship broker. Because, this person has the ability to control whether or not I get seen or noticed. It's exactly like the shit that happens on Reddit. Oh no, I don't want this information to be noticed. Oh, if you pay me under the table, I can be able to hide this information about you. Oh man, there's all this information coming out about you, very famous, very wealthy person. I can make it all go away for money. Oh, you're not gonna pay me? Well, I'm gonna expose you, and I'm gonna make it the running story of the day. He is now in a position where he doesn't like that attention coming to him. And there are users actively standing up to him and calling him a slur to his face. A slur to his face, Marcus! They called him for real! And they don't like it. Because in his mindset, to quote that Monica, one of the more aggressive ones, did you become possessed by a 14-year-old girl? If you're seriously bothered by YouTube comments from random losers, stop the show. I'm dead serious, you're too fragile for it. Any random dipshit said this on the stream, you'd rape them for it on your show. Because if you looked at it from the outside, you'd know how absurd and sensitive it is. You run a website where people who want to be anonymous have their real names, faces, and addresses posts. But some autistic Oni Plays comment emotionally crushes you, get a fucking grip or delete your show, the forum, and yourself. Seriously, bro. Imagine Jim or PPP posting this. Jim meaning Mr. Medicare, and PPP meaning Ash, one half of the King of Casino. And he's right. The user's 100% absolutely right. Every single bit of the Sad Boy posting doesn't remove the fact that Null has to own the fact that he is a part of it. But he is a perfect case example of exactly why the internet is blowing up in this way. And it's hilarious, and it's fun to watch. Because this is the key categorical example of living by the sword, dying by the sword. It's simple. Really, it's all downstream from various problems. And the number one problem is that he refused to diversify his platform because he wanted to be unique. He wanted to have the attention of being the internet hall monitor that effectively lives and breathes with the drama of the internet and controls whether or not the people who are the denizens of that internet get attention, exposure, and are irrelevant. Because They tried this with people like me early in my career, around the time when Smoke Rocco was an associate before I cut her off. And ever since then, it has been a whole thing where it's like, persona non grata. Okay, cool. Now, he's getting the same effect on himself. He has people looking down on him, treating him like shit, mocking him, laughing at him, and needing to basically get people to support him, and retired staff members, current staff members, they are all saying the simple thing. Bro, you could just ignore it. You could just not care. You could just knock it the fuck off. And every single comment is effectively, yeah, knock it the fuck off. There are more people supporting you than people who hate you. Why are you going to pieces? This is what happens. It's because he's a fraud. He inherited the farms. He didn't build the farms. The version of the farms that currently exist, that's what he built. In other words, he didn't build a community around himself. He didn't build a community that was around archiving the open free information of the internet, making it available for people, and having actual true free speech absolutism, where it's about the content of the thread, not about you making yourself king of the nerds, or queen of the nerds. And it's just the constant need of attention seeking that makes people not want to be on his side. Because it all comes from ill-informed takes, because he just assumes that he knows what he's talking about. And he doesn't know the people who are there. And the mockery and the humor, it comes from basically not being able to live his own standards. Because when the information started coming out about his transgender partner, and that entire fucking, that entire body cam footage of them just fucking crashing out in public, he hasn't been able to deal with it since. It's hilarious. It's hilarious. It's so funny. Like, even here, Darkseid Folllowed. And it's just a picture of Darkseid's little face over George Floyd. It's like, how can you bullshit like this? Everything I've ever done has been a waste of time, sad boy. And then expect people to not imagine PPP screaming, "Whoa, buddy!" with the fucking triangle and cowbell, and Andy Seal collapsing, while they get fucking posts like, "Gourmet anal for 10 subs, let's go, big support!" Like, that's not the shit that he's trained people to do. It's great, but sad. But that's what it is. Everything comes around on the internet, and it's gay as shit. It's gay as hell. Believe you me, I'm not defending it not being gay. It is obviously gay. Like, get that, just dick out your mouth. But these are the rules. These are the rules that everybody's expected to play by. And some people, Hambly, Noel, other attention seekers, other lolcow trolls, other cow and troll milkers, it's always unequal. It's always unequal. It's always inconsistent. It's always hypocritical. Nobody ever wants to live the standards that they expect for other people, but they want to be the ones that decide how it should be done. And that's just how shit is. That's just how shit is. I wish it weren't like that, but that is how it do be. Living by those rules and living by those standards, as I've always have done so, speaking of this shit in any abstract format, doesn't undo the fact that the shit is what it is. Which is the worst part of it. You can notice that the behavior is happening. You can see how it affects people. You can make a point to say, I don't like how this works. This is bad. We should do better than this. And there are people who will say, yeah, but I want to be famous. Fuck you. What can you say? You know? Hey kids, I'm Darren, the Dare Lion. Yes, that's the lion's real name. I'm Darren, the Dare Lion. Don't do drugs. But Mr. Darren, doing crack is great. I make a bunch of money doing crack on camera. Yeah. Darren, help me. I'm 55 years old and I'm addicted to tranny porn on the internet because I never stopped doing crack when I was 15. Help me. What Darren's supposed to do for you? Like, what is he actually supposed to do? What is your family supposed to do? What are your friends supposed to do? Now, that's hyperbole, although I'm really not being hyperbolist. That is something people actually do. You can take it as hyperbole, but I'm not wrong. That's how it works on the internet. Hey, person who wants to make money off of lolcows and incels, don't you think that you shouldn't do that, and that's bad behavior to promote? Fuck those people. I make money doing it. It gets my dick hard, says people like Diane Yap. Some of you don't know who that is. If you watch some of the videos on the channel that covers her, you can go find out. But, did she learn? No. Now she's basically a lolcow that people can make money out of. I got a video coming up soon that I'm gonna have to cover that specifically features some of the dumb shit she's done, including the other examples. That just do be how it is sometimes. That just do be how it is. Because they don't live in the world of consequences. They live in the world of virality. That's really what causes a lot of it. In the case of Jeremy Hambley being a thief, his is 100% caused by trying to be famous. And, like, because he's a very, very old content creator on the internet, he's been around enough that he probably has lost, like, the majority of his interest of doing the hard work himself, you know? Why do the hard work when he can just steal other people's shit and make money that way? There are plenty of people who do this, and they're also wrong for doing it. Brittany Venti at least doesn't steal from people, but she also doesn't try that hard to be original with what she does. That's a sin of its own right, and she'll probably get hers in time. But all these practices, all these things that have been done over the years, that effectively have gotten people to forget, like, the origins of the net and where we came from. It is a hard conversation you have to have with your friends and family. Especially if you are a old person on the internet who is responsible for, like, taking care of things like security. You know? I'll use a better example. If you're Kim Kardashian and you're trying to stop Northwest from finding out about your porn with Ray J, after you did that content with Ray J and went viral on the internet, or even better, the example of Brittany Renner plotting around on the internet to get money out of people like PJ Hayward early in his career, you kind of have to deal with the consequences that come with doing that action. Because nobody told you to try and ruin a guy's life by basically doing shit to effectively ruin him and ruin yourself. Especially not for money, especially not for attention. But, alas, that is what she did, and that's what she did. And now, those young kids, and every thought who's done this, those kids have to now dodge allegation after allegation, insulting event after insulting event. Because mommy wanted to make money on the internet doing porn, or being a thought. He's got to get embarrassed in his life because of the fact that you did all that shit. Does that make it worth it? Same thing with Adam 22 and Lane the Plug, because that's how she got famous. Same thing with VTubers that are just doing, like, open face porn. And are just like, yeah, I do it. What about it? There are always going to be consequences on the back end for this shit. And they're just living it like, no, there are no consequences. I'm not going to pay the consequences of this. Somebody else is going to do it for me. Because that's how that works. I can't understand what brings a person to do it. But I have to assume, for them, they think that being famous outweighs the consequences that come from the behavior. Now, Marcus, you're a lot more queer than I am.
Very.
In the world of queer and queered people, have you seen this kind of burnout before?
So when you mean burnout, you mean the fact of, like, people just absolutely
Just
crashing the fuck out.
Yeah, just wilding the fuck out. They go so hard in their early career, and then it's just like, bro, what happened to you? You fell off. And they're in a bad way. Just in a bad way.
Some, because you can have the instances of, I don't know, like, for like, content creators, I'm trying to think of, like, content creators that, like, I'd be thinking of, like, but at the same time, just like, they exist?
I can give you one off the top of my head. Do you remember
Who?
the Ice Cream So Good girl?
I do, yeah.
Have you seen any recent streams that she's done?
Not at all, but TikTok stuff like that is kind of like where I'm like, it's another like weird area in my eyes.
It's just like a more fast. Well, it's not a faster part of the internet. It's more like a more aggressively transformative part of the internet. Things move very, very quickly on that platform. They have slowed down somewhat since it being bought by the new, quote, right-wing CEO. But not so much that you can't keep up with what's going on as long as, like, you pay halfway attention. I'm still going through the voice note app drama and laying that entire page and bridge out. But the Ice Cream So Good girl basically went viral when the whole doing the TikTok live and getting GIFs was at its height. The last time I looked at that, she has dead eyes. She's completely mentally checked out. Every single bit of the shit that she does, she's completely tuned the fuck out. She's entirely tuned out. She is mentally out of it. She doesn't even care about whether or not it makes money. It's just better to be seen than to potentially be irrelevant. And that's like the nature of what I'm speaking at here.
Okay. I see what you mean. So you're asking that, but for queer spaces.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so here's the thing about the difference between queer spaces and all that. You have to do some egregiously fuck shit to absolutely, like, just fall off. And what I mean by that is you have to basically commit the most heinous crime of all to be kicked out. Get what I mean?
Boy, you ain't lying. Literally the other day, I think there was 2 other pedophiles, including the one pedophile I exposed myself. There's the board tonight. Just people known for doing evil, unscrupulous behavior. And they just let them stay around. They know that they're guilty of the things they're being accused of. But they won't actually say anything or do anything about it. They would rather allow for someone to just basically get away with murder than potentially come down on somebody for being an unsafe individual. And in being an unsafe individual, they are putting a lot of trust into other people recognizing that that is a person who is never to be trusted with somebody else's familiarity. This is a conversation they're having about the Birdman right now, because his child-adjacent Discord has been exposed.
I'm not surprised.
Yeah, guy made a kid a mod at the age of 14, 15. And thought that the internet wouldn't find out. I don't know how the fuck he thought that was gonna work. But all of the fucking exposure, all of the fucking shit that one could ever deal with or be concerned with we usually have a very high tolerance level in capacity of like, oh, the only reason why they're being attacked is because they said something that was a little bit edgy when they were teenagers, and that's fine. I have seen the queer space effectively refuse to throw out a known groomer because that meant giving the Chuds a win. That disgusts me.
It depends on which space you're referring to.
I think in Undertale Deltarune, literally today, there's a video on my a thread on my timeline where a person basically says, you have to be queer in this space in order to truly appreciate Undertale, and it's our job to throw incels and chuds out, because they'll never truly understand it. And they basically make the argument that you have to, like, do scrupulous, unsavory behavior, like act like a degenerate. And they would rather have degenerates in their audience than a respectable person that at least, like, consumes the material, says this is something that I like and something that I don't like, and going about their day. Like, not only must you be gay and do crimes, you must be transgender while you do it. Otherwise, you're not really a person.
Yeah, that can also be a prevailing issue. Because for me, for somebody who is, I'm always going to be doing gay shit. Literally, the last time I was in this stream, I did gay shit.
I told Star about what you did, and she laughed because she's actually seen people do that thread.
That trend, yeah.
Nigga, you popped it with your throat.
Yeah. So, fun fact about me, I used to actually sing professionally. So, anyways, moving on.
Anyways, the Sword Swallower was saying.
Yes. Sword Swallower, Muff Diver, you name it. But in certain spaces, yeah, they will defend. And for fandoms in particular, there's a good reason why a lot of the queers in real life do not associate with the online queers, because they're weird. Like, they're weird.
Mm-hmm.
It's like, you would never see a real-life drag queen be associated with the Undertale fandom in an extreme way to where they're, like, defending them. Not unless they're so chronically online. But here's the thing. Most drag queens aren't. Like, yeah, they're on social media and shit, but they're not, like, that deep.
I don't think I've ever seen a person like Jinxie Mahoy ever, like, have conversations outside the majority of the people that they talk to. Never. Not once. I know that they're a part of, like, social media shit, and then there's that one, drag queen that got to be a part of the Nshudi Gatwa run of Doctor Who as one of them parts of the Pantheon, but, like, you don't see them socializing and talking about the things that we talk about. Not ever. The threads do not cross. The lines do not cross. They are more segregated than a fucking plantation.
Yeah. Now, why do you think that is?
There are some people who are just way too crazy and they just can't hang.
Yeah, that's exactly the reason. There are people who don't know how to really take no entirely for an answer in like outside of like stuff, and those just happen to be in like superior spaces where they are unfortunately having to handle like people, you know, rejecting them. Now, I'm not saying that this is everybody, but I am saying that this is a good amount.
The heteronormativity right now for all the women that are basically biphobic against men, but then they are selectively sitting there saying, oh yes, I love that. And there was one particular post of a woman who basically had to come out and say it with her own words, because many of them are still circling the drain on the voice note app, One of them had to basically come up and say, basically, I don't want no fucking bi man who's been playing a boy ass. Just straight up. And like, yes, that's entirely fair. You can have a man that has been playing a man ass, and you can also have men that have been playing a man ass. Just as much as you can have a woman who has never been touched, as much as a girl who has only been with men, and you get to be the one that makes her spaghetti noodle straight. Or, excuse me, curved. Wet.
I always hate that phrase.
I hate it too. I hate it too.
It actually really disgusts me.
This is the perfect rage bait for people who actually like consent. And unfortunately, a lot of the times we are not able to, like, catch the drift of half this shit, because it means having to expose a lot of people who don't want to actually be a part of the conversation, and don't want to accept that it is not their job. It is not their job to be the ones that control and mandate who gets to do what, in what capacity, in what circles. But they are so focused on being able to control that narrative that if they don't get the ability to control that narrative, they lose their fucking mind. They lose their fucking mind. Unbelievably so. I'm gonna take the belt and I'm gonna put it on someone else. It's unbelievably crazy. Unbelievably so. And to hold them accountable means basically getting a bunch of queers that know for a fact that this is the way that they behave when they think nobody's watching them, to admit that they are basically just pedophiles and rapists in disguise. It is already known, but we'll discuss it still. It is already known how many people basically groom kids inside of Discord. And the problem is that as much as you want to fight against the groomers that exist inside of these Discords, trying to basically train these kids to be okay with their violated boundaries, in order to get them to stop doing that, you have to basically admit that this is something they do actively, right?
Yeah.
You can't unfuck the problem unless you're willing to say that it's a problem and you have to unfuck it. But to unfuck the problem means that somebody has to get exposed and defrauded. See how I brought this shit around? They have to get exposed and they have to get defrauded. Because if you don't demonstrate that this is a consequence of what happens with having lax borders and safety testing and boundary checking, you would never be able to stop the kids from being exposed to this kind of behavior. And it will always be the case that it will happen. That's not to say that you can't stop it from happening. That's not to say that most people that you would expect to be the ones that you think would be the safest people wouldn't be safe people. But we're talking about, like, there are people during the voice note that basically demonstrated they don't actually respect the sexuality that they have permissively made acceptable in the space amongst queers themselves. Basically, a frat boy, the chattest dad, whoever quadded on the quad, that is just dripped in bro speech, that comes from being a part of a Greek fraternity, and the girls that do it inside the sororities too, they're unwilling to accept that basically there are people that are willing to have sex much more freer than they do. And so they effectively are slut-shaming them. And in slut-shaming them, they aren't willing to accept the fact that they can't turn around and then blame that on men. They are slut-shaming them because they feel in the safety of not being exposed about insulting them about something that they cannot take responsibility for themselves, because basically they want to negotiate that space and that conversation as though it's something that only sluts do. But in the same breath of saying, yes, different sexualities, different ways of life, different lifestyle choices, they have been not able to square the circle the way that people like myself have. Which is that, how do you square the circle about having a little bit of kink, a little bit of queerness, and a little bit of social activity in your life, where a person can't walk up to you and say, it seems that you adopted our lifestyle. Chuds will never be completely straight. You guys are going to have to accept that there's a little bit of gay in you. It's like, if you're not a retard, you've already accepted that. The fuck? But in their worldview, it has to only be one way. A man like me could never have the conversational standard of discussing things in a serious capacity where somebody's like, you're not gay enough to talk about this conversation, Carl, and it's like, what the fuck are you talking about? I've sucked a cock. Huh? I can only be able to have the conversation if I gargle cum? Well, guess what? And when you're right, now they have to insult you in order to dismiss your opinion. And in this case, especially with the Voice Note app, and especially the queers and the transgenders that are amongst the, we're going to call them the big gay lobby, they have done exactly that. Oh, little trans girl, you've never known what love is in a relationship. All these men want to use you for is to be a cum dumpster, you little femboy. Oh, you little femboy slut, you've never known what having a man really is like. You've only ever had little boys that like playing around because they like to have sex with you only inside the bushes. Oh, little bi girl that has a little bit of quirked up sauce about her. You've never had a real man in your life, and these men don't actually like you. They like the fact that they can do shit with you and to you.
Can you believe it?
All these things and more.
Great.
All these things and more are the problem.
Universal, you say?
All these things and more are the problem of the conversation. Because, of course, in order to have the conversation, you have to be willing to actually treat people like they're equal. And they don't want to treat people like they're equal. Because the standard the entire time has been, there is exclusive conversations that can only be had amongst certain people. To a caveat. Black people are the ones that can talk about black culture. Not because black culture is exclusive to black people, but, well, as the meme goes, white women don't open your mouth for black cock if you won't open your mouth for black issues. You can't be involved in the thing, and then when it's time to not be a fraud, wipe her hands up and say, excuse me, I don't fuck with those N-words, I only like white men. It don't work that way. You want to be involved in the thing, you have to actually be invested in the consequences. The transgenders and the theys and the gays are having the exact same problem. Because in order to defraud all of those people that basically say grooming is okay, you can be able to be exclusive towards certain people. If you don't have the way to deal with a bunch of problems in society, you can just simply exclude certain people from conversations. It can't work that way. Everybody has to be accountable. And they don't want to be accountable. They're like women in that way. Is that a gunshot to somebody's head? Yes, it is. On purpose. Because it's women dominating conversation. That's why. Oh my god, the amount of women. The amount of women, Marcus. The amount of women speaking on behalf of men like you.
Oh. I actually had a conversation with my father over the weekend, which I got freaking absolutely lambasted by him for my behavior lately. Cause I have a struggle with pride and opening up and admitting to people like, hey, I need help, and that's my struggle. But my dad was like, you come from a family that will actually help.
This must be the place.
You just need to talk to us.
Give it back, you dirty, rotten thief!
Why no?
And
You are the
so,
kid.
but we had a
just like me.
conversation about like the people that we attract, specifically me, is I'm at a gay bar. In fact, my favorite gay bar is like less than 2 blocks away from me, and I go there all the time. Get a drink, and I chill the fuck out. In that space, bartenders are really nice. I like them. I tip them. They like me. I like them. They like me for my money because I tip pretty generously. Side of the point.
He's not just talking about the penis, everybody.
No.
I have to say my dumb jokes. Continue.
Get your jabs in, people. Get them in.
Get your thrust in, make it hard! Okay, I'm done.
No, you're good. But shit, how did the motherfucking it's like, but the people that have approached me, there are 3 groups. There are the older women, the older straight women, I should say, who shoot their shot. And keep in mind, I'm usually next to Sage when this is happening. But they pay him no mind. they go, and that's one of the many groups, but they're the most predominant.
Uh-huh.
So I'm just like, okay, fine, whatever. Second group. As I described to my dad, the Manic Pixie Dream Girl. If you know the type, you know. And to people saying, what does he mean by that? What many would call back in the 2010s, the extreme feminists, like the feminazis, those kind of people.
Ramona Flowers, people. Ramona Flowers.
Yeah, that's the best way I can describe them. They approach me. Then there is, of course, the extremely effeminate twins that approach me. Because they see somebody who looks like a bear, acts like a bear, and is super casual and friendly, and they're like, I want to taste.
Mm-hmm. In a lot of these cases, I get where you're going with this. In a lot of these cases, a lot of those women, especially the cougars, they feel comfortable approaching because of all the signals that queer men can put off. It feels safe. You know, it's not quite a sure thing, as there is so like in the queer space, there is technically a thing considered of a sure thing because queer people do not have the same social hang-ups about intimacy and about sexual intercourse and hate fucking as normal straight people would. I hate using this word, but I'm gonna have to use this word for this conversation. Cis people would in normal society, because when you have removed the concept of pride, you don't have that kind of hang-up preventing you from being yourself in normal conversation. So you're a lot more capable of actually being someone who can have that kind of interface, and there's little to no pressure because of it, because of the fact that it feels safer. That invisible safety net that queerness provides gives you the ability to basically experiment with whether or not you feel secured in being approached and approaching people this way. Straight women, queer and cis women, or excuse me, queer adjacent and bi women get this all the time, and they love to abuse the fuck out of this. This is why they are so easy to approach men that are bisexual in that way, and use them as a barometer to shame other men for not being as safe. Because effectively, they are using the queer men as a shield, and unfortunately, the problem is that it's like the meme. You get used as a shield to deflect a lot of problems, but you're getting battered with bullet fire while it happens. So you're taking shots, pun intended, that aren't even intended for you. And you can't do anything about it because, if you speak out of turn, I thought you were one of those cool queers. And it's just an insult to your character.
Yeah. And then you get the oh so lovely types that are just like, oh, because there are some genuine mask off moments, and to be fair, in those spaces, the only problems that I have actually ever had in those specific spaces are extraordinarily homophobic black people, but they're not in the club. They outside, so I don't got to deal with them. But when I get outside the club, they tend to get really heavy-handed with like their kind of rhetoric. Mm-hmm. But I don't care, because you know, it's like, okay, I'm here, you there, bye.
I think the roughest ones are usually the Manic Pixie Dream Girls, because they usually are the example of the women who are effectively man-haters. So there was one of those videos that was inside of my timeline scroll video that actually was a perfect encapsulation of this attitude. And the perfect encapsulation of it was basically, it is a girl with the ox and nose ring, but she is doing it in the other direction. Give me a second, I need to find the video. I put it on screen for everybody to see.
Where it's like the two beads coming down, or is it the two beads that are up and it's just the ring?
Two beads on both sides. I think it's got
Bees on both sides? Okay,
Yeah.
I know what you're talking about. Yeah.
Everybody always calls them oxen rings.
Or septum, whatever the fuck.
Uh-huh.
You guys are gonna chew me up.
There we go. Whoop! Here's the lady. I'm gonna let this play.
Hold on.
And spit me out for this one, but I
Give me a
think
second, let me take a look at the stream now.
you guys are gonna chew me up and spit
Okay.
me out for this one, but I think men have rights. I think men have feelings. I think that men deserve to be heard. I think that men are indoctrinated by the same systems of oppression that we are, and that hating men is still centering men. Hating men is dehumanizing men. Hating men is not feminism. And openly stating that you think men are below you is disrespectful, and I am very perturbed by the amount of women who have husbands, who have brothers, who have sons, that come on this application specifically and say like, ha 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 ha, happy anniversary, I let him out of his cage. What are you joking about? What are you talking about? That being comfortable with that level of dehumanization as a hee hee ha ha indicates that you are comfortable with not only being dehumanized, but dehumanizing other people, other men especially, just for the sake of making you feel better about the systems of oppression in and of itself. We don't blame individuals for the systems of oppression. We take responsibility as individuals for the systems of oppression, but we don't dehumanize an entire bracket of people just because terrible things... It's not that simple. It's not that simple. But when you...
Now, there's a guy that once said, why do all queer people look like that? But listen! The queen is cooking! With her fucking hexadecimal frames! The queen is cooking!
have a boyfriend and you live with your dad and you come on the internet and you say, I hate men, men are shit. You're not a feminist. You're dehumanizing. You're dehumanizing the men around you. You're doing the exact same thing that men do to us, and it's lame. You guys are gonna chew me up.
She had another video that I saw on my timeline that I resonated with. I don't know if it's here in the Just Watch section, because it was on the scroll feed. I have no idea if it's there. Which one is it? Is the one where she said, is it like a circle? Is this one?
Say misandry is not feminism. Misandry is still centering men. Misandrists come to the comment section.
Yes, it's this one.
Say, misandry is a response to misogyny. I am entitled to my rage. I hear you. And what if it's a snake eating its own tail? What if participating in the misandry perpetuates the misogyny? What if participating in the misandry perpetuates turfism, perpetuates racism, upholds other terrible ideologies? When you're saying I hate all men are evil. All of them? The transgender ones? The ones that are also suffering under systems of oppression? The black, brown, indigenous, every single man? Every single man? It's not lost on me historically how extremist rhetoric is used tactfully to make oppressors aware of how dire the problem is of the oppressed. And maybe because when we stay in our rage for too long, because we feel justified and righteous in our anger and our hate, we actually start contributing to the systems of oppression that we're trying to break free from in the first place. Maybe there are a bunch of little boys on the internet right now that are coming into their existence in a time where manosphere and red pill ideology is widely available to them, while also women are saying things on the internet like all men are evil and I don't want to be around them. Maybe boys feel confused about that. And maybe if we're realistic about actually valuing humanity, actually wanting to protect women and children, we are mindful of how that hateful rhetoric gets in the way of keeping boys out of that red pill ideology. Say misandry is not feminism, misandry is still centering men. Misandrists come to the comment section to say misandry...
But like, that right there is exactly the point that both of us are making. And that's like everything to the conversation. It is a serious problem. You can't undo the shit because unfortunately to have the conversation, that means you have to hold people accountable. And you just don't like being held accountable. They will go to their grave before they ever apologize.
I will use this jokingly, but men will not go to... People will not go to therapy and will act out in the ways that, you know, make them look fucking weird as fuck.
Mm-hmm. There's lots of things that people can have conversations about, and they don't usually want to have those conversations because those are the conversations that get you disinvited to the queer club. Because you say the wrong thing and you're not an ally anymore. Because they don't believe in allyship, they believe in exposure therapy. They think that if you force people to have to live in it, that they will naturally come to the position that I have. And they'll say, well see, this is a chud who was forced to reveal how these things work. But it was kind of similar to a conversation I had with my sister the other day. All part of the conversation that made me have to change a couple of my plans for this week. You can't do that. Because what you're actually doing is you're training people. So the voice note app situation, without having gotten to the end of how I'm going to put together the information, that entire consortium is what happens when you teach dude bros and assholes that would be more than happy to take advantage of your skin in colleges and clubs and places on the net. The exact ways that they can have access to your body because you have trained them in a way where they can have the entire conversation and they can effectively talk about and say and do whatever they see, whatever they want and see their desire to do so, because you have taught them what works. They have noticed what you say and what you do not match up, and they instead do what you respond to. And then, if you get upset and say, I can't believe that that's what these men are doing, that they would have the audacity to simply take advantage of my sense of being and my body, that I could never be able to trust a man with treating me correctly, because he just wants something out of me. He said all the right things to get me out of my panties, basically. Yes! 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 Because you taught him it works! What do you expect them to do? Having said that, doesn't undo the fact that you somehow now are a evil wildebeest that wants women and protected individuals to be exploited. It's just common fucking sense. I left my house unlocked, and somebody stole everything in my house, because I thought that if I let the right one in, he'd treat me correctly. Yes, sis, but you also know what you do? When it's nighttime, you lock your fucking doors.
Foxes will always be foxes, unfortunately.
Yeah, it's like, oh my god, I can't believe we let a fox in the hen house. It's like, well, how do you get in the hen house? I let him in. Why'd you let him in? I thought it was a safe place. And therefore, we don't do basic things to protect ourselves? Well, we shouldn't have to do that. We designed this place so that we wouldn't have to make those concerns. What? Huh? What do you do that at?
It's like, who is we? Why are we speaking French now?
It's like, who's we? That's you! I don't do that! Just like I don't do hard drugs, I don't do that bullshit. That's a waste of my time. Why the fuck am I gonna waste my time and put myself in danger with you? You could be smart enough to not let that shit happen to you. Not everybody comes to the same conclusion. That's not the way that everybody behaves. It's not about how everybody fucking behaves. It's about how you behave. And the fact that you let that shit happen to you tells me that you shouldn't be someone I listen to. It's like you said, how the fuck you gonna hate when you're outside the club and you can't even get in? Like, where's your man? Where's your man at? Oh, you ain't got a man? Why don't you got a man? Oh, you said all men are bastards? Oh, that's crazy, girl. That's crazy. Anyways, me and my man are gonna go out and do blase, 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 blase. Ain't gotta be worried about being unsafe there. Why? Because my dumbass stays in the house. I don't let no shit happen to me because I stay in the house.
Yeah, and that's always the funniest thing that always happens with me is just I'm just saying there going like, okay, so let me get this straight. You're mad at me because I like dick more than pussy right now, even though I love both equally and I enjoy both pleasurably. So, but you still mad at me because I won't put up for you? Yeah, I was never gonna do that in the first place. But again, people will be mad, and I don't. And as something that I am learning to grow and understand with, just don't give a fuck about it. Like seriously, do not give a singular fuck about these people. These people want you to be upset. They want to be mad at something. Let them be mad. Doesn't fucking matter. You know why? Because the people who actually would kind of give a damn about, they're right beside you already. That's just honest. That's my honest opinion right then and there. It's just they're already here. You don't have to do shit except just live your life and enjoy your peace.
Ooh, perfect. It's so bizarre to me, especially when that conversation happens and it's the women who are leading the conversation about something that queer men are supposed to have a conversation about. And it's like, do you want to get to the promised land, or do you just want to be in front? Some of these niggas just want to be in front.
It's always about being in front. I've always known that part. That is still the one thing that I'm just like, yeah, you don't really give a fuck if, like, I live or die. You don't give a fuck if, like, I'm possibly about to be shot by some homophobic person, you know, or literally existing in my own world. You don't give a fuck about that. What you do give a fuck about is how good do I look in the casket and how you can profit off that.
Is one of the many things that made me dislike Black Lives Matter. Because I understand the importance, but it's like, can you get off that nigga's grave first? Like, get off the pulpit real quick. Just hop off the shit real quick and look around this room. You see that person here in the room with us? No? So why the fuck are you using their body to make money? Ooh, another perfect.
That's always going to be an issue, unfortunately.
The queers get it worst of all. Oh my god, I wish they would stop bringing up Stonewall. Not because Stonewall isn't important, but they are the first ones to defend shit that happens to queers from other queers, because they were more quickly to run to the defense of a woman than they are of a man. If black men are the white men of black people, bisexual queer men are the white men of queer people. And they make it very obvious.
That is still one of the most annoying, like, as somebody who gets constantly questioned if I'm black or not because of my skin tone, because I'm the most light-skinned motherfucker alive. I hate to be that person, but you part of the problem. I'm just saying that flat out right now. If you say to a black man, you are the whitest black man I have ever seen, you're part of the problem.
I'm willing to give some people some grace because, you know, as long as there will be people like Alfonso or Roberto who are going to be great actors that will have made classical quintessential black media that is seen by the world over, you're just going to have to roll with those punches, you know? I have to deal with the Carl, and the Carlton fucking accusations for the rest of my fucking live-born career. But not crashing out about it is one of those many things I was talking about earlier. One of the many things you have to pay back. Like, that's the consequence for me having half of my last name involving the words C-A-R-L in that exact order. And because I choose not to use part of my IRL name as a part of my identity, and I instead use a simulacrum of that, I have to deal with it. There's no getting around it. It is what it is. But I'm not gonna tolerate the fucking slander that comes with being a part of that. God damn, I'm just on the ball right now. I'm not gonna deal with the slander that comes with being a part of that, because the other side of that conversation is effectively that I have to give up my voice because I don't fit their vision of what they imagine should be the importance of what I should care about. So, quote, I as a black man, how can I feel comfortable speaking up to people who clerically don't respect me in that capacity? How can I as a black man tell them how I should behave and feel when they question my authority or question my sincerity of things that matter to me? I have to be willing to deal with parts of that, because that's just part and parcel of this entire synapsis that we're a part of. Perfect. And if I were to allow those people to control the narrative, I would have to constantly fight an uphill battle just to be recognized. And that's just not worth it. It's just not worth it. Yeah. I would rather get the slander and get the recognition that comes from the slander than allow somebody else to control my conversational skill and control my output and my viewpoint on the matter. Because the alternative is that basically they can hold you in that position forever and say that you never have the authority to have this conversation. And then they decide shit on your behalf. And then you can't complain saying, well, why is shit like this? You gave them the power to do so. But goddamn, them bitches are strong! Those biphobic queer women, they got strong grips, nigga! Strong grips! It's probably from all that horse fucking. Or hilting. Because they're the first ones. They are the first ones to fight you for whatever it is they think you shouldn't have access to. They are the first and the second. Oh, I'm out of grass for it. They are the first and the second to just get in your way and elbow in the guy in the face.
Yeah, they are. Unfortunately, again, it's always that run into the same deal I have a problem with each and every damn time. It's kind of like, is it you hate us because you ain't us, or is it because you want to be, or you feel like you deserve my dick? Because I can tell you this right now, you are no better than the straight men that come up to me and think they're buddy-buddy with me, when in reality, I don't want a part of you. I don't want to talk to you. Because I'm minding my business. And you don't tend to mind your business because you think that because you pat me on my back, and I don't like being touched in real life due to A, trauma, and B, I don't fucking know you, so why the fuck you touching me? But, you know, that's beside the point. Again, seriously, the amount of straight white men that have come up to me and just casually put their hands on me, I'm just like, you are either the bravest individual I've met or the stupidest. And it's usually the stupidest, because why are you coming up to a random black guy you don't fucking know, putting your hand on the back and saying, hey, do you mind moving your... Because this is a real thing, and I'm telling this right here, right now. If you come up to a black man and are just cavalier as all shit about, oh, well, hey, I need to look for my credit card and I need you to move, and you're patting me on the back like, oh yeah, we're buddy-buddy, get the fuck away from me. No, like seriously, I'm serious about this particular topic. Do not ever come up and touch me. Because I'm assuming that people have done that to you too, Carl.
See, my problem is that I allow for a certain level of safety, so I feel safer for them to do that, and that's my consequence and my fucking pedestal to have to fucking deal with. But sometimes, because of either reputation or any other shit, I get people who feel really safe and comfortable believing that, oh, nothing's gonna happen, Carl's not gonna bite my hand off, and I make him pull back a stump, because it's the insistence. It's the insistence upon themselves. It's more times women who do it other than others, but the insistence that I will allow for a flagrant level of disrespect in my vicinity, and that I won't bite their head off about it. It is something that definitely comes from reputation, and a lot of it comes down to reputation for a lot of people. It could be a lot worse in that capacity for a lot of different ways, but it usually is not that bad, but it can still be bad enough. And all the little small ways that matter, you kind of just have to, like, go with the flow, mostly. But when people do that to me, and they just feel comfortable thinking, oh, he's not going to do anything, It almost happens because of this assertion that they feel it's just the norm. Like, this is the norm of what we do. We just walk up to strangers and we put our hands on them and we act like no one is a threat, basically. That's what some people do. Especially those that just feel like they can say whatever the fuck they want to in social groups and circumstances. Like, I'm not who the fuck I am.
Oh, yeah.
That's more, yeah, it's more along the lines of, like, flagrant disrespect than, like, the assertion that, oh, you just thought that I'm just one of them regular niggas, huh? I'm one of those safe black people. I'm sorry, your name is not insert my partner's name here. Why are you touching me? You must want some peanut. You must want some dick, huh?
Yeah. It really does come. Oh my gosh. Again, this is a problem that I fucking hate every single time because nobody. It's not like I'm like, oh, woe is me. It's like I just like. It comes from a background of like, yeah, you should probably protect yourself more so. Like, I'm talking, like, this is, like, from me to them. It's like, you should protect yourself more because if I wasn't happy as can be, high on THC, after I drank that, and I was, extremely, like, not able to, like, handle people in, like, a graceful way, you'd probably be on the floor and I'd be arrested.
Mm-hmm.
But again, some people live in a completely different world compared to me and you.
Like, it's a static problem. And I think this only really exists inside the queer spaces where this particular problem happens. Because this shit doesn't happen in normal society. Like, people have a sense of danger in normal society. Of course, it's like, you know, jolly fat niggas like EDP will, in fact, fuck your children. But you wouldn't expect him to do so, because it's like... No, it's gonna be the happy, talkative, lanky guy who's gonna be the pedophile, right? Because they've been socially trained to believe that's how it works.
Yeah.
I find it funny when that happens, because it's an inference that gets made. That's like bad advice, historical bad advice that has never been corrected, that leads them to have that opinion. It's not something that they were told was the case. It's just something that they felt that's like the expectation of the norm. And with expectation of the norm... Oh, they don't have anything to steal. With expectation of the norm, they should just expect people to just let shit happen, rather than actually treating something like an actual concastic threat. I'm gonna put these niggas on auto. Something that is a basic bombastic threat. So, the advice of the guy who talks the most inside the club is the guy who's the biggest bitch who won't do anything. That shit will get you killed in this time period, in this day and age. Because sometimes the person who's talking a lot, it's because they feel comfortable where they are, and they don't perceive you as a threat. And the moment that they start expecting you to be a threat, they are now treating you this way because you have told them that you need to be handled. And it's not good for us, the people in these situations, to react a particular way because of the expectation that comes with that understanding. Because that's one of the consequences with, say, queers, for example. They are open and inviting because they have long since learned that there are times where being aggressive and being mean and being rude are less effective than being nice. The reason why the gay club feels so free and inviting, and that you can be a straight man that can sit in the club and drink a drink, and no one's gonna fucking put a finger in your butthole, unless you ask them to, really nicely, is because consent is something that they do not take as a joke. The reason why you have the ability to feel so safe is because it is a standard amongst queer knowledge and ideology and dogma as a social group and as a survival mechanic. It's mostly the second one, survival mechanic, that you don't take for granted things that otherwise people would take for granted. Because if you take it for granted, it means that not only do you not appreciate it, you think that it's always going to be available, and it is not. All of the many, many issues that have come as the consequence of being a part of things that were a part of the nature of almost all of the last 50 is a good amount of time, right? I forget when Harvey Milk was assassinated, but 50, 60, 70 years. Let's call it 70. For 70 years amongst the big gay, back when the LGBT actually meant LGBT and not basically a strong Microsoft password, all of the history of queer knowledge and queer existence was specifically based on those people having the ability to trust that safe people are safe people. And they have such high defenses, and they have such high levels of trust, because they built the high trust society where they can have the high trust society. Because the alternative to that is the normal society they live in, which is effectively a medium to low level society. They can't trust normal people to treat them the same way, because like I had argued before on a broadcast, the way that you should view black people is that they are basically an ethno-religious cultural site, not undifferent than the ethno-religious Jews. And queers are the exact same. Because while any kind of person can be a queer person, the kind of mental state and the kind of argumentative state that is created... Why am I walking? I can teleport!
I was wondering, like, you mentioned it earlier. So I'm gonna play
zoom, zoom, zoom!
Rivals while we talk.
But the mental capacity and the mental argumentation that comes from having the ability to have the conversation about whether or not you are a safe person to be around with other people, or a safe place is safe to be around other people, came from the understanding that you had to actually test the environments and test the waters to know if you would be in a safe environment upon which to say these things and do these things. And that is part of that reality for most. If we, as a people, the queer people, were to have that conversation amongst everyone, open and honestly, the open and honest part of the conversation, I should save. The open and honest part of that conversation is that there is expectation that equal treatment is a given and a standard.
Hey, Carl.
Not a right. Yeah, what?
Since I'm playing Marvel Rivals, Dax wanted to join in and speak with me. Would it be alright if he joined in?
He wants to play Marvel Rivals?
Yeah, he wants to play Marvel Rivals with me. And I was wondering if he could join in and like speak.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, I'm just asking you just because it's your stream. You call it how you see it.
Where is he?
Hold on. I'll bring him in. You can keep going.
Okay. How stunted are people socially? A lot, Foster. Actually. In the States and in the EU, definitely a lot. In Japan, not in the queer sense, but in the social sense, not very much, but they are socially crippled in a capacity of generational and cultural standards across the board. So, like, the defrauding conversation in the queer spaces kind of goes something a little like, this person isn't a safe person to be around. Why is that? Well, so-and-so did 11 things to me when I was considered a youth. We have to do a safety check to make sure that this person is not hung around. Meanwhile, in the modern space, hey, this person is a bastard. Why are they a bastard? They did cringe shit when they were a kid, and then after becoming a cringe person, they were doing even more cringe shit that was a problem for us later down the line. And then, why should we care? Well, this is bad because this person's become a danger for everybody, and we don't want to deal with the consequences that come with such a cringe person and cringe people being around us in this capacity. It makes us feel even deeperly unsafe. So we want this person to basically disarm themselves to show that they are that they are a safe person by depowering themselves and putting themselves at our mercy. God damn! This one knight is just smacking the shit out of me. They would want to do more dangerous things to me. So the only way that I can argumentatively say this can turn out well is that I have to get you to forever put yourself in deeper and deeper chains and deeper connections and deeper disrespectful examples of conversational concepts so that I can know that you're a safe person by effectively making you put your balls in my hand. So I can squeeze. Specifically, I have to be given the permission to do this. If I'm not given the permission to do this, that means this person is always dangerous, constantly, onwards and forever. No matter how much a person could behave in this compunction, you can't undo the consequences that come with that conversation and that are a part of that issue. I gotta go down. That are a part of that issue, because ultimately you have to be so willing to just accept open slander at all times. And that just become the way of the world. You have to accept slander because you have made somebody feel so uncomfy that for the rest of your life, you gotta hang with this giant thing over your fucking head. Whereas anybody else in the world would never take that slander. They would never take that slander. They would never accept that bullshit. They would never take that insult in the normal world. But that's just what is expected in the queer world. But that conversation's always had by the women, not the men. That's kind of how that conversation works amongst those kinds of people. In those particular circles where it happens. And I wish that that were not the situational case for most of the conversations, because in order to undo that part of the problem, you kind of just have to accept that that's how the queer scene works for the most part. Is it unfair? You betcha, but they're not going to stop doing it. And that's just how the cookie crumbles. I think I have to run past them. It's just how the cookie crumbles. Is he in here?
Huh, Dax?
Yes. Okay. Hello, Dax.
Yeah, he's here. He's just quiet.
I only have one monitor still. I can't look at something else without tapping out.
Yep.
Black community is a lot different when it comes to this problem. Normal society, they're not trained on how to handle this. Black people, we just don't trust people, period. Ever. Like, ever. Not many black people want to admit that. But we logistically do not trust people inherently. Should I be leveling off these guys? I could. Sylvando's pretty low level. Nobody wants to tell that honest truth amongst the Black Caucus, but the Black Caucus does not trust people in general. If you were to ask generations like my mother, they would say, we don't trust them because of Tuskegee, and we don't trust them because of Black Harlem, and blase, 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 blase. Most black people don't trust other people because we've seen our own people fuck people over when all they had to do was to stay in the fucking pocket and make money. For that, you can look over at the SMP connection. Like, every single member of Kai Cenat's entourage, with the exception of, like, IShowSpeed, is a perfect example of exactly what I mean by all you gotta do is stay in the pocket and make content. You don't gotta do anything, you ain't gotta work that hard, you literally just have to make videos and live stream, and that is it. and that's too hard for them. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Okay, here we go.
And the less we say, the better about how black people have treated queer people. I live 2 hours away from Atlanta. I know exactly how people treat people from Atlanta. We all have a Thanos Atlanta button, Thanos Atlanta, Georgia immediately button that all of us would be more than happy to press. But you can't undo what creates that outlook, because that outlook was invented by other people being a problem for other people, and effectively holding us hostage to how they behaved, and making us embarrassed for how they behave. We wish that we could undo that is how that works out, but that is how the conversation has worked for about the last 20 years.
Okay, here we
Especially in the black community. Now, there have been people, like Busta Rhymes, for example, who've come around on their queer phobia, just in general, but that was because they had to have something else teach them to be fair to those people, so that they could actually deal with the problem completely.
I know you are scurrying.
And that's one of those consequential issues that, to this day, we still got to deal with it. Because unfortunately, there's no way to easily square this circle. We have more.
But I understand you never told.
Yeah. We ultimately, as a social group, have to be unwilling to unfuck that horse. And it's really hard to unfuck that horse because the standard is met by dumb people, and there's way too many dumb people inside of the Black Caucus. There's no nice way to say that. It's very soy to have to say, but there's too many dumb people. And it's because they're lazy. They think it's somebody else's problem, that it's not going to affect them. And in hoping that it affects somebody else, and that they don't have to give a shit, it then becomes the job of everybody involved in the conversation to hold them accountable. So by the time it gets back to the queer community, how many black queers? We don't even have to go to, like, the community. How many black queers in my audience, in my server, are there? Like 10. Which accounts for both myself and you.
Yeah.
Put 10 of us in a room with 100 white people that are a part of the gay community. I can almost promise you, one of us is going to get shunned. Because they're going to say, oh, you're not really queer.
Our work isn't done yet.
That creates the vicious cycle. That means we can never be free of any of this shit. Some people are unwilling to admit that that's how hateful that they are. But that's life. It's just life. Just gotta deal with it. Just have to accept it. No matter how dirty and sloppy it is. Would I say that most people would you say that most social problems have been accelerated by COVID lockdowns? Not completely. Not completely. COVID has played a part with accelerationism, but the hatred was always there.
Don't come back.
The hatred, the resentment, the shunning, it was always there. People have always been willing to treat and shun whomever they thought it was acceptable to shame and shun.
I mean, it's totally fine. Yeah.
Yeah.
Whoever doesn't fit the square is not going to be useful to them. That's just for a lot of society.
Mm-hmm. Like, it'd be fair if it weren't the case, and people could blame a lot of it on COVID. The only thing that has changed the platform in that capacity on that issue has actually been a event rather than COVID. COVID put a lot of people inside where they started stewing on a lot of dumb ideas. That's not what caused it. What really caused this, I'm gonna say something. And Dax and Marcus, I want you to tell me if I'm right or wrong. DreamCon.
I love DreamCon, so I can't tell you.
Have you seen clips?
No.
Okay. Marcus, how do you feel about what I just said?
DreamCon, would you be referring to the outdoor parties or
all of it?
All of it as a whole. I remember DreamCon. Sorry, not. You know, I honestly, it's a sphere that I'm not really in. Even though I go to conventions, which is the funny part.
When it comes to a lot of these social issues and the social antiquity of the issues, I blame things like DreamCon, because DreamCon has been where some of these people have basically gone to escape from the issues that come from being involved in these social circles and these conversations. But the more people have associated themselves with the concerns, the more obvious it became that the people concerning themselves were more invested in being a part of the attention of the drama than actually being a part of the solution for the drama. And every time that the drama has come to a standstill and to a head, it has almost always been the case that as long as a person could make attention for themselves and bring attention for themselves, that's right, I'm supposed to jump off the bridge, that could come from attention for themselves and bring attention for themselves for most of the situations that they could be invested into. There has been a conversation that basically happened front stage center. Might as well take this combat, they're about to level. There's been a conversation about the various different ways that they would take accountability and that we would take accountability as people in those social connections. That just being black meant that we were supposed to be together and be on the same side of issues, despite the fact that some people make us look retarded, which is where skin folk ain't kinfolk comes from. And then all of that just collapses into base level colorism. Being on the correct side of the line and margin and borders, to the point where the conversation becomes about how enough black people are involved and included so that they don't feel like they're not a part of the conversation, when by having been a part of these many conversations, they have demonstrated a need to control the optics, which then leads to them cutting out the queered people, the users that aren't, usually more the femmes, more than the blacks. Which is why that video from FD Signifier and from Pillboy was so aggressive that I chose to criticize it. Where we are supposed to basically sabotage ourselves on behalf of black femmes so that they feel included, when if it were the other way around, we would never see the light of day or hear the light of day, ever. All of those things go together in the conversation. /tag. All of those things go together to create the problem that pretty much hostages most of us to not having a voice to give or a space to have to ourselves, that you might as well just assume they're going to treat you like dog shit forever. And in treating us like dog shit forever, they also expect some of us to just like let them get away with the slander. Because it's better to make them feel comfortable than to be comfortable with ourselves in some capacity. A bunch of slander, both ways of the conversation. But that's just what happens to be the norm. And in that being the expected norm, you kind of can't get away from the sadness that comes from having to isolate yourself, because it's better to isolate yourself so that you can trust yourself in your own state of mind than let other people tell you that you're not trustworthy and you're not capable of being worth the investment to get to know, because there's no benefit of basically using you for what you're worth if they can't get something socially out of you. And that's all like the basic manipulation we've all seen and dealt with since like forever. It's a constant ping pong ball. It's retarded, but there's not much you can really do about it. Unless you're willing to just, you know, deal with retardation forever, or just dealing with slander forever. I'd rather deal with the slander more than anything else. 124 damage to the head? Now, how do you necessarily feel about it, Marcus? Because I feel differently than most people do, because I have the time to think about it all the time.
Yeah, well... one second here. Oh, whoa, dude. Get the hell away from me.
You are nothing.
Cool. Give him a second check. He needs the ability to speak.
I'm sorry, I'm playing Gambit right now
I see.
in this, so...
Filibuster,
He is-
filibuster.
Now that I understand how he actually is meant to be played, he's pretty good. Oh.
Serena, honey.
Yeah, get reduced healing, buddy.
Seven. Yeah, Veronica, fuck. The conversation might get away from the chat, so he might not be able to answer the question. It is what it is, though.
Yeah, not at this moment. I apologize.
Let's see here. Non-straight people and minorities being weaponized and used against political opponents and being a wrecking ball in a glass house? Usually, yes. Most issues like these are designed to be activistic by design and are designed to stop people from having the chance to actually be people and instead become conversational placards first and foremost. They are only designed to allow you the chance to speak if you act in a capacity and in a way that allows you to only be seen as a useful fool and idiot. The less you know, the better. But in the capacity in which it matters, most conversations effectively cycle around whether or not a targeted minority is going to be focused out as not allowed to speak. You can't currently guess those, blah blah blah. And if that person in that community is enough of a targeted figure that they can't be allowed to speak, they have to deal with the consequential slander that comes with not being able to be a part of that group of people that can speak and be spoken to. Please sland. Yeah! Forces man use attack damage. Ow. They will always be a useful fool, upon which many people are more than happy to take the slander of, and to accept the slander of, if for no other reason than because it makes for good conversational knowledge and good conversational capacity. Because of course, most of those people, I thought I made you not cast. Most of those people are themselves frauds. And they mostly get away with doing the actions that they do because to hold most people accountable is nearly impossible unless you... Motherfucker healed himself. Unless you are willing to take the consequences that come with the capacity of most insults to the character that many of us have to deal with. Some more than others. And he's down. It's almost been the case always that somebody has always been the target of such manipulation, slander, and aggression. But usually only from the angle of a man using a woman. Usually somebody using the woman as a shield for their behavior. The pun was not intended.
Oh, Eric.
I'm on a boat! I'm on a boat! Hey, damn motherfucker, I'm on a boat! And now it's time to find the gambling. If I can figure out where gambling is. And these are just like some of the many ways in which the simulacrum of most problems can be usually found out and asserted, in most capacities and others. It is a madhouse. Because it's, there's a post on here on TikTok that basically fully encapsulates the point I'm trying to make here. Where is it? I'm looking for a fat girl outside near a tree. 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 I swear that's not me being tongue-in-cheek. That is literally how I remember most of these videos sometimes. Fat girl outside near a tree. 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 Looking. Did I not save over it and resave it when I saved it? God damn, there's so many fucking things that I saved here for the purposes of this goddamn conversation. Yeah, it might take a second. Go back up.
I wasn't anywhere near him, what? Oh my fucking god. Are you fucking kidding me, bro?
They're in fact not kidding you.
Oh, that was annoying. Sorry, I was in the zone because I was trying to focus so hard at playing Gambit.
Mm-hmm.
I fucking hate... What was our team even doing?
Probably the same shit that my team's gonna be doing once I get to Deadlocked.
Because... We had Squirrel Girl, we had a Spider-Man, we had you as Black Cat, but then you switched to Elsa, Dex.
You there? One mic with me, I didn't even realize. We just couldn't dive through anyway because they went to 3 healers and they had 2 dive tanks.
Yep.
So all they had to do was have one of the tanks turn around, and because they have 3 heals, we just can't kill them.
Yeah. That's the annoying part about triple supports. There's no real way of actually like going against them, other than just going the same route that they are going.
Honestly, I think Blade probably would have been a better option. Maybe.
Folllowed.
If they were playing Hulk and Cat, Blade can kind of just scrap it out with them and not die.
Or Wolverine.
Or Wolvie, but Wolvie just doesn't have self-healing like Blade does.
That's true. Which is weird considering that it's Wolverine.
Did I unfavorite and not refavorite? It is.
But it is what it is.
I'm struggling to find this fucking thing that I'm looking for. Anyways, there was a girl who basically was reading off all the Asians before then going like blah, 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 their tongue, because there are so many things that people love to have infinite conversations about that they turn every single conversation into a meta-narrative that never ends, because everybody's got to put their opinion into it. Because when one person has a conversation, 10 other people have something they want to say, then 10 other people have something they want to say, but they don't think out how they want to say it, they just want to tag on to it to feel special and important. One cannot let the limelight go to waste, basically. Ugh. They gotta figure out a better organization system for shit on TikTok. It should not take me that long to try and find something. Anyways. Gambling, 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 gambling.
Gambling, yes. Where was I? Fuck. What was the question that you were trying to have me answer?
The conversational sphere of how many people have effectively been sacrificed on the pedestal for people to be victims, despite not having actually been victimized.
People being sacrificed on that. I mean, it's pretty apparent. It happens a lot. It happens quite a lot. In career spaces, people get shut down pretty fucking quick when they're saying bullshit. And what I mean by this is that oftentimes, if somebody is saying bullshit, they'll typically try to keep it on the hush.
Let's keep at it.
I'm amongst some of the first ones that probably crash out and bomb and cuss. But that's me. I don't think there are many people that are known for crashing out amongst the queers that will do what African Americans will do. That itself is actually a conversation itself to be had. Dax, do you think that African Americans crash out a lot more than any group in civilization, period?
Yes, they do.
What do you think causes that?
Don't know. Poor impulse control. Lack of fatherhood in most people.
How about you, Marcus? What's your best guess?
My best guess? One second. Sorry, Spider-Man was being a little pissant right now. Or was that Catwoman? Black Cat. Yeah. But, the usual reason is usually because some people just do not. You know how like a lot of people are like, mind your damn business, mind your damn business. Yeah, for certain people that in the black community, that is a thing that they will say, but never ever actually like use.
Oh dear.
I'm pretty sure most niggas mind people's business because they don't know whether or not somebody else's business is gonna make them rich.
How wonderful.
If there's at least one thing that I can expect out of African Americans, it's for someone to try to look for a come up. I think the first ever example I saw of some sheer dumbass niggatry was the pink sauce lady. Never had it. Never will have it, especially when they said that it could give you botulism. But man, niggas love that shit.
Okay.
Couldn't tell you why.
Let me just basically fucking piss off.
Let's heat things up.
I put it to chat. Chat, why do you think African Americans crash out so much? And mind you, I am making the differential between African Americans and niggas. We know why niggas crash out. Every black male in this room knows exactly why niggas crash out. We don't have to even have that discussion, do we? I have to assume they're locked in again, but I'm just going to assume that they know the answer is yes.
I said, we know. We know.
Yeah. This is the canal. Can't go past the canal. So it should be over here. So that's the city.
No, stop. Get the fuck out of my way, you trick ass bitch.
Did I do all right?
Scales. I like you. This is...
Oh, where did my team got pushed the fuck off due to Devil Dino, or
Yeah,
what's
with
happening?
Devil Dino. Your ult hit him though, so he killed him.
Okay, duly noted.
Yes, they will ghost. Now I can go do that quest. Yeah, these ones have copper swords. The other ones have steel swords.
What is their white fox doing in the back of it?
I don't fucking know, dude. I need healing. Thank you. Did he miss?
I think he hit somebody.
Ah, bad. Nope. You're not living. Spider-Man. Here.
Melanin.
Are you just staring at Loki's ass this whole time?
What do you mean I'm Loki? So of course.
A more serious answer would be the circumstances of their birth and the people around them. It's definitely a factor, but that's not usually the only explainer that exists. A lot of it is unfortunately the consequences of what happens when you refuse to hold people accountable and accountable. Because circumstances can only account for so much. There was a post on Twitter that I wrote about how one of the things that kind of is a factor for socioeconomic issues that can affect African Americans is the fact that African Americans don't often get opportunities for things like scholarships and things like chances to be mentored. See if I can find it.
That was a good game because we could deal with their dives. I'll be right back. I gotta take this.
Let's see here. Not this one, not this one, not this one, not this one, this one, this one, not this one, not this one. It's gotta be in my media.
Yeah.
It's not that. It's not that. It's not that. It's not that. It's not that one, it's not that one, it's not that one. It's not that one. It's not that one. It's not this one, it's not that one. It's not that one. It's not this one. It's not this one. It's not this one. It's not that one. I'm struggling to find it, but I remember what I said. African Americans don't often get the ability to pull themselves up by, quote, their bootstraps, because in order to pull themselves up by their bootstraps, air quote, it means that they have to actually have been given the socioeconomic opportunities in which to have the chance to have this ability to create the space, which then dictates this ability for them to be safe and secure, so that they don't have to worry about the things that will affect them in the future, that will hold them back from being able to deliver on what would make for black excellence in the first place. Ah, found it. I had to go inside my server. What I said was, quote, use a better quote, I create a timeline capture for a reason. I don't often use it. I had said, and I quote, that the opinion is retarded concerning somebody's analogy. The analogy being the sentence, people who aren't worthy of the minimum wage, explains everything that you need to know about the people who are considered amongst the right. And the post itself was in reference, full page, to a tweet that had the image, no minimum wage versus minimum wage. It eliminates the possibility for people to join the job market who aren't worthy of the minimum wage due to a lack of experience, etc. This person, when they say the sentence, people who aren't worthy of the minimum wage, highlights the word minimum. My post says, your opinion is retarded because the word that should be highlighted in the sentence is worthy. Eliminating the possibility of people to join the job market who aren't worthy of the minimum wage due to a lack of experience, etc. Because the logic is consistent, the thing that the person is claiming, that allegedly the problem is the minimum wage and not worthiness of wealth, is false. Jobs require on-site experiences. Schools, college, temp work, extracurriculars all count as on-site and as actionable work experience. Guess who don't get opportunities to do things with extracurriculars, going to college, being able to apply for structured temp work, not just I know a guy who knows a guy who knows a guy who's a friend of my cousin, and having the chance to do extracurriculars. Poor people don't. The reason why poor people wouldn't have the ability to accost for that, Dax, you can chime in if you've experienced this yourself. because I've experienced this on both sides of the equation, both on the upper middle class and on the lower middle class spectrum. The problem that you have to deal with, that is the constant between these two factors, is you effectively have a group of people that separate the world between the haves and the have-nots. And the problems between the haves and the have-nots is they effectively behave as though there is a separate phraseology and a separate expectation that rewards them a difference of action and opinion that feeds into this idea that things are not the way that they obviously are, because they think that the world just stopped having common sense. Like, you as an African American who is poor, you walk into a store with less than $20 to your name, and you act like there aren't people who are going to look at you like you're too poor to be in the store. That is obvious childhood fantasies that don't really happen that often, because most people, they don't think that way now. But if you were a person growing up in the past, in the 90s, in the 80s, in the early aughts, that was a causality. There were people, there were places, there were stores, even in a mall, even like the shit-ass mall in my town, where there were people who are going to look at you like you don't deserve to be here. You don't deserve to belong here. You're not amongst the people who are belonging to what we consider to be an acceptable group that are deserving of the right to be involved and to be in the association that we think is acceptable for you and us and they. From dealing with problems. And for most people, when you are dealing with that kind of bigotry and judgment and racism, you know for a fact that you feel a lot different when you have money than when you don't have money. Which is why there's so many African Americans that are often making a fool of themselves once they do get a little bit of green in their pocket. Because that's part of what happens when you're trying to undo what is generational levels of degradation and drama to yourself and to others. You have to deal with the fact that a lot of those stupid choices come from what happened when you didn't have money to when you then do have money. To look down on some people and say the reason they act that way is because they've never had a little bread in their pocket feels unfair, but it's real. A man who is secure in his wealth isn't going to act crazy with his money compared to somebody who's new rich. So, even amongst people that are old money and new money is almost always going to act like they have a chip on their shoulder. And it leads them to have to worry about how they came up out the mud and how they had to get theirs, versus just being a normal person who doesn't put all of that resentment against other people. They don't hold that resentment, they're not that angry, and they don't let it eat them alive when other people will let them eat them alive. That's just your opinion.
I can definitely see that.
Have you ever experienced it?
Ever had a problem like that?
No? Never?
Experience it? No.
Have you seen it happen out in the world?
Are mainly on like online stuff, but like that's about it.
Okay. For me, I feel like a lot of the problems are caused by lots of things, but most especially a lot of the basic shit that we could solve is caused by a layer of several issues that all affect each other. The most simple and easy and common ones are hatred. General upcut hatred. Just up in the cut, mad as hell, don't know who they're angry at, but they know that they're angry at and about something. Try to do what you can to help them. They don't want to be helped. They don't want to be saved. Don't save them. But the more that you do to help them out, the more insulted they feel that you didn't decide to put yourself at their hands. Because, hey, we niggas too. What, you don't want to help us? And sometimes the answer is no, I can't help y'all because y'all are too crazy. Choosing to get invested and involved with people who you can't recognize where they're standing makes them more of a danger to have around you than to have a separate from you. And it's not because of loving them at a distance, and that if you don't trust them or work with them, that makes you a fraud. It is the fact that if I were to bring this person into my entourage, just like we were having the conversation earlier, I would have to always have to watch over my shoulder. I would constantly have to watch over my shoulder. And the number one reason why I'd have to look over my shoulder all of the time is because if I were not to, the second I look away, you're gonna get me roped into some shit that I don't want to be involved in, and now I have to fight for my fucking life. It would be easier to avoid it if I don't let those people in the entourage. And they are the first ones to bomb out and cuss and say, you don't really care about people, you just want to look out for yourself. And it's like, yep, I have to. Because I can't trust y'all.
Okay.
Welcome back. Every time I've had to have that conversation with people, it has almost always been somebody who comes from a different class of individual. And the classes and castes amongst African Americans is some of the most embarrassing shit I have ever had the displeasure to witness. Because you can't talk people out of it.
A lot of the time, it's usually the crab in the bucket analogy.
Yes. And when you try to talk people out of it, they are so stuck in that mindset, you cannot get them out. Because it is real to them. It doesn't mean that it's not real. It means it's real to them. It's real to them in a way that everybody else in the world...
I'm just dead here, aren't I?
...has kind of dealt with in various ways. But everybody doesn't deal with it the same. And helping people undo generational pain and trauma is never easy, and it will never come simple. Because the things that affect people in this way are problems that you have to live through yourself first before you can give advice about it. And unfortunately, advice for people who live in the hood will never work for people who come from wealth, and the advice from wealth will never be actionable by the people who are from the South Side. They can't work, not because, for example, what I was talking about earlier, about taking advice from a poor man about how you are going to learn how to make money. The actual problem is that you don't think they're telling you the truth, basically. A heavy distrust of rich African Americans versus poor African Americans have a constant. They have a constant. And it's that they think everybody's lying to them. They think everybody is lying to them, and they can't trust them. Because if you were rich, why would you tell another person how to get a come-up? They wouldn't be able to act on the information. If it was easy, everybody would know how to do it, and everybody would exploit the information. But they don't know how to do it, because everybody tries to exploit the information, and still fuck it up when they do. So how could you be able to get them to understand how serious it is unless it is anything close to, like, common truth. It just doesn't click. It doesn't click. It's hard to explain this without using big words, so I'm going to try to use an analogy. The Fresh Prince of Bel-Air is the reason why people continue to make fun of people that literally are Carlton to this day. And in choosing to make fun of those people, they will never find a man that will take care of them and live with them and pull them out of squalor, because they're not willing to give the space for that person to lift them out of their problems in life, because social norms dictate they have to mock that person all the time. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Yeah. Where's the healer, huh? Okay. What the hell is like? What the hell are our healers doing?
Alright, found her.
We have 3 minutes on the clock.
It might be confusing for some of the people playing the home game, but if you've lived enough of a life experience, you know what I'm talking about. I hate this fucking quest. You gotta go talk to the bitch, then you get to fucking talk to her. Where is she? Damn it. I hate this. I hate this quest. Oh my god.
Okay, wait. So Spider-Man's just picking off our team, and we can't do a whole lot about it. Oh, that's great.
Hello, Plesky. Hi, poor Pearson. What were we talking about? African Americans treating other African Americans badly because they come from a different life of poverty. Poor to poor, rich to rich, rich to poor, and poor to rich. I've gotten money, not anything crazy, and my first act was to get a used Switch 2 before my current situation, so I thought I could eat the rest of my savings, no problem. Personally, I'm still poor and I grew up that way. The only experience I've had was not being able to play the same games my friend did because of price. Nothing wrong with looking out for number one. This also led to me being questioned as to why I play weird games, aka RP and JRPGs. Pro Squeeder is making me want to chimp out. Can't do nothing about that, bro. Get good! Get good! For me, one of the moments that live in my memory forever is a bit
dive DPS.
But it wasn't
Nope, couldn't do fucking anything because we have 2 fucking dive DPS for no reason.
It was an event in my town that the student life group that my sister founded designed and invented called Nerdcon. After one of these years' event, I think it was the first one I ever attended as a member of staff, we went to the local IHOP that was outside of my then childhood home. I went there with very little money in my pocket, and I had to stand the embarrassment that people who said, "Oh yeah, I'm gonna come through and help you, bro, no problem," wouldn't open their pocketbook to help me cover my check. I ordered a little bit too much. I needed to cover it, and I couldn't. Because we were all supposed to be eating together as a group. But by the time that check came, all the poor niggas didn't want to open their pocketbook for a dime. And they're not one. One person who helped was a personal friend. To me.
I'll stop there for now, Dex.
And that personal friend gave me a look, not of pity or of shame, but of concern. I have not forgotten the look on his face since, as he then opened his own wallet and paid my way for my meal. And when I looked over at the niggas who said, "Oh yeah, we're gonna take care of everyone, we're gonna take care of everything. It's not gonna be any problem, Carl." That was the first time I learned that lesson about some people don't care to know if you're gonna win. They want to see if you'd win. Because they thought shit was sweet. And ultimately, didn't really give a shit about if I'd have to do work in that kitchen, have to take out shit trash, or if I'd get arrested. Because if I had walked at that building thinking they'd take care of it, that's a legal falsehood, dine and dash. That allegedly if they catch you, there's nothing you can do about it. Oh no, they can throw your ass in jail and hold you overnight for it. I think the equivalency of what I would have had been held for is like a 3-night stay in jail. And each and every single one of them looked me in the fucking face and said, "Sorry, man, I can't shit I can do to help you." Very, very insulting. Very embarrassing. I've also been on the other side of that equation, where as the person with money, every Tom, Dick, and Harry wanted to ask me for help. And when I asked them for a simple ask, a very simple ask, they could not give me my very simple ask. Because they were not prepared to have to pay for it. Wild silence. They were not prepared for the evidentiary of that conversation and what it would cost them, because it was supposed to be much easier and much more convenient for them than any other normal problem. I think the first time it happened was basically somebody asking me to pay their way because of people I was associated around and with. The second time, it was because I just came in some new money. And the people in general didn't see a problem with just simply asking me for cash because, hey, Carl's supposed to be a person who helped me out. And then the third time, and many times since then, have been occasional friends and associates simply asking if they can hold some money because they had it in a bad way and they needed the assistance.
Let's do this.
To not end up needing worse help down the line. The kind of conversation of like, bro, I need like $100, and if I don't get $100, I'm gonna need to pay $1,000 down the road type shit. The last specific time this was relevant for us in my audience was when we did a fundraiser for the community member, Alice Darkscales. That is a personal friend of mine that I have known for years, since high school. She moved out of town, had a different life, moved, and things happened to her, and it was the case that we needed help raise money to help her keep her place. Now, despite us doing that, some shit has happened. I'm not going to go into detail there because I don't want to embarrass her about it. But the long and short of it was, she asked me for help. I said, I will help you. No, it's not even a question. Of course I'm going to help you. somebody else, hearing about me helping her, came up to me and was like, "Hey Carl, I heard that you're raising thousands of dollars for people. Can I have $150 so I can buy a video game so I can play it with you on camera, bro?" Nigga, do you realize how many times my eyes rolled in the back of my fucking head?
Some people don't really have the whole... There's no tact. There's like... You're asking somebody to come over and, you know, do that shit. But, like, the reason why they're actually out here doing that is because of the fact that they themselves are helping others who are in a very bad financial situation in their life.
I think it was by about year 7, year 8, year 9, year 10. Because we're in, like, what, year 12, 13 of me being online as a serious content creator, holding myself in a serious capacity. Where I had to accept the fact that not everybody's my motherfucking friend, and can have the potential to be a friend. That they will just use you for whatever they think you're good for, use your ass up, and throw you away. So not only did I tell this person no, I told them fuck no, and don't ever ask me about money again. Because this person was somebody who basically had more than enough for themselves. They had a well-off job. And the entire goal that they had asked me the money for was so that they could just simply get somebody to pay for the equivalent of a free meal for them. Free video game in this case.
Let's go.
And they were trying to use the idea of having somebody on camera with me to hang out as we are right now talking. Because back then, there was plenty of issues that came from socialites around me that had me looking like in a bad way. Where it's like I could use the exposure, I could do this or that or whatever, but I was not gonna, you know, I was not gonna about get on my knees. I was not about to get on my knees for no man and woman who wasn't my partner. Because the fuck I look like get on my knees for you. That shit hurts. I can't bend my knees like that. And from there, I just started looking at a lot of situations that I would like openly and willingly jump into. Especially when it came to financials. Like, what am I actually getting out of this situation? What has this person done for me lately? Will this person reciprocate if I ask them to? Will they get upset and throw a hissy fit if they did? How quickly does money come to them? Is it the case that something that they would try to offer me, like a small little pittance, like it's the last dollar they have, is basically what they make in a day? Compared to what I have to do in a fortnight? Things like that. And the more and more I started to pay attention to those kinds of instigations, the more obvious it became to me how many people were fake around me. It was a very depressing moment. Because on one side of the equation, I could understand exactly how I was finding myself in these situations with these people who wanted nothing more from me than the chance to say that they truly care about what happens, but could not give a fuck about what happens next. Invitations to go to conventions, invitations to hang out with people, invitations to be on content with people, but I effectively had to be the butt of a joke. Now I was not about to do that, because I knew my worth. Very disappointing. Very disappointing. And then every single time I would tell people like this, and most especially the first time somebody told me shit like this. The slurs, Marcus. The slurs! I think the funniest one somebody once said to me is, "You nappy-headed nincompoop, who the fuck are you to turn down this deal? Do you think people are ever gonna give you a fucking chance and look at you twice, you fat fuck?"
People, unironically, when they have that kind of situation ongoing, they see anything of a rejection as insult. It's literally the offer you cannot refuse. But I can.
It does not help that the people who were making these offers were users of Kiwi Farms, but these were people back there that like had the wealth and money to give suggestions about how you should do things, right?
Veronica wins again.
My entire problem with the propositions that they kept offering was basically, you want me to take money behind the scene, but publicly you want me to be a punching bag for your comments. I'm not doing that. Because if I'm going to accept something and do something, not only is it going to be the case that people are going to know that you specifically asked me to be here in this room and be associated in this involvement with these people to do this thing that you want to take advantage of, you are going to have to accept the fact that you're going to get in front of this camera and you're going to live and you're going to own that you brought me here. I ain't come here to beg for it. You offered it to me, and I took it. And while I did take it, that doesn't mean that I'm a whore.
Easy peasy.
Because back then, e-whore equals does something for money and or does something for fun. And it's like, no, no, no. I'm not an e-whore. You asked me to come into this room. You asked me for my presence. You're not going to introduce me to people by things that you've heard me say if I'm not the one that says them. I'm not gonna randomly take those kind of insults. I'm not gonna take those kind of comments. To think that I would is ridiculous. It means that you do not understand things about my character in which you already should. Because why the fuck would you think I'd ever accept that? Or be for that, or go for that?
Let's do this.
On top of take this money and be a punching bag so that we can have infinite entertainment, why, especially amongst Kiwi farmers, would I allow you to rewrite the narrative of my history and you're not going to correct the record? Which I think for me was probably the biggest sticking point with this proposition that these people were trying to offer me. Because they were trying to offer me a coding job where basically you signed up on the internet to go to be a part of a, it's like Fiverr, but for coders. It's not boot.dev, it was something different. But it's basically like boot.dev. You basically do, like, coding jobs for Fiverr, like, cash and money. How am I going to take money for this thing that you want me to be invested in, but you can't give me the due diligence that comes with
Our work isn't done.
owning the fact that that's what you want to have happen? You want me to be invested in this thing and do some shit in which I do not recognize as valuable, while wanting me to embarrass myself and be a personal punching bag where I would not otherwise be invested or involved if I respect myself enough to not let a person do that. Which many of these people were not willing to, like, accept as a part of the consequence. And then, alongside the insult and injury of those situations, there we go, on top of putting myself in those instances, in those situations, and accepting the slander that comes with the social embarrassment of basically having to do that for money because that's something that legitimately would be helpful for someone like me, why then would I put myself at the fucking feet of people like fucking Null, which is to say Joshua Moon of Kiwi Farms, who will lie about the reasons why somebody's doing something as much as he will for other people as he does for himself? Why would I do that? What would possess me and the fresh Frankenstein fuck to debase myself that way, and you don't tell the truth about why I'm doing it? I'll explain it a different way. If I had to take a job as a stripper, and I had to... Metal slime! If I had to treat myself like a stripper, one metal slime stayed. If I had to treat myself like a stripper, and assume... Yeah! And I had to assume that I would have to take an unscrupulous amount of money to do an embarrassing amount of things, like sexual favors to Elon Musk. And by doing said sexual favors to Elon Musk, that then afforded me the ability to pull my family out of poverty. Metal globules. To pull myself out of poverty. Why would I let somebody know that I do that for information if they're not somehow paying my way with this behavior? Like, hey, bro, I need you to drive me to Elon Musk's mansion. Why? I gotta go suck his dick for $5,000 an hour. $500 an hour for some sloppy toppy? My nigga, you know I gotta tell everybody on the online that you doing it. Like, why would I do that? The fuck? Now, the more realistic example here is what I talked about earlier in the server. Don't say it live on camera. I had to go do something yesterday because of the fact I have to actually make that kind of equation right now concerning money. I would not do that otherwise if that were not a concern that I felt was not necessary for me to do. But I have to do it because that's how dire it is right now. I'm not going into poverty anytime soon, mind you. That's not the point of what I'm saying. What I'm saying is that I want to have a little bit of extra money so that I don't have to worry about certain things right now. And one of the things I gotta do to make sure that doesn't happen is the thing that I went to go do yesterday. And I'm gonna have to go do it again on Saturday. And I'm gonna have to do it again every Tuesday and Saturday. And it's gonna suck, but I have to do it. Because that's what I gotta do in order to survive. The people around you that would just volunteer that information because they think the shit's cute and find it hilarious and something to talk about, I will break their fucking little necks before I ever let somebody do that to me. And ultimately, especially amongst blacks, it's because for them, that's just what people do. Or at least African Americans. In like the social vernacular of like America. That's what niggas do. And they've been trained to do it. And as much as you don't want to blame them for it, it's like, I expect better. Especially if you know better. It's a physical constant of trust. And as I've learned amongst the African American diaspora, there are some people who are more than willing to break that trust and to throw you to the fucking wolves if it means that they get a social come up. If they can benefit somehow, they will fuck you over. Just because they were taught that's just what you do. When you see an opportunity, exploit it. Like a video game, almost. But it's not a game. When I started realizing shit like that, I started looking at the African American caucus as a group. And I didn't like what I saw. I didn't like what I saw. I didn't like who was doing it. I didn't like how they behaved. I didn't like how they performed. I didn't like how I was treated, despite them not realizing what I could do for themselves and myself collectively together. And I just pulled away. It was better for my sanity. Because once you're not connected to a person who behaves like that, you can do a lot for yourself. That's why when... Bless you. That's why when Avalon says you gotta look out for number one, it's like... Yes, but looking out for number one isn't as important as making sure everybody at the table eats. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah, sorry. Yeah. Oh, gosh.
Now, I don't know about for the two of you from the position of non-creators, because I was just taught that as a part of my family unit. It's like, if my mother has it her way, it's one of the things that you can call the addendum of what my family believes in as like a core philosophy. But I was taught that African Americans are supposed to look out for each other, and in looking out for each other, everybody gets a seat at the table and everybody eats. It might not mean that you eat first. It might not mean that your plate is as big as everybody else's. Because some people are more hungry than others. Message! But everybody at the table is going to eat. And in eating, some people are greedy as fuck. And they take more than they deserve. And then they get angry that you question why they take so much and why they eat so much. And in questioning that information and being angry about being asked that kind of question, they then come to you and say, why can't I do what you do? And obviously you gotta tell them, you can't do what I do because we live in two different separate kinds of worlds. You can't do what I do because it requires a certain set of skills. You can do something that I can't do, but you can't always do the shit that I do. Some people take this shit personal. Really, really deep and personal.
Let's go.
I gotta steal from these niggas. Let's see here. It'll take a second.
As somebody who's dealt with... Oh, no type of scratch. Interesting. I'll say this right now. There's a crap load of like different people that I've noticed that like they'll just have straight confirmation bias for like a crap load of stuff. Admittedly, it's been with like it's been with like what, Liam and Ninja, as well as like Violet, but like that's mainly because whenever they encounter being uncomfortable,
What's yours is
they
mine.
don't have the wherewithal to talk about it, at least from what I've gathered, and they don't like the idea of having the uncomfortable conversations. And I hope that you've noticed that too, Dax.
Yeah.
Like, they would rather, like, brush it under the rug than actually, like, have a conversation.
Yeah.
I notice that a lot myself. It makes me angry as shit. I have different versions of it that happen to me. The conversational version that happens between me and my partner is not exactly the same, but it has the simulacrum of feeling the same, because it pauses all forward momentum in a conversation, and then you can't talk about the thing that you need to talk about, because the other person hasn't decided that they're ready to talk about it. And it's something that has to be discussed.
The issue is that, like, admittedly, like, I get it, like, you don't want to have a conversation that, like, is really, really heavy in, like, emotional and, like, mental stuff, because it's not a... it's a situation of just completely... having to... Sorry. I'm just, like... I think I'm, like, getting sick or something. But... every single time that, like, me and, like, I talk about a conversation, I guess I get too heavy with my topics. Because, unironically, like, the one situation that I still kind of rings in my head to this day is the fact that Liam went up to me, or like had a discussion with me and saying like, hey, I noticed that you have a through line of characters that are like extremely edgy and they have really heavy backgrounds that deal with sexual assault, that being one of them. And I'm just like, yeah, because that is something that I am very aware of. I don't know if he said it for the sake of himself or for the sake of others, but he didn't want me to have those kinds of backstories anymore or have edgy characters, to say the least. Is everybody still here?
Yep.
I'm here.
Okay, sorry. I saw my internet went out. I was like, oh, please no. So, obviously, I'm always set to wonder, like, okay, so, like, I'll respect it. I'll understand about it. But at the same time, I'm just like, I don't know. Maybe I'm looking too much into it. I'm not so sure.
There is no such thing as looking too much into it. There's only expecting too much from people that you expect it to understand and to come to a certain position of, which is usually disappointing.
Yeah.
It puts a level of expectation on them that you expect them to be able to grasp something, but they're just not capable of having a conversation because that's not something that they prepared themselves to talk about that morning or that week or that day or whatever.
Yeah.
Mind you, it doesn't mean that the person's not capable of the conversation. Why does it keep giving me bandit blades? It doesn't mean that they're not capable of the conversation, but you don't want to have to constantly negotiate and fight for neutral, which is the other side of the equation. Especially in the context of the African American diaspora. Oh my god, niggas cannot fight for neutral to save their goddamn lives. Because in fighting for neutral, you are asking to be understood, and you should not have to ask to be given the space in which to do something that you thought should already have been acceptable. Did I get it? Yeah! Fuck, I got the bandit blade again. How am I pulling the rare spawn every time? You don't want to have to fight for neutral in this capacity, because you effectively have to do extra lifting, and it feels an unfair amount, because in my analogy of everybody wants to have a seat at the table, and everybody should get a seat at the table, and everybody should eat, you still have to end up providing for yourself. And usually what that ends up being is that in having hard conversations, you effectively have to be the one who's both the peacekeeper and the oathkeeper. And that doesn't feel fair when you basically are self-soothing while having to be the adult in the room. It happens a lot at fucking D&D tables, because D&D tables are where a lot of people that have never had a form of parallel play or have never associated and socialized outside of their own free, open stance position will have to accept the fact that the things that they ask for and that they advocate for, other people don't do. And in advocating for those things, they have to learn that they're asking for shit that they can't have the fairness of asking for to give if they don't give first. For your particular friend circle, I can talk about this because these people have already said they hated me, so I don't give a fuck. I will say it to their face, and I usually have. The audacity of saying something to somebody like me, such as, Carl has such nasty vibes. He has such grimy vibes. They said something where they equated me to a type of dirt. Dax would remember better than I do. Rancid, wait, I remember. Rancid vibes. Rancid vibes. Carl has such rancid vibes.
Yep.
And they expect me to not light them up. Every opportunity that I have to say, lick my balls, bitch, what of it? It is an unfair expectation upon which I am not willing to deal with. Not because I'm not willing to sit and have a conversation with them, but I know that if the shoe were on the other foot, I would have to sit there and accept constant slander, where we all know, collectively, they would not be willing to do it the other side, on the other side of the equation. they would not be willing to take that slander and to take those insults and to sit with it and consider, is it possible that I have earned it? Did I say and do something wrong to deserve being spoken to like that in mixed company? Because usually, if a person's saying something like that in mixed company, it's because they dislike you enough that they are going to say it to you. But if they're willing to say it to you, it also must be the case that they respect you enough to say it publicly, where otherwise people would only hide it if they could say it one-on-one individually, where it's dark. This relates to hands above the table, hands below the table. It is 7:30. I need to find the gambling hub and then save my character. But first I need to steal from these goblins. And then make dinner. There'll be like a 5 to 10 minute break where I'll have to leave and come back. But I'm gonna finish my thought first. If you, I, and Dax, and Dax's brother were to be in a room having a conversation, and then one of them decided to make the rancid vibes comment, and I say, whoa, what the fuck? Where the fuck did that come from? And then they say, well, I don't want to talk about it. And in that alternate timeline, we force them to talk about it. And they say, well, I don't feel comfortable saying it because I don't know what he's going to do. I don't know how Carl reacts. Carl seems like he's going to react over anything. He's going to blow up over anything. If they actually explain the reason why they feel like I have rancid vibes, is because ultimately, and what we found out is just, they were just making assumptions of my character that aren't true. Just being completely wrong. Being completely wrong and loud about it. And then not willing to stand with receiving criticism for the shit that they said. Then I have to look at that and be like, oh, so you're a bitch. You're a bitch that wants to say shit, but you don't want to actually have conversations about it. That's wild. Because the other side of the coin is that if I were to have the conversation about it, and they are constantly pulling away, as they already were, and instead it was me pulling away, and the person said, no, Carl, we need to talk about how much of a pussy you are, and how much of a bitch you're being, because you just say things and do things, and you don't take accountability for when you say them or do them, or nothing. And I was the one that pulled away first, saying, I don't want to have this conversation. I just think you're being mean. You're saying mean words, you're saying mean things. That would be bitch made on my behalf, because it would be wrong. Because if I'm willing to act in such a way that causes them to say that, I have to be willing to sit with what provoked them to have that opinion in the first place. And in figuring out what caused them to have that opinion, I have to be willing to accept that whatever they say is how they feel. I can't ask them to change their opinion. I can't ask them to come away from it feeling different. I can't ask them, again with the bandit blades, I can't ask them to change how they feel. I can't ask them to self-soothe and to censor themselves for my sake. I have to assume and I have to accept that how they feel is how they feel, that they have a valid reason for how they feel, and if I want to not make them feel that way in the future, I have to be willing to sit with whatever reason they feel that they have for why they think this, and decide if I want to introspectively look at myself and decide I want to change something that is effectively putting them in that position where they feel like they have to write me off. That's how that works. Socially, that puts a lot of stress on the people who have to keep the peace. Namely you and other people around you. Marcus. But, on the flip side of that conversation, where they say that, and then I bomb out and cuss, and it's over something that is disproportionate to the reason to be angry, the inverse is also true. They say the lightest criticism, and immediately I'm at their throat. Where they say, well, Carl, you know, sometimes you can be a little much, and, you know, you can feel aggressed, and you feel insulted in a way, but sometimes, another fucking bandit blade, sometimes you can be a lot for a person to take in. And I decide to take that in the worst way possible, and it's like, oh, I'm too much to take in? Oh, yo, bitch, I ain't too much to take in? You think people will sit? Oh, the steel shield is the actual rare. The bandit blade is the fucking... Okay, I see. That's gonna take me a while to steal. It's instead the inverse, where they just have the lightest criticism, and the equivalent of, you know, he's not the greatest person in the world. Carl does not shit gold bricks, and he does not smell like men dripped in the essence of vagina. Where everywhere he wafts, he smells like Prince feels. You know, he just walks in a room and it's... If every single time that conversation were to come up, I bomb out and cuss, and I'm getting upset about shit that I otherwise should be able to control, but otherwise don't want to, I have to accept that whatever the fuck happens, because of that inability, is my fault and my fault alone. Whatever could be done, whatever I could do, whatever could be said, whatever I could take accountability for, and whatever I'd have to be willing to accept, is how it is, because I made it for myself that way. The inverse conversation then becomes, well, Carl, I didn't want to say anything, but because that's making you feel this way, I don't think I should have said anything at all, because I feel like I've pissed you off and made you mad, and that's not what I was trying to do. But, you know, it is a thing that we wanted to talk about. And every single time since then, I'm just an unbelievable straggit. Every step of the way is having to basically pull people through the niggling bush of, you know, he's a fun person to be around sometimes, but, you know, he can be a bit much. You know, you alright, he can be a bit much. Should the rest of us say something about it? No, don't say anything else, because if you say something else, then he's gonna bomb out again, and then we're gonna have to listen to it, and blah, 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 blah. There is a point where everybody will get annoyed with hearing somebody's breath and hearing somebody's opinion all the time act like the worst criticism, the lightest criticism you give, is the end of the fucking world. It gets on everybody's fucking nerve. Now, one of the consequences of this getting on everybody's fucking nerve is that some people have absolutely earned the criticism that comes with that. And they have to sit in that and stew in that. And many of them are not willing to sit in that and stew in that. Because it's been very easy for many people to effectively get away with unbelievable levels of slander. Simply because they can just say to their friends, well, just look at the way that they act. Look how the way that they are. These are reasons enough alone why we should remove somebody from the social circle. Because if they were capable of doing it, then they would do this and this and this and this and this. Because the other side of the conversation is that those things that they expect of you, they aren't doing themselves. Right? I don't think I have ever said to any of your mutuals, with, like, the exception of that one situation that involved, Chris. Because the way that I got to be better friends with Dax was him bombing out, specifically about the two of us, because he thought that I was a bad influence on you at first. And then we talked about it, and we talked it out, and it was fine. Same thing with Chris happened. We talked it out, and we were fine. I don't think I've ever bombed out on any of your social friends. Even the ones that insulted me to my face. No. Never. Not once. Never did inside of here. Never did inside of the gateway. Because if I were, the thing that I'd bomb out about would have to be a little bit more than, bro, why do you play that way in the video game? Right? If I'm going to bomb out over something, and it's going to be something that is actually meaningful to me yelling at someone, it better be something more than fucking video games. Because otherwise, why am I socializing with people who make me bomb out and cuss?
Our work isn't done yet.
I don't know about most people, but I don't socialize with people who piss me off and make me angry and have me ranting to myself in my bedroom like I'm trying to win an argument for a debate circle. I don't know many people who do that. I know some, but they have a reason to do it because, you know, you're dealing with people who are going to take everything you say in the worst way possible, so you have to be prepared to deal with whatever the fuck comes from that consequence. That's an entirely separate conversation. But just bombing out and cussing over shit that isn't fucking worth it? Getting mad about some shit that otherwise you can't control? No. What the fuck do I look like? Not a dumbass, I can tell you that much. Why would I do that to myself? That is retarded. But if it's over something that is actually viable, something that is actually important, something that is so important that if it doesn't get addressed at that moment, I would bomb out and cuss about it, it had to have been something that needed an actual conversation. Because what other reason could I be bombing out and cussing over if it wasn't something important? If it wasn't something that was worth the time to invest into it? Especially if I'm investing myself into a circle of people in which I would like to take time to get to know them better. Because then I'm doing myself a disservice, and I'm doing the other person a disservice. Because I'm then ultimately not really speaking to the depth of something that has to be discussed. That probably is getting away from them and the other people in which it's relevant for. Because now, there are circles, and there are levels that I have to be willing to go down, and I have to be willing to accept as what would motivate me otherwise to bomb out and cuss in said style for better than, like, a bit in a moment. Where it's like, oh, yeah, I don't give a real shit. Because that's most of how most people would treat a situation like that. Most people would bomb out and cuss because they consider it important, not a fun thing to do.
Let's go.
Ooh, nice crit. In that capacity, and for that reason, especially with running my own Discord, I have never done that with the exception of a person probably acting like a fucking retard on my broadcast. And even then, I've pulled people to the side for that. I don't call them out about that on the spot. Because if it was worth calling them out about on the spot, then I would have done it then. And the only reason I would have not have done it then is to save them the embarrassment of having done it on the live. And the one time I did that is the reason why I now have the policy that I do. Because that person called me everything except a fucking child of God. And they felt comfortable in doing it, because for them, attention and me being popular was the only thing that mattered to their mind. So because I wasn't what they thought I should have been, that meant it was okay to do it. And having that level of discernment continues to be a part of the commonality to this day. Just cuss. It has to be, simply because if it were not, then what the fuck are we even yelling about? What are we arguing about? What's even the fucking problem? You know?
Yeah. I think, well, I'm not gonna fucking lie. Like, Ninja has always had the problem of, like, he doesn't want, like, again, I can understand. He doesn't want to deal with scenarios that are uncomfortable, because those scenarios he doesn't really have a place to speak on, nor does he really care about it. He's in his own little space, and that's fine to have. Just understand that when you talk in those said spaces, which he usually doesn't, but when he does, there is no way for him to stand on his own legs. Liam, and hell, like, Dex, can I be honest with you? When he pulled us into that side chat, I'm gonna be so honest about that. I didn't really give a damn. I understand that this, like, him being, I don't want to speak entirely on this, but I guess I should probably explain what I am talking about.
I mean, for the people at home playing a home game.
Say again, Dex?
I don't even know if I remember.
The Christianity talk.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, that. Look, I I understand. You are a person who believes in a god. I am not one of those people. I'm not one of those people. I am not going to be one of those people, because that's not my thing. But to provide context for this, so Liam had a group chat that he invited all of us to because of the fact that basically Violet spurred out really fucking hard because she was very much so a part of the I want to be like I want to talk about the gay shit, and Liam wasn't really having it, so he pulled us into a side chat where she couldn't see it, where he basically straight up told us like, hey, listen, I don't want like trans, like there's just man and woman, right?
But that was after Violet already left the campaign.
That was after Violet already left the campaign, but he reiterated it, and I'm just like sitting there going like, okay, why? That's when I asked the question about my character, because my character is like, hey, I made a character that is, in my eyes, a non-binary. There you go. But he doesn't want to talk anything about it. He's just like, it's man and woman, nothing else. No, like, that's it. I was like, all right, fine. That can be your prerogative. My whole deal about that was the way he presented it, because admittedly look, I get it. I'm not going to say anything about it, but I will in fact be saying, hey, maybe you could just, I don't know, like, move on. It is what it is at that point. But for the D&D groups, yeah, there are problems.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't think Liam really wants to talk about those problems, just because those problems are very hard to talk about. At least I think he feels like they're hard to talk about for himself.
Couldn't imagine why.
Yeah.
Is that 200? Yes, it is. Purely better. Purely better. Yeah, I understand where you're coming from. It is definitely one of the many things that I deal with many of my socialites and my friends. Especially ones which are YouTube related. It is really hard to communicate with some of them because they don't see it that way. Or rather, they're too big for it to be a concern to them. So they don't see it that way. The sheer balls of certain people to behave certain ways and think that the way that they behave isn't being looked at by me and people around me enough to be a concern for other people to pay attention to as well. There have been times where I've had to catch myself before I wrung somebody's little dainty neck. For most reasons being that they don't know how hard it is to navigate the problem and try to grant them the time and the patience that comes with said discussion for most people's concerns. It's really fucking stupid. In most ways, it tends being a bit of a lark for the most part. I guess I'll just buy 2 cloak simulation. It ends up being a lark for the most part, but the amount of times in which I get put into rooms with people who otherwise behave like there is no such thing as social compunction or tact, and they feel very comfortable to do things because, like we were talking about earlier, they felt comfortable doing so. It is the shit in which up I cannot put, because it's just too easy. It's too easy. It's way too easy, and it's way too comfortable. It's way too easy, and it's way too comfortable.
Yeah.
For your social group, it's a bit different because it came up relevantly before somebody like myself was in your group. So they're gonna feel like it's out of turn for me to speak and for me to say something because I haven't earned that right. They don't feel like I've earned that right. And because of that, there are certain things, places, conversations I can't go to with them or with others because they don't feel like I've earned the right to say those things for whatever reason they feel comfortable to do so. For what it is worth, that's just how they are. There's not really anything that we could say to get them to undo that, because asking them to do that would actually make them feel even more uncomfortable and would still result in the exact same reaction that they're having. So it ultimately just it's a foregone conclusion. But in a lot of the ways where it is simple, it's easier and simpler than most. It's only so much harder because of that expectation that comes with, and the conversational expectation that comes with. It is easier for people not like myself to concern themselves with such a statement and question, because they are expected to behave in such a way compared to people like myself, who, for me, it's not really that much of a thing, but that doesn't mean that I've allowed it to get away from me. It's that I have made my peace with it, and I just have to accept that it comes with the territory. Whereas opposed for some of your social friends, especially in the capacity of the shit that we're talking about right now, they don't feel as comfortable about it and around it because they're not used to being exposed to that kind of situation and those kind of conversations. They sometimes are outside of their
comfort zones.
Outside of their comfort zones, which is a different conversation of exposure. They don't feel comfortable, not because they've been made uncomfortable, but because it's just not something that they were prepared to have a conversation about or to do something about. And it's hard to push them to be prepared to have the conversation, because it's like coming in too hard and heavy for a person who's not ready to have sexual relations, or a person in a friendship who's not willing to talk about some hard conversations that they have to have between each other. The expectation of expecting them to do that is very difficult, because you have to be willing to accept that by asking them to do this thing, you are putting them in a hard position where they have to bare their soul and or reveal something that will make them be looked at differently than what they may be prepared to be looked at for. And most people, for everything that it's worth, that conversation is almost always difficult and hard, because it is difficult. God damn, 250 gold coins. It is difficult for them to have the conversation and to still remain friends, because most of the time when they have the conversation, free mini metal, when they have the conversation, they have to deal with the expectations that have probably been unchallenged for a significant period of their career. And usually those kinds of conversations are the ones where somebody else is basically self-soothing and is holding their tongue. Because if they were to speak, then they would bomb out and cuss.
The one thing that that me and Dax noticed, but that was just because me and Dax were kind of like laughing about it. Dax, you remember that time where they just straight left the gateway, and like the only people that were still in the gateway was me, you, fucking Smokes, like they legitimately left. Well, for starters, Liam has issues with Smokes because he thinks that Smokes is a nonce.
We have the conversation over fucking anime shit.
Yeah, which I'm just sitting here like, yeah, okay, dude, okay.
It's one of those moments where they feel so creatively stunted by inherent levels of blackness. Or niggardom. It's one of the two, sometimes both, but just stunted by inherent levels of blackness.
Yeah, it can be that. My issue with it is just often that it comes around to the fact of like, so let me get this straight. You're fine with a character from Mushoku Tensei who is in his previous life was doing very shady shit, but the guy who likes but the guy who likes, characters that are, similar.
An anime high schooler who does not look like a high schooler and has ginormous boobs?
Yeah, I'm just like, okay, make that make sense. Because that is, that's kind of out of left field.
I think he has hypocritical standards beyond all fucking belief. I honestly gotta fucking tell you on that one. Liam, he needs to see a counselor, I think. An actual sex counselor.
Why a sex counselor in particular?
Usually on the spectrum of deep resentment and problems, dislike and need, whoever it was the person who in your campaign that was like, I need you to protect me from the sexual degeneracy of your characters and their backgrounds, and I'm not ready to have discussions and narrate the backgrounds of said kind of characters. usually, whenever a person has such a resentment of speaking to the deeper nature of things that are situational, speaks to a contralaxed problem of shame met with resentment and anger because of their own interactions on said topic. And you need to usually go to a counselor of some type, and the ones that speak the best on how to handle that are usually sex counselors. Because in order for them to do that, they also have to be behavioral psychiatrists that have a focus on speaking to the part of social life that best continues the perpetuation of that shame and of that resentment towards such levels of compactity. You are best to go to one for that. You could probably talk to any kind of counselor, but I think a sex counselor is the most important, because usually it speaks to something deeper in their lives that they have yet to rectify, and they are the best ones trained for the sensitivity about how to have that conversation. Because telling them to get laid or telling them to just grow up is not going to help. You gotta work the nerve to figure out what exactly is underlying the shame. It's like a Puritan church. An old spinster in a church, any church, doesn't matter what church, who says things like sexuality is perverse, sex can only be correctly had in a relationship. Let's go with a sex-neutral version of this. Between two partners, under the eyes of God, willfully committed in a relationship where they only ever have top and or bottom sex with the intention of, one, emotionally connecting to each other, or two, for the procreation of a family. It usually requires you to dig into the background enough that you can then speak to the trauma that makes them feel this way. It was like the conversation I had once with Sapinet, where we were talking about that one hentai porn on Dink Again Clinic. Episode number 3, with the guy who had the sexual hang-up of the only way that he could have sex is by having his face covered, because people always said that he was such a beautiful man, that even though the sex was trash, it was worth it because the guy was pretty. An IRL version of that is basically Brittany Renner. I talked about the Brittany Renner example earlier, but assuming that you haven't seen what Brittany Renner looks like right now, the Instagram thought that got a baby out of PJ Hayward, offensive forward for, I forgot what football team he plays for, but he makes money. He is getting married to a new woman, and he has kids by said woman.
And also,
I'm gonna put it on camera. She is looking haggard, my nigga, haggard, and you can't really see it here because it's under the promote video button.
my baby daddy PJ, I know you're gonna watch this because I know your dream is to stream. You wish you could stream it.
You might want to stream that for Discord here.
But that's why I know good is gonna.
Because I'm about to have to leave the room to go cook dinner and be back. Here we go. She is.
Oh, pardon me.
She is looking haggard, extremely haggard. And you can't quite see it because this fucking promote video button is in the goddamn way. But.
And also to my baby daddy PJ, I know you're gonna.
There you go. You see the grin, the happy look on PJ Hayward's face in this photo as he holds up this ring? The joy! The sheer joy that he has in showing off his ring and showing off his new wife. That is because Brittany Renner is the kind of person that becomes that old spinster hack that I'm talking about.
Mm-hmm.
Now, granted, she has a child, so she's not fully a spinster.
I know.
But, like, any person who knows about Brittany Renner, you know that this bitch has been running the gambit of being a TikTok/Instagram thought for years. And the fact that she was able to get PJ Hayward and whatever man else she could get on the hook is emblematic of the job and the career path that she decided to give to herself and the life that she decided to live for herself. The kind of person that Brittany Renner is is also the deep kind of set person that the sex negative people in the world are. It speaks to a trauma. Hers is loneliness, abandonment, and fear of poverty. I don't believe in the concept of a wall, but I do believe in such a thing as the biological imperative to breed, the desire to secure somebody who will help you live through life, and the fear and the shame that comes from the embarrassment of being somebody who's pushing 30, acting like you're 20 to 25, knowing damn well that you should have already been locked down, married, in a house, a parent, a mother, or just simply happy with where you are in life. Because the entire concept of the wall is what happens when your shame, combined with the biological time clock, tells you that you're running out of primary years in which to find a partner who will want to stay with you because you have given birth to their child. And in the black community, we're all very familiar with Tatianas. And Brittany Renner is a Tatiana. She's just a famous Tatiana. Just like Kim Kardashian is a famous Tatiana. Because Kris Jenner, her mother, trained all of her daughters by the father that was the lawyer that handled O.J. Simpson's case, where he famously got him off, to basically turn them into heat-seeking... I can't say that word on camera, but I'm going to do it anyways. Heat-seeking nigga missiles designed to impregnate themselves on black seed and hold those men accountable for 18 plus years to raise their children. 100%. She trained them the same way Brittany Renner was trained by the culture. To heal the wound that exists in Brittany Renner, as well as whatever wound exists in Kim Kardashian and any other Tatiana that wants to try to avoid the consequences that come from living a horrible life, you would need to speak to the underlying traumas and the underlying issues that cause that consequence. If you remove greed, so money, from the equation, that is what the therapist would have to speak to and solve. It is easier to do that with a sex therapist because most people are unwilling to accept that sex actually plays a part of it. So take it from this concept. Let's say Brittany Renner was an incel, actually. Her problem wasn't that she's got a kid by a famous guy who she tried to hook onto her for 18 years to a kid, but was instead the fact that she's a famous incel who's been famously in wonderful relationships with famous men. Famous black men. Don't care which way you want to put it. Famous white men. But she has never gotten a single one to commit to her. Like Taylor Swift. Although Taylor Swift's a crazy bitch. To speak to that problem, you would have to speak to the ambivalence of what her relationship to emotional connections and physical connections are. Because if the thing that makes her feel sad is that she can't find a partner, what is keeping her from finding a partner? Is it sexual connection? Is it sexual intimacy? Is it physical connections throughout things that don't involve sex, but speak to things that lead up to sex, like sexual chemistry, sparks flying in relationships? All of those things would have to be discussed before you could ever address things like work-life balance, right? Because it's not that you need to have sex in order to live, but it certainly does bring the world up a little bit, you know? And a part of that also comes with self-love. And I do mean that literally. You would have to go to a sex therapist to have the conversation, especially if that person is politically activated in any particular way, because they wouldn't want to go to a normal talk therapist, because a talk therapist is not going to give them the same treatment that a sex therapist would. Audiovisual experimental learning is the point I'm trying to get across here. There are methods, and there are techniques, and there are steps, and processes, and materials, and resources that are available to sex therapists to analyze and to address underlying concerns of this nature than a normal, like, religious therapist from a place like the Pastoral Institute could speak to. For religious people, something like a Pastoral Institute that wants to work through faith, through healing, and also through medicine, not holistic medicine, but actual medicine, is different than a person that's, like, very aware of the Sex and the City shit and is willing to actually talk about, hey, when was the last time that you had a sexual relationship and a sexual, or rather a healthy relationship to sex where you were not using it as a coping mechanism? You get what I'm saying?
Yeah, I get it.
Yeah. It's a very hard conversation to have, and not many people are ready to have that conversation because it's embarrassing. For obvious fucking reasons. But usually it has to do with the embarrassment of talking about sex. And then, of course, that then springs up the same conversation we were having earlier with Carl having sex! Who the fuck would fuck that mongoloid? And then out comes the pocket picture in my wallet!
Yeah, also, quick side tangent. The creator of Avatar The Last Airbender, Michael DiMartino, basically said in a 1v1 who would come out on top of, like, this is a straight up duel for certain characters. And then he straight up said, Avatar State Aang versus Azula. Azula wins.
That nigga's smoking crack. Oh my god. Oh, you're smoking crack. Power scale. You know, some people need to understand that power scaling is a fun thing to talk about. It is not the way that you're supposed to. That you're not supposed to talk. No, you're being comfort. You're just being contrarian. You're being contrarian.
No, he just has a hard on for Azula. There's the difference.
She a real one. She really know where to put her mind to it. You know what I'm saying?
Somehow. But, you know,
honestly, with enough practice and dedication, even you can kill the Avatar. I believe it.
But she cheap shotted him to try and kill him.
I don't know.
And he was
a cheap shot. I mean, she just shot him while he was powering up. You know, I'm just saying.
She just shot him while he was powering up and distracted.
I'm just saying.
Like an
that sound like a cheap shot to me.
Like in an equal, even fight, I don't think that shit would happen. But it's kind of like how people look at Undertale and Deltarune. Their way of looking at the world and the way that they look at how they analyze their own material if they're creatives. There's a generation of kids whose interfacing with media is basically being a game theorist.
Yeah.
There's an entire generation of like.
Also,
go ahead.
Also, here's the chart that he said who would beat who.
Real talk, Azula would definitely not be.
I've seen that chart. That's why I know what you're talking about. There's an entire generation of children that have just grown up being told power scaling conversations are a combination of game theory and post screw attack death battle. And those people are fucking helpless. Because unironically, those individuals are the ones that got into anime during COVID and are the hoodweeds that have that endless conversation because they were sitting there watching this material in a time period where it was very obvious that things like Atla was a labor of love that took very many cooks in the kitchen to achieve the balance of, because the core writers, core air quote writers of Korra could not create anything in the pan that demonstrated they understood how to write what they wanted to write. And the Avatar Aang movie made it even clearer that those motherfuckers made a fluke in the case of Atla. Because that fucking story sequence that I saw involving Sokka talking to the kids, especially the I'm gonna stand there looking like I'm ore farming as the ship blows up behind me, that is some corny ass shit that can only have come out of somebody who effectively relates more to the kids that lived through FNAF and theorized about FNAF after Matt Pat lost his mind, bouncing his head against the franchise, eventually being able to write himself into the Blumhouse era films, than somebody who came out from the era of paying attention to media in the 90s and analyzing character relations and emotional feel, especially if they are not already a fan of tape shit slash toku shit. It is 100% somebody who leans closer to psychoanalyzing everything on Reddit and theorizing endlessly with other kids than it is somebody who sits by themselves in their own home and just has the theory by themselves and doesn't sound like Anthony Gramuglia while they do it. That is embarrassing levels of fucking glaze. Now, it's probably not as bad as somebody claiming that Avatar, or excuse me, I should say Korra, not in the Avatar state, where somehow Korra, not in the Avatar state, with normal fighting skills in a one-to-one fight, would actually fight peak Firelord, crazy pussy Azula. That's a fight that definitely should go in Azula's favor. But that shit, that's born out of wanting people to not deal with the categorical slander that is going to be served up in the form of Avatar 7 Haven. That's what that is. That is them gearing up the slander machine to say anything they want to try and excuse what is very obviously the writing chops of a person who is desperately looking for a way to try and avoid the obvious truth that is going to have to be them writing themselves in a corner or trying to find ways to unironically write themselves out of a past corner because you decided to turn her into a lesbian, just like every other fucking titular female character couple in history. And that's going to be impressive. It's going to be impressive.
There's something about the Avatar movie that still irks me, which is that I don't know why they didn't give Sokka another sword. I feel like Sokka's training arc of becoming a swordsman was like such an important thing for him to just not go back to, even after the war, you know?
Yeah. Another thing that kind of irks me is, look, I understand that Aang's primary bending skill is in fact airbending, but this is the same man who mastered all 4 elements. He mastered them. Why is he using just the one, and whenever he's in the Avatar state, he uses the others?
No, he used the other bendings. He used the other bending elements outside of the Avatar state in the movie, at least.
Yeah, but a majority of the time, it was always in the Avatar state. It was really weird to me.
I feel like they
I mean, he used other bending like outside of it, like a lot during the movie. At least I'm pretty sure he did.
Yeah.
Like when he was climbing the rock, he used a lot of earth bending.
Yeah.
Although I think when he was falling down, he primarily used like earth and air bending.
Yeah. But like,
this guy.
I didn't see him use water bending. Like, I saw him use fire bending like once, and that was just to propel himself.
See, I've been rewatching the original Avatar: The Last Airbender. I haven't gotten to the part where Zuko becomes his teacher yet, but I don't remember if Aang used firebending outside of the Avatar state.
He does, occasionally. But it was always a very specific situation that's similar to what I think is happening inside the Avatar Aang film, which is that for narrative reasons, they want Aang to be the aircaster of the group outside of specific circumstances, because otherwise that diminishes the effect of having other benders in the party. It's like having a level 50 amongst a bunch of level 30s, and the level 30s never get to show off the skills that specifically and explicitly they have, whereas him as a jack of all stats, but he doesn't suffer from the consequences from being a jack of all traits. He just has the efficiency of all those different skill levels. They want to use the Avatar state as like the example of the get serious button, where he then starts using all other styles freely, where normally he's going to prefer the type of bending that he's prepared to. It's like saying, it's like having guns, right? Let's say you have your favorite gun, and you love using that gun all the time. But in order to break down a solid brick wall, you're going to need to use an RPG. And you have an RPG, you also have a grenade launcher, you also have a grenade launcher on the end of an assault rifle, and you also have a shotgun. Sawn off, perfectly for handling, and you also have your favorite pistol. And you've got thousands of pistol ammo, but you only have, let's say, 100 of every other ammunition. If the situation calls for a particular tool, you're going to use that particular tool as the gun that it is. And that's really how they like writing like Avatar skills and bender abilities in all of the franchises. I guarantee you.
I don't think they should. They should just make each bender, or at least like every important bender, bend in a different way than the others.
Yes.
Make their bending styles unique. Well, not their styles per se, but like, I guess, yeah, make their styles like more unique from each other.
Yeah.
Yeah, they do that in the series. Like, they've done that in Avatar, and they even did that in Korra. Especially in the moments where it was 100% fucking cutscene glaze, where it's like, oh, this character just randomly decided to learn firebending. Oh, this character decided to apply lightning bending and firebending in a way that has never been done before, because they now have a very specific, archaic, different style. And all the other things. Like, it's the difference between why all of Tenzin's children all displayed a mastery of airbending that was much more traditional style, including Tenzin himself, whereas every single time that Korra chose to use airbending, she always used it as like an extension of additional martial art, but it's just street level brawling and punching. Never actual techniques and moves, even when they attempted to try to add blades to it. They put more evidentiary technique of that with the Red Lotus than they ever did with Avatar characters. Up to a certain point. The slander definitely starts in Season 3, and it does not stop until Season 4. And especially in the different fights between the head of the Red Lotus, and then, I'm forgetting the name of the Earth Bender that effectively fucks over everything with her shit. Was it Kuvira?
I have no idea. I haven't watched Korra yet.
It's the one that made the mechs that was responsible for the spirit shit. For blowing open the spirit portal. You're not gonna remember that. Yet, so. You're not gonna remember that spoiler. I promise you, it's out of context. But yeah, the conflicts between her, that Earthbender, and the other people, it's not something that comes without consequences, because it's the difference between a death battle scenario versus a actual, like, in the plot, there is a written reason why this happens, and this is the reason why. It's like getting power-ups mid-season for a Power Ranger / Sentai series. You don't just give them an ability out of nowhere. They have to earn it for a reason, and then they have to incorporate it into their fighting style. In the case of Avatar, it's very hard for them to do that, because you have a lot of characters, and they're not want to kill characters, and finding situations in which they can have a chance to show off with these abilities is not very easy, and it's not very common. But when they do find the chance to do it, it comes off really well, and it's not embarrassing. And when they make it cringe, well, you end up with that cutscene involving him and the kids. Because that's definitely an example of millennial writing. That's an example of millennial memes being used on something that did not belong in the time of youthful millennials versus old-ass millennials. Like, you don't need Sokka to aura farm and to pretend that he's cooler than he is. Because this is a Sokka who's already gone through the character growth in the character journey of Avatar. This is supposed to be the guy who should be secure in his mentality. Especially if he's got fucking Suku on his arm. And if he's acting like Suki. If he's acting like a cringe lord in front of these kids, where he's trying to make himself sound cooler than he is, why the fuck would you need to do that? What? You've already lived a whole life. You don't need to talk up scenarios you've already lived through and make them seem cooler than they are. That's the only reason.
Already done the cool shit.
Like, that's the only reason why you wouldn't give him a sword, by the way. Sokka would be great as a general and a headmaster, but you know what role his tribe probably needs? A storyteller. He would become the wise tactician / storyteller to the majority of most of his group's accolades, especially growing up. Because who else is going to be watching behind his and Katara's kids and entertaining the children in their village, should they choose to live in the village rather than, like, living, I don't know, in a repurposed air nomad temple that's close to the South Pole. It's one of the best roles.
They'd be living in Republic City, right?
Yeah, they should be living in a place like Republic City, and then he's just retelling shit that happened from the era of Avatar. And I guess also from the era of Avatar and the film. Like, he wouldn't need to be a cutscene fraud. He would just literally talk about how cool it was to be in this time period and the things that he was a part of and the things that he helped build. He would legitimately have earned a right to toe-to-toe and to talk conversations and theories with people like Uncle Iroh, both before and after he dies and goes to the spirit realm, the same way that Toph could. Because that's the level of wisdom that Sokka was supposed to have learned from. That was literally his arc through the entirety of the series.
I mean, most of the time when they came up against, like, firebenders and, like, their tanks and the giant drill, it was Sokka who always came up with the plan of how to take it down.
Mm-hmm. That's why I say it's fucking fraud level bullshit. From the writers trying to appeal to these fucking Undertale Detrarune Zoomers. Which, that's not going to help, because these guys watch cutscenes a lot more than they play a video game and watch the whole run of a film. Despite having access to the entire thing. It's retarded. It's really retarded. Now, I need to leave the room and I need to go cook. Entertain the people while I'm gone and don't say slurs.
Damn it. Not the fun part. Alrighty. Well,
Honestly, I
other
just
people.
wish that in the Avatar movie they showed off more of how intelligent Sokka actually is as
Yeah.
a character.
Yeah. Unfortunately, they they messed up really badly. It was a decent film. It
I
was,
still liked it.
yeah. I personally could. Chad is saying I personally could 1v1 Azula. I can fix her. Yeah, sure.
Me too, brother.
Except you don't want her
You
fixed.
know what I'm saying? I don't.
Uh, and I
What you mean?
still,
I'm trying to serve my Fire Lord.
I still remember the fact of, or I still remember that people are coming, like going online and saying like, oh yeah, Toph should have been a lesbian. I'm just like, why? Why?
Toph has always had a crush on me, bro. She was crushing on Sokka when she showed up. It was like, what do you mean?
Yeah, not to mention the fact of like when she flirted with Suki, it was an awkward situation because it was like, oh, yeah, you
Well,
can just
because she
kill
thought
me
it was
now.
Sokka.
Yeah,
Yeah, she thought it was Sokka and kissed Suki on the cheek. And then Suki was like, hey, I'm not Sokka, by the way. He's like, oh, yeah, you just let me drown now.
yeah, like just kill me. Like I want to die after that. It's a majority of like what the fuck.
Toph is
Why
honestly a horn dog, bro.
she's just like me for real, for real.
That shit's so funny, though.
Also, here, Dax, I have something to show you. Where is it? Here
I
you
think
go.
last
Enjoy.
time I left off watching Avatar, I got to the part where Sparky Sparky Boom Boom Man showed up.
Yep. And hard if you stayed around for the gang longer.
Yes, kill Rim. I hate that rat.
Yeah, a lot of people hate that rat. That's just how life is for that little guy. Just fucking kill the rat. Although we can, there's one thing that is like very, very like kit wise, I'm okay with his kit.
Rim?
Yeah.
He's annoying like Yumi. That's all I don't. That's the reason why I don't like him, if I'm being 1000% honest.
Yeah. I think. Well, he behaves like Yumi, but he's supposed to be like what's his name?
He's not even as bad as Yumi either.
Ivern. He's supposed to be like Ivern.
Ivern?
Yeah. Think about it. What do most Rems do?
Well, roam.
Yeah. They're roaming supports that go around, deal heal a bunch, and have a very supportive role anywhere they need to be while taking resources from the enemy.
Yeah.
Yeah, Ivern does that.
True. And if you think about it, they're kind of like a Yumi and Ivern combined.
Yep.
But without like the summon, you know. Although Deadlockers is like a different game than League.
Oh, 100%.
Even though they're both MOBAs.
I see phonies everywhere with that show. I swear, and Netflix isn't doing it any better. It was that in One Piece. I mean, with One Piece, just that is a whole lot of fucking content.
I'm talking about the live action for One Piece.
Not the live action, but just in general.
I haven't seen any of I've only seen like the first season of the One Piece live action.
Yeah, I haven't seen the second season.
I do remember liking the first season of One Piece live action, but
Yeah.
I just haven't seen the second.
Yeah. Also, Dex,
Yeah,
I really think you should read that comic book series. It's not a very big, like, long read, but like it's good.
perhaps. I got
For
a lot of
those,
stuff to do.
yeah, for those who
I
don't know what I'm
still
talking
binge
about,
watching Dad.
oh sorry, I recently read Dark Knights of Steel, and that is an Elseworld comic for DC. I recommend it. It's pretty good. But you were saying, Dex? I'm sorry.
Oh, I was just saying I got a lot of other stuff to like binge, like Avatar.
Avatar.
Mainly that, to be honest.
Fair enough. I am very curious about what they'll do in Seven Havens. They 100% are going to slander the fuck out of Korra, but it's kind of it. It is very much deserved.
I haven't watched Korra yet, so I don't know anything. All
You'll
I know
you'll
is like the names of a couple characters.
yeah. You'll understand
Kuvira and
why.
the Red Lotus, Amon. I know there's a person named Kuvira, but I have no idea what she does or what she looks like.
You'll find out.
I know there's a person named Bolin. I know there's a chick named Asami because she was in the what is it? She's one of the options you can pick for the
Fighting
DLC
game.
for Avatar
Yeah.
Legends. Or
Yep.
yeah, Avatar Legends.
She. A lot of people really don't like her.
I don't know anything about her.
Hmm. It's going to be interesting for you.
From what I've heard, apparently the Amon stands are outvoting, so
Mm-hmm.
I have no idea what he does. He does look cool though. His fit is clean. I'm not gonna lie, I gotta figure out what to do in Avatar Legends against Kyoshi, man. She is too tall and does too much damage. Like, please. My poor Azula can't take it. Please. She has 850 HP.
Korra is the buff tomboy waifu that no one wants. There's no no such thing as a woman too tall, Dax. As
No
one
such
of
thing as a
the
woman too tall.
chatters
Bro,
that
look,
chat said.
shut up,
Chat
man.
said it.
I'm tired of Kiyoshi fucking anti-airing me by pressing stand light, bro. I hate it. I hate it so much. Stop. She's too big. Well, I guess this is what happens if you do like low to the ground air dashes, you know?
Mm-hmm.
Ooh, my dog might want to go outside.
Fair enough. I'm reading something
Get up
that
and take her.
is interesting.
I'll be back.
Okay, but yeah. Go. Be right back. I'll be right back too, chat. Pardon me. All right, Jeff. What are we doing? So survive and live. Surviving ain't the same as living.
I'm back.
Welcome back. Oh God. Halo, Halo right now. I think fans are on suicide watch.
Why?
So for a few things that have been brought to attention, a lot of combat evolved, or like whatever its name is, because I can't
like
be
that. Is it like a campaign remaster for the first game?
Yeah, campaign evolved.
Yeah.
There's a lot of problems with it.
I don't know anything about it. Also, I just realized I missed the first part of EWC.
Halo is not dead. Halo is definitely getting shot the fuck up. Because, so for starters, graphics wise, it's decent. The issue is that Halo had a charm to it because it had its own art style, but everything that comes out of it just looks really weird. Not only that, it's they basically just made Halo Combat Evolved Remastered 2, and it's not even a good remaster.
Ooh.
Not only on top of that, the login, people are having trouble logging into the fucking game, and you have to log in each and every time into the game.
My boy Digoat.
Not only on top of that, so you remember there's a lot of people who are calling about the attention to detail and how it's lacking severely. Dax, you know the Halo shotgun, the original Halo shotgun.
Yeah.
How do you load the Halo shotgun?
Isn't it a top loader?
Yeah, it's a top loader. Why don't you guess what was happening in the cutscenes when people were noticing that shit?
Don't tell me they were loading it from the bottom.
They were loading it from the bottom.
Bro. That's like one of the one things that made the Halo shotgun unique.
Yeah. Oh yeah, another thing. Active camo doesn't work.
What?
Yeah, it doesn't work.
What?
The enemies can still see you.
How? How do you fuck that up?
Dex, I'm gonna send this to you. Are you ready?
Mm-hmm.
you can look at it yourself.
Bruh. How do you even manage to fuck that up?
Yes. Oh, yes. I do mean you have to log into a single player game. But I do think that Campaign Evolved does have co-op. Let me find that. Single player online co-op. Like, I don't think there's a skip button for it. And the reviews on Steam have just, like, have all been basically, yeah, this, you shouldn't waste your money on this. And because of their DRM tied to the damn fucking game, it's just been not working at all. As somebody, which I'll you know what, I'll read this review, because this is an interesting one. They were like, this is not recommended on Steam. It goes, always online feature for a single player game, always refund. That is what they said. Why are we buying these games? They can close servers without giving any satisfaction, then complain for something that we knew about. There's no preservation, nothing. Should not even be called Campaign Evolved. What about Halo Online Evolved? Does it make sense in any way? It does not make sense in any way, Microsoft. They're not listening to us and are not transparent with their own public, and it is unacceptable. Oh, but we all have internet connection. Come on, we're in 2026. Sure, until they close their servers and you have a useless game in your library that will not open. I cannot believe people are paying for something they think they actually own something, when in reality they do not own nothing, and they are still supporting this type of business. To which the developers actually chimed in on this. And unironically said, Halo Campaign Evolved is fully playable offline after linking your Xbox and Steam account on the initial launch of the game. You mean the one thing that people don't want to fucking do? If you listen to it in French, all the voices are in AI.
What?
According to some French writers, they the voice acting is really bad, apparently, in it. The unique missions are boring and conflict with already existing lore material. There's no fire team mode. The weapon sandbox is cluttered, and dying in co-op just means that you need to kill gives you what you need to kill rather than punish you with a loadout suboptimal. Wait, what? The fire sandbox is cluttered, and dying in co-op just gives you what you need to kill rather than punish you with a loadout suboptimal. Little things that come up every minute, like what? Where I'm like, why did they do that? Cons. New voice acting is atrocious and changes the entire tone and feel of the game. I cannot overstate this is my biggest gripe. A total waste of returning talent for unnecessary and disappointing update. This needs a mod with the original dialogue reinstated ASAP, just to be tolerable. Cortana delivers her lines like a quirky millennial girl boss who already knows everything that's about to happen, removing all gravity and urgency made important scenes feel weighty and memorable. This cave is not a natural formation is delivered so unseriously, though, as to mock the original rather than respect it. It's all over insufferable. Johnson speaks so slowly, though it's as though he's affected by some kind of neurological problem and has managed to lose all of his humor and personality. It's not all bad. Keith Silverstone, the new Keith Silverstein, I'm assuming, does commendably with his lines. In my opinion, Tim Davidbo's Guilty Spark remains consistent in tone with the original game. These changes did not need to happen. The entire experience is so much worse. This is a prime example of the AAA game meme in all its horror. The hand holding is not
really that bad.
Yeah. Dex, okay. Did you see the Needler in Campaign Evolved?
Wait, say it again.
Did you see the Needler?
No.
Hold on.
I haven't seen anything about the game.
Just give me a moment, because I'm gonna show you a. Okay. So.
I don't really keep up with too much Halo.
That's reasonable and that's fair.
I'm going all in on Gears of War, baby. Let's go.
Dex, look at the DMs and look at the Needler. What's wrong with this picture?
I'm not tripping. What is that line? Did it zigzag or something? What is that? Is it shooting from the wrong spot?
No. Look at the weapon itself.
With the weapon.
What's weird about this?
I don't know what I'm supposed to be saying. Is that little counter on the back normal though?
Dax, there has never been a fucking ammo counter for the Needler.
Yeah, I'm about to say, I'm pretty sure that it's never been there before, right?
No, it hasn't.
Why? You don't need it. You can see the ammo on it, dog.
Mm-hmm. It's just these little things that they do, and it's so insane. Oh.
Like, you can see when the Needler has low ammo when you need to reload it. Like, you don't need that.
Yeah. Also, apparently it's extremely buggy for a lot of people.
Oh, God.
There are no multiplayer modes minus co-op. No theater mode. The gunplay feels off compared to the original games. For example, the assault rifle doesn't spread like it does in the original games. It feels more like an accuracy weapon that didn't want to commit being an accuracy weapon. They say they did not use Infinite as the code base, but something about it feels wrong compared to the older games. The shotgun feels like Halo 2's shotgun and not Combat Evolved shotgun. If you've played both games, you know there's a massive issue with how important the shotgun is in the second half of the game.
I don't think I played Halo 2.
So they heavily nerfed the shotgun in Halo 2.
Heavily nerfed?
Mm-hmm.
Why? What they got against my beloved shotgun?
It's everything about the oh yeah, mailing the flood spores doesn't actually work. They It doesn't work.
Explain. Like, what do you mean it doesn't work? Like, it just doesn't do anything?
When you go to melee them, they just injure you. Like, they basically just explode. They don't... Like, normally you would just melee them, and you would be completely fine. In this one, no. You still get hit.
Man.
Johnson looks like Steve Harvey. Yeah. Again, a lot of issues about talking about their
No way Johnson look like Steve Harvey, bro. Come on, ain't no way.
No. In Campaign Evolved, he really does look like it.
Nah, bro, send me a pic. No way, no shot.
Hold on. If I can find here you go. Here you go.
These pictures look AI, bro. I don't know.
No, that's actually how he looked like in the game.
He kind of does look like Steve Harvey if he had a wider mustache.
Mm-hmm.
I could see it. It's kind of a mustache difference, and that's all it is, man. I hate it.
Oh yeah, another thing that really pissed people off. The game will highlight invisible enemies.
Why?
They will highlight invisible enemies because, according to the designer, they didn't want players to be confused and then suddenly get fucking killed out of nowhere when there's like a few enemies remaining.
Invisible. They're invisible. They're supposed to be sneaky. What do you mean?
Yeah.
You shouldn't be able to see the invisible guys.
Like,
at least not for free, bro. You shouldn't be able to see them like a normal enemy.
Yeah. Like, you can see their plasma sword, and that's reasonable. But, like, that's a light source.
You like kissing boys, don't you, Mew?
What about kissing men?
You like...
Here. Also, welcome back, Carl.
I've been back for a while. I just didn't say anything.
But here's another example of the camo just not actually fucking working. There's a lot. Like, are we fucking for real right now? Can we not make a... Oh, gosh.
That's actually bullshit. Ain't no fucking way, bro. That shit's so ass. That shit is so ass. Why can they see you in camo?
Oh yeah, another thing that they did, which was really stupid, is that they made the levels smaller to make sprinting feel more impactful.
Smaller?
Mm-hmm.
Wouldn't... If you were gonna make sprinting more impactful, wouldn't you make the levels bigger? So that way there's more distance to cross? So the sprint feels like it's doing something?
Something about the levels being made larger if more players are on it after... Wait, the level scale with people in it. What?
That's really stupid.
Some places in story aspects of the story that were not changed but should have changed. For example, if this is going to be a full reboot of the Halo series, guarantee you this is exactly what Microsoft wants to do. Nothing from the past games or books matter. Then why didn't Chief meet up with Johnson and some of the Marines like he does in the book for a strike after the events of Halo's Combat Evolved? Or Chief meeting up with them before the final level and defend the escape vehicle while Chief detonates the Autumn. It would fix a massive continuity error about how Johnson survived and why he's in Halo 2. Hate to tell you this, but not everyone's going to read or watch the supplementary material. Maybe they're planning that in the Halo 2 remake if this game sells well. Well, given the fact that the game...
fans are like a fan of the games and don't really read the books. I don't know. I feel like most Halo fans are just like fans of the game and not like the extra material, like the books and stuff like that.
Some are, some are not. But they have ultimately...
I know my brother is like a huge fan of like... He was like a fan of like everything Halo. He had like the books and everything, man. Whenever they came out with that, what is it? I think, was it called Halo Legends, the little animated series they did?
Yeah.
He was the first one to tell me about that, made me watch it with him.
How'd you feel about it?
I liked it from what I remember. It was a tall Spartan chick. I mean, who doesn't like that, you know? You know what I'm saying?
Are we deadlocking our shit now?
Are you deadlocking?
I'm down to deadlock.
There's gonna be no mama sessions. We gonna be getting it in.
I'm trying to.
Cause I'm gonna be doing a month of this shit. I have to change so many things. Like I have to update these fucking builds, or have these builds updated. One of the two.
Let me eat some of my chicken. Dax, have you ever seen the rage quits in Avatar Legends?
Yeah, it's like instant. It puts you back in training mode.
Change the toxic bullets. There's no way you need all this shit. Oh my god. That feels a lot more appropriate. I'm feeling this, I'm feeling this. I won't ever let you do this shit.
Actually doing the most recent deadlock patch.
They've added more items.
Try and stop me. See what happens.
Like a lot more items.
added?
Yes. Added items, changed
recent
items.
patch?
Most recent patch, yeah.
I'm talking about like the small update they did like yesterday.
That I wouldn't know. Like most content creators, I keep track of the large patches that they change.
But small patches can be pretty important. Wait, what? No way. They made it so that Curse only gives you a negative damage penalty while it's active. While it's active on the opponent. But it went from negative 14 all the time to negative 25 while it's active. It's kind of crazy. I think Diviner's Kevlar was 40 before. Oh, Echo sure got a huge nerf. Holy.
How can I disable my mic?
I don't know.
Bebop belongs in a scrap pile, and Lash was relevant for like 20 minutes 3 years ago. I'll kick both their asses.
I need to know if this is still real. Okay, that's not that bad. That's not that bad for Bebop at least. Frenzy has lifesteal now? We take those.
At least PD is gotten better at explaining exactly what the fuck is supposed to happen, luckily. I still retain the opinion that people need to stop making this game's item system look like this and just make it look like a functional item shop. The sooner they do that, the better.
It's pure target.
father doesn't have high expectations for me. He has appropriate expectations for me. After all, when you're the best, why shouldn't you expect success?
Apollo doesn't have the super long stun duration on his tier 3-2 anymore.
He shouldn't. It's supposed to be a skill-based character. I remember when the first people who had gotten me into the game, amongst my tier 1, tier 2 esports players, were showing me the game, and then when I did it again with members amongst the fractals, it's like the character, you could not fucking evade it being picked constantly, and it's because they were promised a broken character that was uncounterable, and that was part of the reason why it was bullshit. By removing it, they actually have to make him skill-based.
No, that's different. Apollo is like super counterable. He gets like hard counter by like one item, which is slowing hex. If you slowing hex him, he can't use like basically all of his abilities except for his like the first part of his parry.
I would argue that if they're targeting you with slowing hex, that's when you communicate to your team and you become a off tank that separates attention and vision in a lane. Because the way that multiple people were playing it is that they were behaving as though, oh, the enemy doesn't realize that this can counter me. And when people started actively using Phantom Strikes, throwing hex, vulnerability hex, curse, then it became a problem. But I would suppose that if they have curse on hand, you've allowed them to get to a point where you've given them the ability to counter you in the first place, and you shouldn't be in their face that much where they feel the need to do it.
But I mean, like, you don't need like those super expensive items like that, but you just need slowing hex. Slowing hex is like a tier 2 item you can get really early on. And for a lot of characters, slowing hex only like counts as like one ability, but for him it counts as like basically all of them, except for like the parry, the first part of the parry.
I think in that kind of situation, you would probably just be smarter and play smarter, because then it becomes a skill matchup.
That's true, but at the same time, it makes it just harder to take fights, and Apollo is just a really good like scrapping character.
I mean, I can agree to disagree. In the general sense, your opinion prevails more. Because, oh, why would I want to just play... Why would I not want to be able to play 99% of the game when I can play only 1% of the game? Let me play something differently. Versus, if you are actively targeting me, I'm going to make you have to work for it. Because at that point, you're going to come from different angles and force them to have to look for you. That's the one thing that I don't think most people necessarily think about, especially when they think of those kind of situations. Smite was very good about teaching you this, but because many people have basically never played Smite, or many of the people who came from it are Smite refugees that, like Final K, have decided to go back to Smite, either because he signed with a T1 or Tier 2 esport team, or, I don't know, he wants to throw it for the sake of it. In order for them to do that, they have to look at me. Right? That's how all of the targeted skills in the game work. For you to put the skill on me, you have to look at me. If you're looking at me and you're not already 55% chunked, I've done something wrong. Because most of his damage comes out so quickly, and most of it is also his ability to stay on top of them with mobility, that if they have the ability to see you coming to click soloing hex on your head, then you're being way too aggressive with how you're choosing to approach them.
Apollo's damage like isn't super fast. It's not like the same bursty speed like Calico has. His damage still like comes out like over a pretty decent course over like the just because of the way that his 3 works, and the 3 is like a majority of his damage.
Mm-hmm.
So it's not like he just shows up, he like bursts you instantly. Like in a lot of scenarios, or at least in like if you're in like a competitive scenario per se, like you can say, hey, Apollo's on me, you slowing hex him, and then like another person just jumps him, you can kill him that way. Or even in like non-competitive scenarios, if you're like a support or something, or there's another character that just has slowing hex, you can slowing hex the Apollo and then ignore him for the duration of the slowing hex.
I suppose, but if they do that, the Apollo's job is to communicate, hey, I've made them burn this cooldown, fuck them now. And in the middle of the skirmish, that's when Apollo shines. Like, Apollo is not a carry. He is meant to be I wouldn't even call him a duelist. He is what we call a fighter, but he's a sword and board fighter. But a lot of the problem is that right now, the way that they have designed him, especially with these additional abilities in Flawless Advance, makes him think like he is a 3 machine. Because every single time he uses 3, it's with the intention of using it and then stabbing the person in the face, similar to Yamato. And they both have a similar identity, but the difference with Yamato is that her abilities are not necessarily that stuck on being that specific. It's very similar to Abrams, actually. I would say that in the terms of the Vanguard, they serve a very similar role, where his job is to burn things so that he can then go crazy. It's very similar to the counterable state of Olaf of League. The way that they have decided to give him both a shield and a heal on W allows him, alongside Ragnarok, to effectively make them waste crowd control abilities to create opportunities where they must put him in a state where he has to choose to use the tool, instead of him being shut out of the game 25% of the time, 85% of the time, by a top laner such as Renekton, or whatever is being played in 200 years of League these days. It's weird to describe it this way, but the actual problem with Apollo is that part of his kit is mind games. Like, that's the general problem that I think I have. It's mind games. Now, I'm not gonna lie to you, the majority of the people who are using Apollo are just playing it as a 3 machine. Because it's like, I sit in front of the face, I stand in the air, I keep hitting them, then I spam it again, and I keep just dashing in multiple directions and doing damage to the target. Oh, it's so crazy, it's so crazy. But I would say that's what's supposed to happen after they've used their abilities. Baiting out the next attack with Riposte, becoming invulnerable, dashing to the target, stunning them, and then gaining all of that extra bullet spirit lifesteal against the target of the Riposte for 7 seconds, is what happens when you have gained the permission to hit the target and stay on top of them, because that comes with the heal. Then it comes with the extra cooldown. Then it comes with the 60% bullet resistance during the lunge. Then it comes with additional bullet damage with improved scaling. And then more lunge speed and more distance. Because you're basically closing the window to deal maximum damage and to get yourself the position to take Otani no Salon into the middle of the fight. Because then, assuming that you've baited out all their tools, like Counterspell and Slowing Hex, then you get to do bonus damage to those half-health targets. Alternatively, you can also choose to do this as an ult bot, where you're designed to come into the fight as other things are happening, and that's what I meant by you make them look at you. If you show up in the middle of a team fight that you're turning for your team, and you act as a midfielder that goes into the back line to dive, and you are diving them from front to back, or excuse me, from back to front, while your team's attacking from front to back. Let's say it's you and a Victor. If you and the Victor are working together as the divers to get into the center of combat to create the opportunity, when he takes up space and then also denies space with his ultimate or with any of his abilities, you're supposed to come up on the side of him or behind him with whatever target to pincer. And once that target's pincered and they tell you to switch targets, or when they decide to switch attention to you, that's when Victor chooses to actively block with his body to protect you from damage and deny them the ability to follow up whatever they want to for the majority of that fight. Because if they're using their ability to do that, then there's a bunch of other things that they need to be done as well. And that's going to create an opportunity for a success and a pathway forward. Drifter can do the same thing, but Drifter cannot dash 3 times, but he does have a teleport. Billy can do the same thing, and he does it with the ability to reset Smackdown twice while working with Blasted to create an opportunity to win the same type of melee duels that Apollo can play. But it's more aggression. You're trading the offensive tanking power for the ability to remain more safe. And that accounts for something, but it doesn't account for much, because you're still kind of punishing a player for the crime of, not being perfect, which is the problem. He demands perfection. Play of Apollo demands perfection in a way where The only reason most people think that he is broken is because they are bad and are being exploited. If you exploit characters like Apollo for all they're worth, the same way that I do, because I definitely tell people to get slowing X, then it's less of a problem. But most people are bad at communication, so he's definitely a solo pub champion that is designed to shit stomp, just like we said. And in situations where he's allowed to shit stomp like that, then it's obviously going to be easier than it might come off. It's a lot more to pilot than, say, any other character on this list, like Bebop. But if you're willing to put in the time, you should be rewarded with the effort. And I don't think enough people are willing to put in the time because they just want something that functions much easier without any thought. Like, you could probably pilot Infernus with a similar level of investment as Apollo and get 1,000 more points, whatever the fuck they claim gives you rank in this game. But the difference is that this character has a guaranteed stun. And the other character does not have a guaranteed stun. And then you point and click and you sit on their face and you win because you're burning them to death. Not because you actually did anything special.
Also, are we bringing anybody along this, or is it just going to be 3 of us?
I had one person that stood up and said that he would come, but he's not currently around or not in the room. And I will be talking to people inside the game.
Understandable.
Y'all don't have to talk to people inside the game, but I will be talking to people inside the game.
I'm down. Although, to be fair, in video games, personally, I'm the type of person that prefers to have somebody else tell me what to do, if I'm being 1,000% honest.
Unfortunately, as it comes to behavior and matchmaking and people and attitude and shit, there are so many people that have demonstrated to me that you just kind of have to tell people that they're dog shit with their ideas and plans, and just be very direct in telling them your opinion is dog shit, but this is the plan I'm going to do instead. This is how we ended up getting Draconia in the server. Because in a lot of these matches in which I've played with these people, every single time I have tried to give somebody the respect of having their own mindset, they have kind of just demonstrated that they have to be told, bro, this is not going to work. And it's been disgusting to watch differently. I don't know why they do this way, but they do it that way, and it's weird. It's so fucking weird every time it happens. Especially in death replays. For some reason, and every time I have watched whomever has played this at the highest level, especially people like PD, the guy who's the #1 OTP Billy, or at least calls himself as such, every single fucking time, they refuse to like have normal conversations where they act like pinging is not what it is, and then we'll have shouting matches about being told, hey, I pinged this 13 times and nobody responded, so I'm just gonna assume that you're retarded until you prove otherwise. Like, this is something that happens in all hyper-competitive games, especially Rivals. I don't know why there are people that are not willing to just talk to their lane partner across the map. And then people get angry at you talking to your lane partner, positively. Positive reinforcement. Communication of what you need, and acting like it is the worst crime in the world because you asked them to give you something that you needed. Because for some reason they think other people's opinions and mouths and words and hearing them talk is the end of the fucking world. I don't know what my third is going to be. Yes, I do. That character, that character, that character.
Nice job.
But I need something else.
I'll give them a few more minutes, and if we don't get them, then I'm just gonna move on.
I will play my part, and in doing so, build a home for the Jinn.
Who do you typically play, Carl?
Abrams, Billy Drifter.
All right. And Dex, I'm assuming you're gonna probably stick with like Mina.
I'm gonna keep Mina Shiv Silver.
Gotcha.
Anyone want to eat garbage and watch trash?
Boy, do I! Welcome.
They're all like completely different characters, so.
That's still...
Yeah. I was going to either play Pocket.
I don't have to see them.
Venator or more Moan.
Spiders, force consumed, deal spirit damage. Consume all gen marks, deal damage now. Infesting with fire scarabs, stealing life, causing reduced damage, trying to feel whirlwind, slowing the speed with not bullet evasion, target location of minimap. This is the Shin Ultimate. Your shot supply gen mark. Max 4 marks.
There'll be more of them.
Max 4 marks.
Oh, if you're looking at the mark, it's not based off of how many times you shoot them. It has like an internal timer of when you can proc it again.
Okay, that's what I was about to figure out. That seems pretty
The
silly.
timer does go down based off of cooldown reduction too.
Threat neutralized.
But it does make it so that you can like tap somebody once, do something else, come back, tap them again, and keep stacking it that way.
I'll take your life.
Seems ridiculous.
Kinda, yeah.
They'll reap what they sowed.
20 base damage, plus 3 second multiplier duration. Apply fading slow. Move speed, rate speed, 400 meters, scanning with spirit, and simplest cooldown. That is an unbelievable level of cooldown to apply to a 140-second ability.
What, the tornado?
The teleport.
Oh, that, yeah.
They should slow them down. This is just the beginning.
How is that not a number 1 with max? That's just wrong. That requires testing. Builds. Hybrid. Mirage. With absolutely no explanation. Heal Vein. High combat region. Inhibitor. Scaling exposure. Ricochet. Bonus fire rate and shooting other heroes. Boundless Spirit. Toxic Bullets.
It's like a hyper carry Mirage build.
This character is hybrid. I just don't like by the way that these look. For some reason, people are allergic to fire rate, with the exception of Ricochet. And maybe Kinetic Dash. Seems silly. I have to try things out until I see how I like them.
Usually for like hyper carry Mirage type setups, they usually do like Quicksilver reload on his 3, where you you pop your mark the moment you hit them to get the buffs from it, or to get like the reload. Because you have to pop the mark manually to proc like active item or like item effects.
Will sustain me.
I feel like you'd want to do that if you know that you're going to be trying to take a duel. Otherwise, I don't see why this person wouldn't act like a sharpshooter instead at a distance. I'm certain it's strong. Any character
His
that
marks
has
have a max range of which they can be put on people.
Okay. Because I can see right here, inside even the base Mirage build, it does suggest a Quicksilver reload that builds into Imperial Magnum. So I'm more than certain that's the case, but like, none of these people seem to like Burst Fire. They always go for Ricochet. And it doesn't seem like the play to me.
Mirage has bad wave clear, so Ricochet just helps him out a lot with that.
Okay. Just whatever. I'm gonna ping people one more time.
Let's figure out how fun this character is.
They aren't really changed these builds that much. Mirage, however, is going to take time to learn. I don't like how most people design these characters. First, number one, I don't like the item system. I'm always going to have a problem with the item system, because the item system is retarded. The second thing that I do not like is I do not like the way that people design characters. Instead of anything with comparable sense, it feels like the majority of them decide that concepts like intelligence doesn't matter. Situations like information about why this is a counter pick, situations about why this is a build pick, situations about why this is a core pick don't apply to the game. It was definitely a problem with the group of people that I was playing with before, because their particular issue was that as general players, they liked the idea of doing things that led to the game being more fun for them in the moment, but long term they would hit massive security walls and massive skill gated walls, and they refused to take advice. And when you call them on it, they would get angry and ask, what am I supposed to do? And then you tell them the answer, verbatim, and perform it in front of them, and they could not take it. Enemies and allies would do this. In this particular group of people, it was personal friends of a moderator of another mutual's Discord server with interpersonal people from that friend group, as well as IRL friends from his friend group, and his IRL friends sucked massive donkey dick. Massive donkey dick. And getting them to accept what you were telling them was impossible. It's been a while since I've had to do the for fun conversation, but every single time that they would get into like a late game situation where it's a skirmisher push and they refuse to play the main role that Dax plays, which is as an outside skirmisher who comes in for brawls and team fights, they did not understand the concept of shoving waves. So every single time they would get into a team fight situation, they would not reset, they would die, and they would lose all momentum on the map, and nobody on the member of the outside of the map was effectively pushing. So they couldn't actually make progress. And they kept asking questions like, why is it can I not make progress? What am I supposed to do differently? And they would never accept the answer. Because that's not as fun. I want to throw myself into the enemy. Yes, they were rival players, mainly. They never wanted to accept the fact that this was a MOBA, and you can't just do that.
I feel like any hero shooter players, they get upset at the very concept of a fucking hook character.
It feels a little shitty, but I don't think it's that bad.
Seriously,
I think BF has the most insane hook I've ever seen in a game. Maybe not the Dota one. I don't remember the guy who has a hook in Dota. I haven't experienced Dota too much. But the range that Bebop hook can actually go is insane. It's so funny though.
I think I mean, like, I've heard it from several Overwatch players that they just hate hooks in general.
Probably because it exploits them. Probably because it exploits them.
What do you mean?
Bad position. A hook character exploits bad positioning. Somebody who's always in bad positions will get exploited by the hook every time. Walk too far up, walk too far forward, out of the vision and out of the view of the healer, which is the way that Marvel Rivals does it. Line of sight equals healing, including barriers which can block healing. Get pulled out of position, get repositioned in a way where they have to walk that much further to get back to the support and walk past the line of attrition, and they don't know how to play on the line. They walk across the line of attrition, and then they're like, why am I immediately getting hooked? It's like, you walked over the line of attrition. I know, because I play hook characters. I live in the front line. You know this, Marcus.
Yeah.
The exact second that you step over that line, I'm not waiting for another chance for you to... I'm not going to let you figure out that you're in danger. I'm just going to immediately fuck you.
I distinctly remember having this one conversation with Izzy Dex, and she just was like absolutely being like, you know how she usually does her shitty rhetoric of like, you like, people need to help me and all that. Meanwhile, she's getting hooked she's getting hooked constantly and targeted constantly by the Roadhog. Because she just nonstop plays fucking Overwatch, which I really don't understand why you do, but okay.
Bro, have you seen Xion in that game? Oh my goodness.
I still think that
I love that robot.
I still think that she's very badly designed.
Xion? Maybe. I have no idea. I don't play the game competitively, or even that much. I just know I like the design of Xion. I like the gameplay of Xion. That character is sick.
Yeah.
I'm not afraid of you.
My issue is that Izzy will defend how the characters that she plays because she doesn't deem them as toxic, which I find hilarious.
It's toxic.
What?
I don't care if a character is toxic.
Yeah, but she's like, oh no, because she has multiple ways and it's really hard for her. Like, she's not like consistent at all. Versus like fucking Cassidy or Hanzo, who are innately like. And then I just sat there going like, yeah, but those are mid to long range characters where she's a close range that has multiple dashes on top of the fact that she can, oh, I don't know, have ways of getting in.
Like,
on top of
the thing that Cassidy is like OP in Overwatch, when he's just like an aim guy.
They don't want to have the held accountability of them being like, oh, Cassidy's bullshit, because like Hanzo, okay, look, I get it. Hanzo's arrow hitboxes are massive because he's are like big and they have issues with like collision and everything like that. But he's a projectile character. Admittedly, the projectiles are in fact are damn near hit scan, but the difference between the two is
I'm the greatest
projectiles in
at
Overwatch are like, they're not usually like super fast, you know?
Yeah. But regardless, every single time it's just having issue with those two characters, and only the problem characters are Roadhog, because he's a tank with a hook, which, if we're being really fucking honest, yeah, he can 100 to 0 you, but you have to fuck up in order to get 100 to 0.
While you still can.
I don't know what kind of characters that I don't like. I like characters that I think you don't have to do much to get like maximum value.
And that's what
that's why I hate terror characters in like almost every game.
Fair.
That's just me. I know there are people that love terror characters. I hate them because I feel like they don't have to do much.
They don't, other than just kind of like playing a macro game. which is what most turret players do. They're trying to play an RTS while you're playing basically a shooter. For all intents and purposes of like hero shooter quote unquote. So.
Hope you win whatever fight you're about to start.
But Roadhog, like I'm not gonna sit here and say that Roadhog requires a ton of skill, but it does require at least aiming and understanding how far your range actually is. Cassidy, you like put it to say it's a point and click adventure is being different, genuine.
Oh, they're just characters like that. Like every
to stand in
hero
the Charlotte's
shooter.
way.
Where they're just like, oh, if you play this character, you got to be like the aim guy. Like if
Yeah.
your aim is good, you're good with this character. That is what it is.
I'm just getting started.
It appears that they're in Gundam Night, and that's why he's not answering.
They're in what?
Gundam. They watch Gundam.
My vows are not taken lightly.
I see.
Well, it's probably for the best. It's so nice to know that my years of antisocial behavior.
Well, my teachers are always...
Maurice and I got your back. This is business. Nothing more.
Today, I still have parishes to investigate. Today, 9 commandments will have to do.
I need more. I don't have. One of the things I love the most about Arthurian legend is that you have these noble heroes that are totally morally comparable. Oh my god, I didn't notice the time. We have to complete the ritual.
Okay, that'll work for that up. Also, impatient. Starting with the streamer said go. Nigga assy! The nigga assy! He's trying to get it!
Yeah, I'm trying to fucking play. I'm on Deadlock.
Not gonna lie, rage quits in Avatar Legends are funny as hell. What even happens when they rage quit in Avatar Legends?
It puts you instantly back in training mode.
That feels like that's just to insult you for choosing to rage quit, rather than necessarily saying, oh, you're rage quitting matches? I guess you need more time in the lab. Like,
I mean, that's just how the matchmaking goes. When you matchmake in Avatar Legends, it puts you in training mode so that you have something to do while you're matchmaking.
Okay.
So when somebody rage quits, it just drops you back into training mode and requeues you immediately.
Okay, that sounds less like what originally it sounded like when you were talking about it earlier. Because what it sounded like was it puts you into, like, combo training. Like, combo mad Tekken training. Like, and then the lights flash when you complete the combo. Like, you're so dog shit at playing this game that you're rage quitting matches, you need to go into an entirely different training mode because you are not ready to be online. But if
somebody rage quits, they just close the game. But, like, for the other person that didn't rage quit, it just puts you back in, like, the matchmaking training mode immediately.
Okay. I guess that's convenient for the players that just want to requeue immediately.
Yeah. Oh. Although they do have, like, training mode options to let you do stuff like that.
I mean, they should. Any fighting game should have a tutorial mode that it's to teach you the basis of the command character combos so that you don't completely get fucking ran for your jewels when you choose to go into any competitive mode. I think that's like...
I don't know if the game's tutorial, like, explicitly shows you combos, but it does tell you, like, everything you need to know about the game. And then in the character trials, that's why they have that kind of stuff.
Yeah, so that's more to the nature of what I'm talking about, because I use Tekken as the standard. Tekken has always had the combo mat standard, Granted, people associate it to character action games and Devil May Cry combo mats where people are just showing off the combos that they can do. But having a combo mat where you're actually teaching the player how to do the combos and the order in which they need to do it is something that I think all fighting games need to have, period. Mainly because if you don't have it, what ends up happening is that okay, I had a conversation with my chat once where I explained to them that the first 100 hours that they play in any multiplayer video game, especially hyper-competitive, hyper-competent ones, such as League and Smite and Rivals, and especially Deadlocked, is a preview of the next 1,000 hours of play. I haven't shown you personally Eternal Return, don't know if you know about it, but I basically...
I played it when it first came out.
Yes, so it's changed from Lone Wolf only being 3-on-3s, but they still have Lone Wolf
like
as
a team-based game.
Yeah, as a custom mode and as a team-based mode. But inside of it, if your first 100 hours are just you having absolutely no progress in learning how to play the game has categorically failed you. Like, you don't know what the fuck you're doing. You don't know how to figure out how to do what the fuck you need to do. To the point where looking at any other streamer or another player playing is not actually going to provide you any direction. It's just going to be more of a problem. Things like that are the consequence of that kind of problem. And there's not lots of ways that one can be able to properly employ the assistance to learn how to better play the game if the game does not have a training mode designed to teach you how to play. Now, most people probably would think of Marvel vs. Capcom 3 as the connective point on that, because it did indeed have that kind of mode, and that's the idea of most of these games. For what it looks like they do inside of Avatar Legends, it plays more like Marvel vs. Capcom than any other particular fighter, certainly not an NRS fighter, and because of that nature of those gameplay concepts, multiplayer games always basically have the first 100 hours of play being you fucking around until you find any kind of direction to give you motivation. And that just remains to be the problem. I wish that it were not that way of a problem, but that is basically the problem that happens at all times. It's fucking retarded, the way that it does. We're also in separate opposite lanes from people.
Yeah. I don't know how this lane is going to be for you guys.
Be careful.
I see the enemy.
The real question is, did holidays start with crack shot?
Top bridge! Open eyes! Top bridge!
Started barrel.
She's tagged. I need you to wake up, Hayes.
Yeah, this got a rough one for us.
Yeah, it is. That's why I was saying, like, yeah, be careful.
It's gonna be a rough lane both ways. You're gonna have to tell them what to do.
We're in the same lane together.
Alright, we just play safe for now.
I'm gonna get resto shot.
Your life is my life. I see the enemy.
We need to be aggressive. I need you to start looking to take bridge. There's no reason why this lane should be going this way.
I see the enemy.
He just got her hand clip.
Oh, let him bury that. this matchup is just one. We don't really have a consistent hit damage on two of them. This is what the scared is. That's like a lot more fun.
Aggression sometime today, Hayes.
Bro, he's not even in your lane anymore. You're not even shooting.
I can look at him across the map. He's in the lane with my team member. I'm in a party of 3. One day you'll learn how to play the game from 2 lanes, maybe 3. Meanwhile, in this lane, why are you standing so far back if we can see their aggression point?
I see the enemy. I won't let you kill me.
In smoke.
What is wrong with this?
Behind box.
I see Ray.
Also, we need to hit all day though.
I need to back off. One more barrel and I'm dead. He's behind you. I'm gonna.
Honestly, it would have been better to have anything this time.
Yeah, but he's what?
I'm trying to start making this.
Seriously?
This is the bad.
The elements obey. Threat neutralized. Fighting me.
Critical.
Grievous error.
Oh, he's going to get the bridge buff.
I gotta go back. I'm left. All bags needed. Wraith has been
Oh, they might be going mid. Oh, she's on the mid. We have Ken.
Again, sorry.
An excellent choice.
I can get something better.
Bad back time will do that.
He's specifically targeting me. That's cute.
What'd you say?
Bad back timing will kill us. We both died from your bad back timing. We should have dove her together when she was 1.
I was 1 HP.
You were not 1 HP, you were 300. I had more HP than you, I lead the dive, we kill her.
I was 37 HP, you're retarded.
You weren't 37 HP before you took the trade. We have healing wave.
This guy sounds like he's never had pussy before.
Married, child. Talk to yourselves. I can't make progress with you if you're not going to learn how to play the games. SinglePlayerCarl, all the platforms, Caramel Cage on Twitter. Talk to yourselves. Either play the game or shut the fuck up. I don't have to hear you, so you should always be shutting the fuck up, right? Prove to me you know what you're doing. Perform. Because I can promise you if I analyze the game and I put you in my chat room and I bet you $100 that you cannot argue why you should be making the choices you made from when I started asking them, I need you to be aggressive, I can promise you everything is going to demonstrate that you don't know what the fuck you're doing and you can't lead me. You're in a lane with other 2-3 people on my team. There's 3 of us. You're failing in 2 out of 3 lanes right now. We're getting damage on left and right. Explain to me how that's happening. Shouldn't be. I know it's not them.
No, we're definitely losing our lane. Like,
how badly? And why?
This is bad lane matchup.
You know how to bounce wave? No.
Oh, almost.
Side jungle. Teleporter.
Let's go blue.
I can't believe she wasn't a kill. I guess they nerfed it.
Good luck completing the ritual.
Oh, that went back to base. She could be wrong.
No one will be denied my
Oh no,
aid.
she's doing
They won't forget the day they crossed me.
Side lane, side lane, side lane. Right in front of me. Through mid.
One way. Moon Krill is in near a shop. Fuck my fucking dick, you bitch.
3 men mid. If Celeste isn't showing right and is bouncing the wave off the tower, why were you still there?
Such blessings.
Retreat the fight. Ultimate's coming out.
Careful. Oh, they yeah.
Mo's looting out a lot, by the way. Super
what?
Mo is super killable right now.
I see.
I'm just gonna die right there.
I actually hit him. He's really low.
We should have retreated that fight a very long time ago. They're gonna tell me that you didn't have the ability to retreat that?
What hit Mo?
Inshallah, we'll stop them.
Careful. I'm on way.
Feel the fury of the jinn.
He's low. Oh shit! No. Nice.
Fuck. Died, eh? I didn't have any more knowledge
about my virtues.
Oh, I just got hit by both ults, man.
Yeah.
Shouldn't be shoving right. We should be putting our focus in middle. I'm bouncing the wave on purpose. And there definitely doesn't need to be 2 people, because Celeste is waiting under the tower, which is why I'm bouncing it.
The weapons of the jinn are unconventional.
Rotating middle. Two right side.
Holy player is good.
Hope you win whatever fight you're about to start.
Yeah. I tagged with 2 knives, though.
2 LMs start moving
She's half
the urn.
Really out today, aren't they? And away we go.
Here.
Take me where I'm needed.
10 seconds, still money.
Call of Duty
3 right. Shove mid, shove mid, shove mid.
Keep fighting, Infernus.
Careful.
Yeah, Mo's behind me.
Yep. Help Mo a little bit. He's half. I'm also half because of looking barrel.
Yeah, you need to get early spirit resist. Pocket has negative 15 resistance, remember?
Yep. I just...
Hey, geniuses, instead of trying to dive them underneath that right side turret, how about we try to take the easy fight in front of us? No, we're gonna keep trying to fight them under their turret? Mm-hmm. They make retarded plays. I don't know how to help them. How long have you been taking this team fighting left?
Our green guardian has been
Marcus?
Hasn't really been.
Hold on, I'm dead here.
Oh. I have no stamina to get to you.
No. Fuck. How long have we been laning?
How long
this
you...
entire time.
So they've been doing everything that they did there and then just saw you taking that fight for that long and chose not to do anything?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's why I'm talking at them.
This should buy me the time I need.
Fighting underneath that walker for at least 2 minutes. Only did have health to it. Both died. Could have easily overwhelmed a fight inside the side lane, which is why I did the teleport ultimate, to try and throw them off. 1-to-1 duel in mid, dies free. I don't know how to help you, bro.
Our yellow walker is under attack.
Doesn't fight for jungle, doesn't fight for camps, doesn't rotate fights. Starts yapping the moment they hear somebody's voice, gets triggered, gets angry, can't explain themselves.
Calico's.
They will not escape their fate.
They have relic.
Die. Only one of us gets to walk away.
Actually, I got lost.
They made their choice.
One down, 2 coming on middle, walking through jungle.
Good job. It was inevitable.
I have to match shot first. Oh, Mo's right here.
Why is he so fast?
He maxed Burrow.
Yeah, he's very annoying. He reminds me of Sobek. An even more aggressively annoying Sobek. He's really fucking stupid as a character.
Yeah. Dax, I'm gonna go take that wave.
Headed to green.
Yeah, soak the wave. Just kill the minions that are there, let it slow push out of the fountain. That's what bouncing looks like. Do that, and it's going to have to force them to walk up to farm it, which is going to put them out of position, and then we can gank that. If you shove it away very fast, we'll have to chase the wave. Understand?
Got it.
Retreat the mid-fight. They have ultimates. 2 people shoving side wave on side. The team fight happening in middle. The yappiest players not taking fights.
There is no team fight. It is me getting ulted by 3 people.
Yeah. I told you they have ultimate. I'm not even there and I know what they have.
It's not that I got ulted by like 3 different like CC abilities now back to back.
Burn them all, Infernus.
Oh, this guy. He's a KD player. Of course he is.
I can promise you, every single 3 of those people who are yapping are KDA players.
Did he not just hear? Okay, never mind. He's just trolling at this point.
I can promise you all 3 of them are trolling. Including the one that sounds like he's black. Solo dying in lane while not listening to teamfight calls. Celeste left, 2 left. Apparently we're just sacrificing this. I mean, they're not going to move. We have to sacrifice it.
Infernus is going there right now.
I can promise you he is not. He is coming here to absorb the wave in my face.
No, it's fine. As long as, like, somebody's there to catch the wave, it's not that big of a deal.
They're shoving this as a team.
As a team?
They're currently trying to kill him.
Green water is under attack.
No, that was Holiday. Holiday's mid. Holiday and Motto.
3 hanging around the outskirt of left, moving towards the middle through side jungle.
Let's go blue.
You're not safe. Two appearing offside inside jungle.
Let's go to Broadway.
Dead again on the solo play.
What happened? Did he just go AFK?
Yeah, I think he DC'd. I think he genuinely DC'd. Whatever. It gives me money. I'm pleased. I'm
free scaling.
Yeah, he DC'd. I'm gonna go. Can you grab that wave?
In left.
Carl.
What?
Yeah.
I'm standing here to farm it. Yes, I'm standing here doing this camp to clear it and farm it because I'm watching Celeste push it. Gang fuck Celeste left, she's by herself.
Water is under attack.
And we can't because she's all the way over here by herself alone. We're fighting over Urn. Because I know if my friend Marcus saw it, that you also saw it. And that's the part that makes it weird to me. It's a left side Urn retrieval, and we had her in a position where she's easily gankable, and we didn't gang fuck her. But we gotta throw it away on the right side, right? By ourselves? Yeah! That makes sense.
No more games. I'll take any edge in the fight.
I can be a mean son of a bitch when I want to be. And because I'm farming the side jungle, I am already even to you guys.
Yeah. Well, you're even to me, and I'm not doing too hot.
I don't have any defenses. I need to fix that. Enemy approaching mid. Back up.
Inshallah, will stop them.
Hi.
Team fight mid-side. Right side jungle.
They are safe from me.
The Archmother gives freely.
Oh no.
Celeste by herself, getting ran down by one on left. Shoving side lane. One enemy DC'd. They're just rage quitting at this point.
Our green water is under attack. Keep fighting, Infernus.
This holiday shit is so fucking annoying.
Yeah.
There's not much to have learned in this game because those three people decided that they know more about team play than other people. But didn't demonstrate any of it. Forehead? Powder keg doing 160-40. That's not fun. 4 different blocks of Tank Buster doing 199 damage. That doesn't seem balanced.
A boon from your patron.
Although, I flubbed trying to use my ultimate there.
They only have one shrine left. The Hidden King must die.
Now they all DC'd. Whee! Now remember, you raged and you got mad. That means you're the worst players than us. Once again, SinglePlayerCarl, all platforms, Caramel Kitchen on Twitter. $100 if you can explain why you think you're okay to be angry. I bet you only one of them will be brave enough to do it, and I bet you they're only going to sit there in the chat room and talk shit. How am I liking Deadlocked? It's meh. Deadlocked is always meh. It'll always be meh. As long as the video game does not have people actually put in the effort to have to care about their play, there's always going to be people who are going to throw it. It's really fucking annoying.
I think you were kind of doing a little bit too much right there. I think, in general, you should probably just focus on your own lane and laners.
See, I tried to, and they were actively hiding behind a tower for the entire lane. That's how the conversation started. They were sitting behind a tower. I ping out their position. He allows them to sit on the bridge. He allows them to chunk both of us for 400 and then sat behind a wall for the entirety of the game. Then he runs away from the lane. The Infernus comes over to the lane. I'm looking at him doing the same shit to you, while the Infernus is doing the same shit to me, and the lane did not change. Then they rage quit, ran to middle, dabbed the team fight, died, then took multiple 2v2s and 1v1s, took the duels, died again. Each one. The Furnace died, the Haze died. The Infernus died again, the Haze died again. And then the Infernus, feeling like he had to leave the lane, when he should have just had 3 and should have been pot-shotting things to put skill damage down and everything. He didn't have to leave. He chose to play situations where he could have just let me take the damage for him and tank for health, and he made it harder on himself for no reason. None. Now, focusing on my lane, of course I should. But, they literally aren't working in my lane, so the only thing I can do is give you information across the map. Because I can see them moving to the jungle. That team was a little bit more abrasive with how they chose to go about fighting. For some reason, every time that they were fighting in mid, there was somebody who was, like, just enough in vision in middle that you could see them in the corner. I didn't understand that. Like, they're doing our side jungle, and then they show in vision, and, like, they're peeking their head around the corner, like, waiting for it to be safe. So when I went to mid there, I basically flushed them out of position and forced them to redirect their attention to me, which made them stop what they were doing and reset the situation. But it's like, I can't help them if they won't give me anything. I'm just gonna sit there and probably start insulting them until they produce gameplay to justify saying words. Because I just asked them, hey, can you play the game? Then I tell him, bro, you should not have reset. You should not have been that aggressive. And immediately with the insults. I deafen them, I then make fun of them the rest of the game. Because they just made mistakes the entire time. I don't know what else to do there. I'm not going to sit here in abstract silence. I cannot do that. But if they're just not going to play the game to the point where the enemy team either gives up because they're being snowballed in with whatever gameplay we are doing, there's nothing to learn there. That, and it's also to bait them into a situation where they actually have a conversation like an adult. I told you, I am playing seriously.
I shall learn, I thank you.
In order to learn, I have to challenge myself. To challenge myself, I put myself in situations where learning can begin. And that cannot happen if they just sit there playing a passive game for 10 minutes. Especially when we could be doing something and they're, like, hiding behind a tower. I can't do anything with that. You know work. You know work. Realistically, what I think we should do is, in this situation, we should just lane between the 3 of us, and whoever's in the off lane should be able to manage. What do you think? Okay.
I can off lane if we do a lane together.
It depends. Whatever you're comfortable with.
Oh, I got my favorite character. Let's go.
I'm in Furnace.
Abrams, your strength will be a boon to your allies and a bane.
I'm off with the Paradox. I'm gonna ask Delum if we can swap lanes.
Oh.
They switched lanes between you. Unfortunate. I'm fine where I am.
I'm gonna try and swap with Paradox. Other than that, I'm good.
You want to swap to Paradox or swap with Paradox?
Swap with Paradox.
Are they accepting it?
They didn't accept. But it's fine.
Let's go blue.
You got door mid, mid, and mid.
Left side. Billy's on bridge. We still have a wave to shove.
We can't let them deny us.
Yeah, no.
You're not healthy enough to step up, Paradox. You need to heal.
Okay, well, he blasted me all the way back, so...
Yeah, I don't know why he did that, but
he was probably trying to sneak up behind. Blasted me into a wall.
Paradox, where are you? If we know that Billy's around that left corner, why are we letting Billy in that left corner? Your microphone is not strong enough to hear you.
In the end, I will be the one still standing. Who do you think you were punching?
So, that happens because you decided to leave lane without saying anything, Paradox. You need to ping.
I think Doorman got him out.
No, I told you to back off. That's why I said we have a healing minion. I literally said we have a healing minion. You have to back off and hold. If you're new, let me know right now. That way I can change what I'm saying to you.
I'm gonna keep poking.
From that play, that sounds like you are definitely new. I need somebody to switch with Paradox. He needs to go to a lane so we can learn. Not saying anything about it, don't mean anything by it. That was not acceptable. There's no reason he should be in our tower. There's no reason we should be fighting when we have a wave to shove in front of us. There's no way that we lose half the health on that because you're taking a free trade. They are disrespecting you in a way that should not be possible. I'm very fine. If he doesn't know how to play, helping him play is first priority, because that shouldn't happen. Typing's not helping. I am being nice about it. That's why I said, if you are new, tell me right now so I can change what I am saying. Here's something. Stay in your lane. Do not try to advocate for them. They're a grown adult. They can use their words. You're homeschooled? How old are you? This is not to pry information. This is so that I know what to expect. Is this your first MOBA? Also, we're gonna lose green. Be ready to gank from mid. Dax, can you cover us?
I'm
Shit,
dead.
no. Yeah, we're dead. Actually, keep it.
I'm dead as hell because I followed with.
Yeah, holy, what was Billy doing there?
I don't
Left
know,
side
man.
missing. He rotated, that's why. He rotated as we backed and came back from death. He's crossing back across right now. 2 crossing right now.
I see the enemy.
Doorman.
Doorman is staying there. Billy's on building.
You should basically be him then.
No one stands in my way.
I'm coming to gank.
Gotcha.
He's dead already.
We're good now.
Fall back from the tower, you're gonna lose it.
Our green guardian has been
Up too late.
What the hell?
Alright, Paradox. I'm gonna teach you a crash course lesson and $100 in a minute. You need to bounce the wave. When this wave hits on the walker, clear the wave that comes behind it, but do not push forward. Then go into the jungle and take side jungle. Use your best clearing ability.
Hey, I need help. He's trying to kill me right now.
Turning. Use gun, use melee, but don't bounce the wave past this line of attrition. Okay? The Billy that you're facing alongside that page that you're facing are a very advanced level player. Or they're mid okay. They can predict parries. So you have to not put yourself in a position where it's happening. Billy side jungle. Billy side jungle. I'm body blocking for you, run.
I had to leave.
I know you're leaving. That's why I'm body blocking for you. They're coming for you!
Bro, I don't have fucking speed.
We really shouldn't. Paradox should be farming that. But, unfortunately, can't make them do what they don't want to.
Paradox is already mid.
I noticed.
No way I didn't hit her, man.
Someone's using their noodle.
Once you bounce that wave, I'll take green wave. The Billy is feeling himself right now. Proceed accordingly.
It's fine, though.
4-man mid.
Mina does better with farm than Paradox does anyways.
Yeah, but I don't want you to shove the wave out. We need to bounce the wave. If you just shove the wave, they're just going to run mid and fight them. Like they are right now. If they're going to let us have this, then we should take the walker. But if they're not going to let us do that, then we just should assume that they will defend it at some point.
The only person that will come is probably the Page. And she actually defends it with walkers.
I really could use the fucking help. Where did Paradox? What the fuck?
I can't answer that question.
Our blue walker is under attack.
Oh, fucking god. I can't do anything because of me having to fucking sit here with, like, literally nobody. Fuck the Paradox. The Paradox ain't doing shit.
With a fucked laning phase, I'm stuck.
Is taking our singers on the right.
Not really much we can do about that. I need to be strong enough to actually take damage.
Man, we could have got him. Doorman's not actually like
Ultimate online.
Billy gets a fucking win because she can't do shit. She literally is holding on to her ulti. What the fuck am I supposed to do?
Okay. I got Doorman ulted.
Oh my god, I can't do anything. I'm going green. Jack's behind you, Doorman.
Should have punched him.
I want Billy dead.
Hey, I want to get my knock on.
Walker is under attack.
I'm in the back. Where is it? Oh, Billy's coming. Billy's coming.
Of course he is.
I heard him fucking goat dash somewhere.
I can't do anything in this fucking game now.
Power farm.
Yeah, that's what I'm doing. Because I'm severely behind now. I couldn't get any like confirmation for like help or assistance.
Billy side jungle on top of me.
I see the enemy.
2 side jungle on top of me.
I'm away.
This is the end.
Keep farming.
You farming? Okay.
They still have ultimates. 3 med.
Paradox is dead.
Our blue walker is under attack.
Little bit of advice. Don't get caught.
You know, Victor, as a front line, you should be here.
We should try and go in on this.
3 mid.
I see the enemy. I'm gonna find them.
Graves forcing left. You should rotate off this fight and gang fuck her.
Our green walker is under attack.
And take the jump.
Of course.
In position. Engage.
He's super low.
Above or below?
Got her.
2 mid.
Blue Walker is under attack.
I don't think I have the health to stop.
I'm on my way, mid.
Our yellow guardian has been
That's not actually a lot.
Our yellow walker is under attack.
Two, stalking. Billy. Three. Every time I look at the map and I look over at the side lane and right, I see Victor. Victor, we are both 2 front lines. Why is it when there are people chasing us in our mid section, you're not mid?
I don't know why Doorman just dashed into me. And
Bro, we just killed somebody. It doesn't override 3 people in our side jungle walking in without vision. You're a support. You don't need to have 2 people there. Bait them to the mid. Cover the mid.
Good luck.
I can promise you the side wave is not that important. You shove the wave out, you push it back.
Oh, Victor did not have ult. He's got ult for sure.
It is not a team fight simulator. It is a MOBA. You have to push waves, you have to cover fights. If they can walk through the jungle, uncontested, that is a problem.
Actually, I need to go dive
Now.
Now, what we do here, Victor, is we walk through their jungle, and we go to middle.
Rise up and take what you deserve. Our blue walker is under attack.
And you see how when I called that, Victor's still right side? That's the problem we're having. You do the play, then you don't go to help your team. You push out a lane, you then cover the lane movement. If you don't cover the lane movement, we end up in mid. All this jungle that we could be taking in mid, and we are not taking it. How does it happen? I can tell you how it happens. You're sitting there just fighting people. I can promise you, there's 6,000, nope, 750 worth souls in the lane.
I'm going yellow.
If the wave is coming in on yellow like it is right now,
yeah,
where it's coming in against us, where Marcus is about to go take it, that's where we should be using that wave to get momentum. Also, they're behind us.
I do not have.
Somebody's here near yellow.
I need to expand. Which one? That is.
That's Guys. Guys is at yellow.
Let's see who's still standing.
Billy ultimate.
Graves is coming down, dude.
Graves! Take the fortress, take the fortress, take the fortress!
Let's push Broadway.
Now back up!
You learn your lesson yet?
Our yellow walker
Know what we're there for. We are there for the walker and whoever's walking behind us. Grave shouldn't have made us pat us, but it's okay. Mistakes happen. But not moving back faster to take that faster costs us right side. Sacrifices have to be made. We're equalizing. It's not Paradox's fault. It's part of the learning process, but we need to do better. That means our front line should be in the front line. Victor and I should be hovering around mid, going through side jungle.
I'm dead as fuck. Because Billy is a belligerent fucking character.
Yeah, he dumb as fuck. That's why I like him.
Our blue walker has been defeated.
If you like that, I got some other stuff that fell off the truck.
Billy walking towards our towers in green. That is illegal. He's with team members. Let's go gang fuck them. Graves is here. Somehow we're walking out of base instead of just coming from the right side? Huh?
Don't worry, boys and girls. You're all
Why are you walking down mid to go to your side jungle? Paying for your sins, 2 for 1. Please just go through the side jungle instead of walking down mid and then going through side jungle. I promise it's faster. Don't push us out too far, Paradox. Yeah, that's good enough. Then you fall back and you take side jungle. We need to get out of this tempo trap. They are walking through side jungle, right side. Move now.
Let's go to Broadway.
Here I come.
Combustion's on cooldown.
I'll take you all.
No one stands between me and my destiny.
Moving to right.
Big tech and bacon.
Turning around, doorman.
Doorman.
The Baroness is unfit.
I'm gonna go for guys.
Forced him to use ultimate, so he should be free. Never mind, Lum did nothing. Probably because Lum used ultimate early and didn't save it. Not hoping Luminer plays anymore. Back off the fight. His team's coming. His team's coming and they're shoving away from front of us in the mid.
Yeah. Long way to mid.
Oh, we really need to kill Geist there, man. She has so much money.
I agree, but unfortunately, we don't really have a support. It is retarded how bad we don't have a support. Every time I have seen Victor, I have seen them with Rem, and every time I see them, they're off doing something bad. Then we come back from our deficit by getting some very important kills, and they're just like non-existent. Nothing we can do about the Rejuvenator, just get ready for the push.
They got the Rejuvenator.
Shove the Laves out quickly, then be ready to defend, because they're going to pick a side. More than likely, they're going to pick right. That's certainly not where we should be. They're picking mid and left.
Headed to blue.
Max is probably gonna solo yellow lane again.
2 mid, 2 left.
Oh. Redux got yellow.
I do not like this hybrid personage.
Here's your chance.
Where's your carrying?
They're taking the early fight. Engage them.
Let's see who's still standing.
Unfortunately, we're not here on time. Turn around. 3 in front of our base. Three still in front of our base. I can't go in. Well, you're already gonna die. I guess we just get gang fucked. I'm not sure why we're making plays. They have Rejuvenator. We had to wait.
The Blackmore are gonna talk a lot less shit now.
We really did not need to make that mid play. Choices.
Looks like I'm the only one left.
This is the consequence of how we open the game. Do not feel bad about it, Sunshine. It happens. The lesson to learn here is you have to remember there is a lane. The one mistake that you made that really killed our lane was that you weren't really laning. You were just shooting at them because you saw them. You have to push the weight before you can make trades. From there, the Billy is allowed to take the game away because we're not really playing with our front line where we should. And no, Lum, playing off by yourselves 2v1 when we need you with the team is not smart. We shouldn't be solo ulting when we should be team ulting. And we can attempt to defend this, but requires us to work together.
To me, they're gonna regret it.
They're off in a room on the side. I'm not sure why we're taking outside fights on the outside. Why is Victor by himself so far extended? I don't know the answer to the question and he won't tell me.
Death brings consequences once more.
It's a team-based game. You gotta communicate.
Okay.
The Archmother extends her hand.
Oh my god, that blew up from that far below
Stop an
me?
advocate of the dead.
Yes.
The Hidden King comes for us. You need to make a stand and stop them.
We get like one more chance to push in 8 seconds. Unfortunately, I don't have ultimate.
And I'm just constantly immobilized. He has cheap fucking death, dude. Okay.
Unfortunate. Surprise, surprise, it appears that the AP damage rem does not actually carry the game if we don't put that AP damage on multiple targets.
Torment pulse?
I don't know, ask him.
Oh.
The Rim has Torment Pulse.
Yeah, they're AP.
That is because it is active while he's on someone.
Mm-hmm. And he was with Victor the entire game on the right side and basically just slept in mid.
Only way this was gonna end.
I'm getting gang fucked in these situations every time.
I still think this is a funny ass combo that you can do with Lone Krill.
It's just mostly Life Strike and Mystic Regeneration. That's the funniest part. Heal Bane, Bullet Life Steal, Healing Booster, Life Strike, weighted shots, monster rounds, and then most of the damage is everybody else on the team with damage. That's hilarious. And then, of course, another gun build, Graves. I don't think I ever not see this character be gun build. Meanwhile, the Paradox was 0-12, but they did get 7 kill participation. The Victor was 175. He has less kill participation than the person who was either knew or didn't know what they were doing on our team. And because they were attached to them the majority of the time, the Rem is 12-7. But because they were only with the Victor, they weren't actually helping the rest of the team. And the objective damage is bad on technically both of them. And because they weren't really moving, we couldn't really move. It's a shit show all around. It is unfortunate. So I guess you just need a lane. One of you need to pick the lane with me, because I'm getting tired of this shit. It should not be the case where every time the person who's in the lane is like, I have to go all the way back to the base to heal. I'm going to trade with the enemy 2v1 and not pay attention to the fact that they're taking dominant positions. I'm just going to let them walk up to my team member and let them do free damage when they pinged out their position and let it happen. And this time, it is the same player again. I'm going to ask to change. I'm going to ask to change. Oh, never mind. That's just changed. Welcome back, Sunshine. How do you play Vindicta, Dax? That's not what I asked you. How do you play Vindicta? Are you aggressive? Do you snipe?
I'm kind of an aggressive person.
Okay.
Ready to get this party started.
She is kind of a good idea to play with the Jack, though. She just has more HP.
I know. I just need to know how you play so I know where I can expect you to be.
I gotta pick something up. Drink for me, bat for them. It's a match made in... Have fun. Don't get dead.
What is it?
I see the doorman.
We can't let them have position on the bridge like that, though. We should not allow...
We don't really have a good position to go in on them right now. They have people at doorman.
I know. I'm just letting you know where he is. I'm just letting you know where he is, because I don't want him to do what he just did, which is put a bell in my mouth. We don't get to fight back aggressively until I have abilities. It is what it is, but we should not let them have that position. I have bash down.
And I'm taking skulls.
I see Viscus.
Good.
He's setting up for a portal.
That's fine. Just don't fall for it.
Oh, side menus are let's go side wave.
No, no. He didn't get anything. He threw a bell in my mouth, I blocked it.
Oh, he's super low. I'm gonna try and get a deny or two.
Just keep them playing this wave until we have initiative. They can't do anything. They're too low. Did they retreat?
I don't watch for a bebop.
Yeah, they
Norman has like no HP on the left. Bebop is sliding in, he's probably looking for a bomb.
You didn't find it. I have Rising Ram, we can start fleeing back.
You got it.
Yeah, they weren't looking for a bomb, they were looking for a pull.
They ain't putting up much of a fight.
I needed Rising Ram to set him up, because the moment that I went for it, he was going to try it. And I'm better than them. That's the plays that I've been trying to make the entire time the last two games.
Oh man, did fucking Bebop not get hit? That hit me through the minions?
Yes.
Dead. Fuck. That's wild. I was not expecting that to hit me straight through minion wave.
Bell hits through minions.
Time to pick
No, not the bell. I'm talking about Bebop hook.
Yes. It doesn't hook on the minions.
No, it does. Well, it doesn't. Does it? I actually don't remember. I swear I thought it did.
Don't get caught.
Maybe I'm wrong.
Yeah, it's a fine. It's 1 for 1. We now know how they play. They play bitch. They play like every other player that plays those characters.
I'm gonna see if I can grab this spirit buff. Nope, shiv's there. Never mind. Boxes up top. I have snipe now, so that's good.
Bebop's missing.
So he is maxing EP. That's a very big bell. So they're both maxing AP, so we need to get AP resist quickly.
Chump like them?
So, I don't know what you did to get comboed. Don't do that.
You hooked me out of the tower.
But how did you get the range to hook you under tower?
I'm about to die. He was sitting behind the wall. Like right in front of the wall, like next to the tower. And then he just ulted me, so I couldn't go anywhere.
Shove the wave first. If they're gonna play like that, then please play conservative. Shove the wave in, force them to contest the wave.
Ready to go in there and give them hell.
Let's go to York.
Bebop's on the bridge.
Dorman mid.
He's behind that. He's behind that wall right there, and I can't shoot through it.
Then just hit the objective.
Ready to play pickup game with their heads?
Bebop is on green. He's coming now. He's right there.
Bebop.
We're about to get 3-man back up if we can.
Viscous mid. Viscous returning left. Bebop mistook.
Oh, Viscous must have queued the doorman.
You ain't stopping me.
Got tower on right.
I don't back down from a fight.
He put me in hotel.
Why are you hiding from me?
I hit doorman with ult, but this wasn't enough to kill him.
We need to start sending rotations to side lane. This Bebop and this doorman sit on hook and sit on door. Realistically, I would have preferred that you rotate before the Viscous left, but, you know, killing them is okay. It just means that I have to build a lot of fucking spirit defense.
Buddy, stop fighting.
We must stop 7 before
Doorman is so low, but I don't have the bonus damage yet.
Brother in Christ.
First I knock him up, then I knock him down.
That killed me?
What happened? Where'd you get hit from?
He stacked knives on me.
Oh, yeah.
Just literally had one more fucking kick.
Viscous mid, 3 mid, 3 mid, 3 mid. Wherever Viscous belongs to, get here. Ray beam.
No way Bebop is good.
Did he fall? He did.
Yeah.
Viscous and backline, Viscous and backline, Viscous and backline. Doorman took both of them.
They were knocked down on me. Bebop's on the way.
How is it that 1, nobody saw them? 2, how are they in our side lane and we're not prepared for it?
I mean, it's only me here. There's not much I can do about it.
Yeah, but that Viscous belongs to somebody else's lane. And if they're here being that aggressive, why didn't they show up to counter them? Doesn't matter how much I use if they're just sitting there with 3-man ultimates trying to combo. And we can counter this at any time by shoving out this lane and sitting and taking their fountain.
I got enough chain for all. Chained him.
Knockdown.
Fuck, man.
Okay, this is getting stupid. I'm just gonna start shoving waves now.
So many people there. I just haven't been able to get any snipe at all because it's always somebody else.
Has been destroyed.
Yeah.
Just don't have the space to do it.
We're not making the space, and we're not really trying to take the space either.
Vindicta can't really make space by herself. She doesn't have the HP or tools to do it.
There are three other people in this game. They are now chasing people around the map as three. The Viscous, the Doorman, and the Bebop are basically in a party. Use this to our advantage. Start avoiding fights with them. Start taking the structures. Punish them for being this greedy.
Dispensing gratuitous violence is so much easier than I remembered.
No way I didn't kill him.
What is Shiv doing there?
Doorman's on the bridge.
Kind of running with this game for free now. Just
I'm not sure why we ran away from middle when we should be taking that structure, so that I'm getting ran down by a Shiv. I was very serious. If they're playing this three, hunting people around the map, we counter with taking their structures.
Okay, so we were getting ganked by other people at mid as well.
Yeah, Shiv solo killed me.
There was two people in mid. I killed one. I got chased down by the other. There was two of us here. There were three of us here.
You got chased down by the full HP Shiv.
That's one person.
You showed up and killed me already.
So who was ganking you? The Shiv? By himself.
Shiv?
Yes.
Yes. Shiv is fed.
I was coming mid to help Marcus with 7, and then Shiv jumped in behind me and killed me.
Okay. New question. Why is the Shiv fed?
I don't know.
Be vigilant. Shiv seeks another.
Does anybody have the answer why Shiv is fed?
No, not really, because, well, he most likely came either to big to do something.
So, the problem that I need to solve here is we have a team of 3 people playing in a party where they're just AP maxing to tank us, and we're not really prepared to counter it. Then we have a Shiv that's fed somehow, and we just can't do anything about it. I suggest we figure out a way to do something about it.
Trying to take it away.
Because it doesn't look like Dorman and Bebop are going to move from mid. So if they're going to leave their structures open because they keep trying to play cheese, take their structures.
Yeah, leave.
Man, I wish I had thought of where he was. Oh my god, Doorman is 1.
Thought my shit would hit, but it didn't. Sorry, man.
No, my ult did hit. He just had 1 HP because of his barrier to the door. Oh, that's really annoying.
Enemy has Urn. They're moving across the map. Beware. If they're moving from left to right, that means take left lane.
I need to get Dispel Magic too.
I see where they have Urn. I can't get it. I can't get to Urn.
We don't have to get the Urn. We need to take the structures while they're moving the Urn.
I'm already on it. Seven is shoving.
Unfortunately, that opportunity is passed in mid. So we need to do it on left. But we're in the jungle. I do sure hope that eventually Graves becomes effective. Every time I look over, I see you in the jungle. We could use you on right side, but you're in the jungle. Oh, and 6, by the way. I think that's the reason why the ship is fed.
Our yellow walker is under attack. Her strength will be.
Need help on yellow.
Bebop is back. It really just should be as simple as a 3-man push from left to right. Just pushing through all the lanes and taking them from behind. I'm not sure why we keep going front to back. You don't have to ask enemy permission to attack them from the front.
Oh, I missed.
Thanks.
They're using ultimate and executing Mokrill.
They took out. Our green water is under attack.
Go.
They got what they deserve.
I'm backing up. I'm gonna grab this. Or guys just gonna grab this.
Seven's on the bridge.
Viscus is along left side. Don't push up. I'm rotating to come to you. Keep vision.
Let's hurt Shiv on the right.
Two eyes confirmed. Shiv mid.
More way to green.
Fucking kidding, dude.
Show me what you got. I'm blasted, baby.
Shiv is diving tower in mid. I'm not sure we have 2 people on right side pushing along. That doesn't make sense. Every single time. Every single time. Graves, you're anti-camp. Why are you always alone? Every time I look, you're in the jungle. Every time I look, you're off wave. Every time I look, you're not on the wave in which you've been dying on. Every time they're trying to dive structures, you're pushing down a lane that's already been pushed. Drop the tombstone. Rotate, move.
They better run if they know what's good for them.
I just have to stick with someone who and just spot somebody.
That's so bad. I'm keeping track of the timers.
We should not chase that team fight. I don't know how it started, but back off it. Because we're about to lose a walker for it.
I'm on my way to go deal with it.
Like half HP. Ready to buy.
Our green walker has been defeated.
Oh, I just placed that really bad. Holy. Viscus is here to save him. Oh, I'm about to die.
Mm-hmm.
Oh.
Graves, I can promise you, you do not need to be here on right with me. Please go help our team.
Ah, I'll keep him back up all the way.
Sorry, I backed off because I was just like, there's not really a point in me chasing anymore. Guys,
I
is in trouble. No, fair.
They sent more people.
We just don't ever have our guy. We just never have Graves in a team fight, ever. And if they show up, it's always late. It's really annoying to have to point out. Because I can't ever make an initiation choice ever, because I have to use ultimate. Usually either to peel somebody off of me in a situation, or they're just dying like Marcus did right now.
That was actually their entire team.
It was. And look where the Graves is. I don't understand it. And they're not saying anything, which makes it more upsetting.
You ain't stopping me.
You have not had lag for the entire game. You've had farm vision for the entire game. Step off and go help the team, please. You are 2 and 6 and 3, and you don't have any structure damage to speak of. That makes it reasonable why you've been off waves and been in jungle. And with the items you have, for the amount of farm that you've been farming for, it doesn't make sense how you've been taking that much farm, and all you have is Mystic Vulnerability, Surge of Power, Tesla Bullets, and Leech. It doesn't make sense. It does not make sense. It's not a question of can you do better, it's a question of will you do better. We can't make you want to play the game. Why show up to play a team-based game, a hyper-competitive, hyper-competitive team-based game, and effectively when people are saying, help me, nigga, you are just like, it don't make sense, bro. I don't know how better we can communicate it to you, but please, step off the wave and help your team. Now, if it's the case that you're shoving and they come to kill you, and we don't help you, then I'd yell at myself. But that's not what's been happening.
I can't do anything because I don't have a fucking team. All of my teammates are not with me.
I was in base buying. I had 5k. I apologize.
It's whatever. I'm just used to being disappointed.
You don't have to go back to base to buy.
There are the secret shops.
Yeah, and the
I was in base from Jungle Farm. Because I was returning from middle side jungle to go to left side jungle. To catch that wave that we both moved to go catch. Dorman right side.
I'm on my way to deal with him.
Headed to yellow.
The entire team is missing. Check mid boss. Viscous left. Seven middle. This is a game of peekaboo. We're waiting for them to show. This is showing left again. He's going into side jungle. This is rotating back again.
There's somebody over there doing the centers.
Let's chain them up.
Don't show on the wave page. They are in our side jungle. That's where they are. Fertily fighting on the right side.
Yep, they're all mobilizing.
Their entire team's moving. Bebop is alone mid. Collapse on him.
He cursed me. He cursed.
Let's take out Bebop.
I got him. I got him. I got him. I got him. I got him.
I'm pretty sure if we have them that low, that we can execute there. How the fuck did he get saved by Doorman? That perfectly. That don't make sense.
an angle to snipe him.
Yep, that's why I came in.
Should've got the rift on the right.
Damn.
I can't really contest that by myself.
And once again, the Graves is in our jungle absorbing farm. I don't know, man. It doesn't make sense. You say I can do better, and I'm not seeing it.
Our yellow walker.
I didn't hit him? Hello?
I see fucking... Hey, Viscous is coming towards the, the area. He has Urn.
Somebody needs to clear green.
I'm clearing it.
He's hiding.
Doorman mid.
Got it. He's so low. Doorman is there.
Take this gift.
That's three. That's three. That's three. Don't do it.
I'm on my way. Stay alive.
Not guaranteed. I don't know why we're sitting mid. We shouldn't be here. Every time we are rotating to mid as though it is the fountain of youth. And it does not make sense.
Find an answer to Shiv.
Can't do anything because Shiv will basically try his dream to stay far away from me, and I can't get any follow-up on my ulti.
Now that we've spent all this time, can we now take the walker in mid? Since we had to pay 2 lives for it? Graves, please drop the tombstone. Why did she have it?
I bet the kids at Blackmore are gonna talk a lot less shit now.
You live at my leisure.
The old New York.
It's ridiculous, man. And we're still taking an extended team fight. We're not just collapsing on the person that's easiest to kill. We're chasing Shiv into the right side lane instead of turning around and killing the Viscous that's cut off from him.
The Archmother gives free.
We're still fighting the Viscous. And now there's been joined by 2.
We're still fighting the Viscous because I can fucking kill him. And I'm waiting for people to fucking follow up.
That's why I'm waiting for...
They're not fucking showing up because nobody wants to fucking come and help mow and fucking grill.
That's why I'm wondering why Paige isn't with you. Why isn't Paige with you? I don't understand why this work character's just ignoring you. You were not there right beside them. I watched you chase them on that shift kill and not walk to him. You walked literally like this. You avoided him while he's over here still fighting the Viscous by himself. I watched you, bro. Bro, I watched you.
Not true.
Between that and the graves, we don't understand what you're doing, and you're not talking. It'd be one thing if it was, oh man, my bad, I didn't notice them, I was tunnel blind. No, you're just letting it happen. While we're telling you, turn around!
Our yellow walker is under attack.
I'm going to yellow. Carl, go to green, like, now.
I'm going.
I'm gonna get Aaron.
Nobody on our team is going to help except for Dax.
I'm trying to help, but I literally can't help them if they take back team fights.
Yeah, and I was dealing with Viscous because he was all alone. But he kept stalling, and I couldn't fucking deal with him.
2 eyes mid.
I'm so close to buying.
Doorman's coming down left side. Here he comes.
Nope, you're fucking dying, buddy.
We're moving towards the mid fight. We're not taking the rift.
I'm on my way.
Bullets won't do shit.
On my way to help. Yeah, run. Got it.
I don't understand what the decision making there was.
Our yellow walker is under attack.
What were we fighting mid for? Let's start there. What was the objective of the mid fight? What were we gaining by taking the fight?
We got shut down.
Objective structures?
We got a... There was an objective structure that was taken down, yes.
We got 4 down. Can we take an objective structure?
Archmother will bolster your mind and spirit.
We can't even do mid boss. We're not even in position to do mid boss. Because we're on the jungle.
You could definitely do mid boss.
This is down.
Oi.
I see the doorman.
I'm gonna go. Carl with me. Go to Shiv.
I am buying to get the enduring speed. Let me get there.
Quickly, please.
Also about to buy.
Never mind, he's gone.
Sorry. I see Doorman alone mid. I see Doorman alone mid. He's going right. Graves is behind him. Wave's more important. Retreat right side. You're being chased. They're about to run at 3.
Alright, Billy. The only guy you can count on is yourself.
Right side to save that from the podcast.
Doorman is back mid. I'm hiding in a monster closet, waiting for an opportunity to kill mid.
There's one down here too. I think it's Bebop. I swear this is Bebop down here, right? No, I guess he just got away. Oh, guys, stop chasing. Oh.
Yeah, guys, is way too far along. I can't do anything for you.
Got ult. He might be able to prop it.
I'm behind Shiv, but it's not gonna matter. No one's there in front of him.
Nope. Bye.
Krill has him.
I don't know why we're so addicted to walking off lane into the jungle. There should only be like 3 people, maximum, including myself. Which should be Lady Geist, and definitely not Graves. Stay your ass in the lane, bro. You've had enough jungle. If you can't win at this point of the game, being in the jungle for almost 30 minutes, it's not happening.
Oh, that's fine. We can take jungle.
The amount of jungle that he has, he should now be ready to fight, man. That is an ugly fucking hit miss for me. Retreat business. This is not a team fight. That was me catching Biscuit alone. Alright. We know where we are. Unfortunately, they hooked him. Jump back over. They hooked him again.
I got comboed by Bebop. I can move.
Graves, please push the fucking mid lane. Oh my god. This is not a fight to walk to! When we need to walk to a fight, he doesn't. When we shouldn't be walking to that, especially if we said retreat call, he walks in. I don't understand.
He is winning.
He is winning. However, I feel like that's the consequence of him having used everything on them.
Man, fucking Bebop cursed me so I couldn't do anything.
He also cursed me. But now we should be able to do something with 3 downs. Remember, there are 3 lanes, not 1.
Yes, there are. Sorry. Get to this side.
A boon from your
I'm leaving. Revives. You okay?
No. This has got away an ultimate. They don't give up from chasing. They just keep chasing.
Bebop's on his way there.
Good luck fighting the man, Billy.
Yeah. I'm just making sure that they waste their fucking time with me. I need to go put souls into my... Okay.
I have the sample here. We need to shove right.
I'll be there. I'm actually going to go mid to help because they are getting surrounded.
Stirring in Midtown.
Our yellow walker is under attack. Our yellow walker has been defeated.
You're stuck,
Reset.
Oh, we killed this. We killed this. We killed this.
That doesn't mean leave. That doesn't mean leave. Just get safe. Because when you take a point off the marker, they get 30 seconds up on their timer. So now they're going to be responding with 1. Plus, we can use this tempo to take their entire jungle if we wanted to.
Yeah, we win.
Whee! Eventually we got there. Good job.
Itch. Itch.
Does it feel good, Marcus?
Yeah, I'm just beating the fucking doorman in.
Yeah, you needed that win, buddy.
No, cause I'm just like sitting here going like, alright, let me get this straight. I'm ulting people. Nobody shows up. I'm not ulting people, and I'm nowhere at all. People show up. What?
Yeah, they just felt comfortable walking on our jungle. I don't know why.
I'm gonna stop that fucking hell. The whole. Pardon me, I'll be back.
Well, you do that, I will do my paperwork. Yeah, that was a good lane, Dax. You did good.
I got killed way too fucking much, though.
Consequences happen. It's all good. I was losing my fucking mind how everything could happen there on the map and nobody could communicate. The Graves, I guess, recovered in the sense that they eventually absorbed enough souls that they activated the Windshitter Brothers effect in this game. But that shit was tilting. There's no way that they could do that shit. And it was always perfectly... Because I watched what happened to you. You escaped once, he hooked you. You escaped again, he hooked you again. So he had the Echo Shard to hit the free hook. Because he did it hook blinded. I don't know if you were crowd controlled or not, but he hit the hook blind. Twice. You die, and then slowly rotating into the fight when it's very clear, everybody else is clear, you're dying alone. We at least burned their ultimates, because I'm pretty sure we burned 2 to 3 ultimates there. In comes Graves, and Graves is just existing there. I guess that's how they've been using their Gravestone? They just show up in a fight and they slam it down, and they use it like it's a turret?
No, I mean, the ghouls do like a shit ton of damage.
They do. It was mostly the refusing to communicate part that was driving me insane. Because first game, these 3 fucking retards want to complain and immediately go for personal attacks. So I deafen them. And then the entire time, they solo kill, they die. They solo kill, they die. They solo kill, they die. And the only reason that match kind of ended is because the enemy team chose to rage quit. I don't know why. Because they weren't in a losing position. But this is the problem with this game. People have morale issues. So then it's a wash. There's nothing learnable from that game. Second game, it's a loss because the Rem and the Victor refused to teamfight. Then this game, it had to have been the Graves. And we just didn't notice the entire time. But Viscus walks into mid 3 times, no immediate response. No immediate call, no immediate rotate. Then it's the case that they just happen to be playing in a very specific cheese bullshit fashion. And that's the reason why the lane in was the way it was. They had no intention of not playing cheese. They were just hook, immediately stun, CC chain, throw bomb, hope that we have enough CC effects so we can slow them, stun them, and or immobilize them so that they cannot get away from us. That's just a one-tap cheese.
Yeah.
That's bullshit beyond all belief. But that's what people in this game like doing. And like I was saying earlier, that's what the people that were playing before, with people from the other servers were doing. And it's like, after that, they fell apart at the teamfight phase. They couldn't do any of that shit in the teamfight phase. Shove, push waves, die. Shove, push waves, die. We at least held for, what, 30, 25... It was about, I think I said you've been in the jungle for almost 30 minutes, because at that point it was like 35-23. So we held the mid game for 25 minutes, and held it up so that it didn't go pear-shaped. Even though they did take a lot of objective pressure from us, we were still able to have a lot of pressure because of the Lady Geist, which I do believe is what happened there.
Yeah. She had so much farm and was strong, that's why she could 2v1.
Correct. Most ability kills, third most kills, 15k objective damage, 51 souls, third most player damage. In a scoreboard situation where I was putting down 9.5, and she had 60. And the majority of the rest of you, my job was basically just taking structures and absorbing and being strong enough to absorb most of their bullshit. Lower scoreboard, lower scoreboard. What's the secondary scoreboard? I do hate that they do not premiere the secondary scoreboard.
I'm back.
Welcome back. Let's see here. Souls by source, specifically. Can't see hers. I'm trying to look for structure damage. But they don't have a graph for that.
Hey, hold on, go back. Souls by source, player specific. Down. Nope, you're up one.
I'm looking for damage to towers.
Down.
Damage dealt by type?
Right. No. Up two. I know that.
I'm here. Up two takes me to soul by source.
Yeah, because you're looking for tower damage, right?
Yeah. Okay, here we go. That is a stupid place to put that. Just put a fucking number graph down there. You don't need graphs like this. Oh my god, this is horrible. This is horrible for reading what happened. No wonder so many people are bad at this game. Okay. Can I please click on any of this? No? No? I can only click on the command? That's retarded. Okay. That is retarded. Okay, so, structure damage. This is good. 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 For how much souls this character has, and how much time they spent in the jungle, this should be higher. Eventually they did get there with their build. But boy, that was a very bad 30 minutes. But this player was probably the highest performing out of all of us. And for how often you were effectively throwing yourself for the assist, you should probably have more assists than this, because she should have been in the fight more. So you make plays off the fact that you were surviving for so long. However, I guess this was Sunshine's character, because they did much better on this than they did on the carry character. They should have had barrier.
Paradox is.
Yes, he did. Okay, never mind. Paradox, I mean.
Yeah, she's not a carry character.
The way that they were doing damage, they weren't doing any damage.
The way that you... I guess the optimal way you probably play Paradox now is more like an area denial / pick character. Because of her ult. Was it because of her ult and bombs?
Mm-hmm.
You either like play around bombs to force objectives in team fights, or you play around having to swap up as often as possible. But I think probably playing around bombs is a little bit better because you can kind of just do both at that point.
Well, based on their stats, they performed a lot better as a support player.
Paradox usually isn't like the character who's going to output the most damage on your team.
I'm not expecting them to be the most damage. I'm just expecting them to do some damage.
Yeah, Paradox isn't like... So most of Paradox's damage comes from her bombs. And for that, you kind of have to get enemies sustained in it. Or you have to set it up properly so that they get forced into it. But that's kind of like the primary way you play Paradox.
Alright, that is what it is. Ooh. I should think about using this. That's 6400. Think of that in the future. Okay, give me a second to do my paperwork. And I need to go check on my mother, and I will be right back.
Alright.
Marcus, are you in or out?
I'm out.
I'll do one more and then I gotta start binging Avatar again.
I gotta start trying again, so I'm gonna do just that.
I was drawing last night. I didn't finish though.
What'd you draw?
I didn't finish.
Who were you drawing?
I don't know, some dude.
Ugh, my eyes. Automatically fire a bullet towards any attacker who damage you with a ability or a bullet. A singular bullet. Bullet damage returned, spirit damage returned. Barrier for bullet. Metal skin. When you do spirit damage. That shouldn't be all the way down here. That should be in the middle section. It's what it is. Spear expansion, spear duration, bash down chain gain, bash down chain gain. Okay. I'm party lead now.
I believe so, yeah.
What? I was checking to see which one of us is the party lead. Ready when you are, Bax. I really did not like that Abrams build. Tactical Ooga Booga. People think melee builds require no skill. They don't, but this might require big thinking since you're not Abrams. That's so gay. One thing they definitely have to put together if they're going to force people to use this build system is they have to make you allowed to change and look at characters while you are matchmaking, without having to swap to the character outside of matchmaking. They gots to. Use brain. If you can't fight egg first, skip stalker. Lane optionals. Blah 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 blah. This might be better. Get your money up, not your funny up. Restoration, Stalker, BRS. What is BRS? Bullet Resist Shredder. Mid game, left and right. Die Dispel. Die Duration if anybody has Buff Duration. Use this against Heavy Spirit. Use this against Heavy Gun. It only includes a specific amount of options. Buy Unstoppable and Counterspell if they have lots of crowd control. Divine versus lots of debuff and pocket ultimates. Possibly much easier, but still seems retarded. But I'll give it a choice. Did I clean up my Drifter builds? I could have swore I did. Yes. Hybrid Drifter, Gun Drifter, Crowd Control, buy in order from left to right, which felt retarded. Early situationals, buy based on your lane. I think the number one thing this game definitely needs for its buy system is it needs to have what is known as a core build, guaranteed amongst characters, that is told to you by the game. I think that's what what it really needs. The item system that it actually needs is it needs the league item system. It needs the league item system. Like, if we're gonna keep the items the same, there needs to be a section inside the store that isn't just the favorites list for the pinned build that you're following. It needs to be a section that basically exists as core builds or core items for characters that everything flushes off of. You get what I'm saying, Dax?
I mean, usually when you go to build from somebody else, they usually have a section for that.
The reason I see it like this is that I know from myself, because this was the way that I looked at it, I just assume everybody's build is retarded. Because what people are doing is that they're going like, this is the build that's played by the pros, therefore this is the best, therefore that's what I play. But to save people from wasting time to look at videos they shouldn't have to look at, to get guidance from outside the game, inside the game should be like, these are the top 4 most bought augments for your character. Like an internal sheet, because they obviously have they have track.gg, whatever this website's called. Tracklock.gg. And it's in the game in a way where they are using the API to track it. So create an API that tracks it just the same way these track sites work, and just have it track the items that are being purchased for the characters. The work is already done on the back end, because that's what it's collating for all of the games that it's looking across through the matchmaking. Because this is the same way that it works in League. They just put that in the game, and here's the core 4 things that are used in builds. You have one for, like, the equivalent of AD, have another one for the equivalent of AP. And for characters that are more or less frontline, that build more resistances, like Abrams, an example for if they're building hybrid damage, if they're building hybrid with Spirit, or if they're building a full nuke. Like, 3 of those lines. Boom, boom, boom. If they do that, I'd probably be happy and I wouldn't have a lot to complain about, because we shouldn't have to fight the item system in order for us to be able to buy most of the shit we need to buy. Because in my opinion, the way that they have it right now in the matchmaking system, as well as the item building system, is that that's a band-aid. Now, the game's still in development, so they might not make this the system that they go live with. This just might be the patchwork until they decide, okay, we need to now make this more presentable like other MOBAs. We don't need to be like every other MOBAs, but we should adapt and take something from them that is most usable, and that's probably the most usable thing they can have. Because every time I look at the item shop, it's a mess. I look at items and I want to look for attack speed damage, and there's not a button that I can click that says attack speed damage. The characters this would best help would be the hyper carries, because it should not be the case that I have to look across the map to figure out what it is I want. And the item system, as it exists over in search items, that's a joke. Why am I typing out what I want if I'm looking for a specific thing? If I know what the specific thing is, then I already know where it is on the page. If it's gonna show items based on what build out other things, like the same way that legendary
It's not
items.
what the search thing is for. You can search for effects. So if you want a fired item, you can just type in fire, and 9 times out of 10, it'll show you all the items that have fire it, or you just type in fire it as a whole. And it'll show you all of the items in the game that somehow like modify fire it.
I still feel like that's a band-aid. Because if I look at every other game, it's like items, damage, attack speed, boom, here's the items. And if it's the case that I'm looking for that specific item based on that name, then I already have the name in mind, right? Certainly there's probably some edge cases. But I'm just thinking of casual players that aren't going to simply think about any of this shit.
What are the boys and girls at the back of the
When it
society?
comes down to it, it's just something that you have to learn.
It is. I've learned it.
But I don't even think it's like that bad necessarily. I think they could probably do better with like some like UI stuff, like showing what items build into what better?
There's got to be something. There's something. They can do something. They can do something. Whatever it is they choose to do.
I actually don't have. I don't know exactly. I'm just used to it.
I suppose.
I see Wraith.
They're holding bridge. They drop down to lower level.
Oh, shut up.
Take your drugs.
Oh, they're deniers. That over-the-top claw made that man a smart man. Somehow that misses. One of us has to control top bridge. It's better than you than me.
Both of us don't have good weapons to really do that for.
You don't have to hold the bridge. Just see them coming. Focus the healing minion.
I should have punched her for that. Backing up to die. Side camps are also up, so we should do that.
I've already thrown them back.
My friend, survival is paramount.
Yeah, if Wraith overextends like that, we can jump her.
That's bait. She's trying to distract the Hitmo and Krill. Eventually, I will find an opening to fuck her. I just need to wait for...
Right now. Oh, I missed.
I prefer something not like that kind of situation, an opportunity. Because if we don't put damage on him, he's just going to have a lot of health and be healthy.
Yeah, but that Monkrill's gonna do that anyways. That's what he does. That's just how the character works, unfortunately.
Does he have regen?
We need to be focusing on... No, but he has a way to heal himself. It's based off of the damage that he does with the ability, and it's AoE. And it hits through walls. He's gonna be able to, like, be fat and heal no matter what.
The old New York tuxedo.
Then this is going to be a waiting game. I'm coming back. What we have to do is get her in a situation where she feels comfortable so I can tag her Stalker's Mark.
I actually just had her, but... She's probably not teleport now. I'm buying a gun. If we're fast, we can jump over here.
See Ray.
Not without getting hit by the laser.
No, she stayed in the shop. We could have both just dove past it and gotten her.
If you push her in like that, I can't take Stalker's mark.
I didn't hit her. I hit the minion. That's the reason why I didn't turn it. I'm going to grab this buff over here. Just somebody else gets it. It's not going to do much for me, but I don't want them to get it either.
They're pushing here. Missed. As soon as you stepped away is when they got aggressive.
You go. Oh, I shouldn't have shot there. This is good damage on tower all the time. Back up.
Let's see what you're inside.
If they're gonna pot shot you like this, just go re-heal.
No, I gotta say I'm gonna keep this all view that I have. Be careful, no has no one's behind you.
They're gonna hear me.
I'll ult against we can take a fight.
Eventually. I feel like my fire speed is very slow. Because they don't feel comfortable attacking their stats for sure.
We keep going.
The Archmother's strength is your strength.
I'm going to do the same on the left. Be careful. They can hear you from there. They are.
I see crew.
I forced her off it. Which means the souls are mine. Plus, in that situation, if they try to come to us, we just gut fuck them. Weren't you close to rage?
Was I close to rage?
Yes. Were you close to transformation?
No.
Hope you win whatever fight you're about to start.
Oh, Wraith went to the green side. I'm gonna head over there. She got 2 hearts, man? That's bullshit. I never got close enough to actually hit her.
They're marked.
As soon as you stepped away, they got aggressive again.
Our green guardian has been destroyed.
Oh, shit. That was an ult, should be careful. I'm alive as fast as I can.
We have you now.
I don't know why I just didn't actually have any distance there. Probably about the same one.
Help me deliver this thing.
Three mid.
Fuck. There's 4 mid. Mina's there too.
4 mid.
Our blue guardian has been destroyed. The Archmother extends. Our blue walker is under attack.
You got expensive taste. I love
Oh, great talent on yellow.
Rotating 3 mid.
Let's see who still stands.
Do not go to look at that body. Somebody take that.
Our green walker is under attack.
Okay, let's do it.
See what your inside look like.
To right. Billy, right side.
I see the ghost.
I think Wraith is doing the same as on their side.
Rotating 4 mid, enemy. One is behind. One is behind.
Our green walker is under attack.
A lot of free damage to Green Walker. This shouldn't happen.
Our green walker has been destroyed.
It's a destruction even. Hostile aggression on mid. What do we do in the jungle? Three mid, pushing blue. One returning from secret shop left side.
Let's go blue.
4 mid.
Just trying to force me into it in. Hopefully we can help. Great time.
One walking across spirit shop. Victor, they're right in front of you. Or excuse me, Yamato, they're right in front of you. Force 1 to left.
I'm not worried about him.
Not there is one left. I said I'm forcing left. That's why I'm walking mid. Take the structure.
I'm coming for
They asked for this.
Moving green.
Little bit of advice. Don't get caught.
Your spirit will be forged into a weapon.
We haven't partying in mid for nothing, or
Pushing
No way, dickhead.
I can promise you, 4 people don't have to push a wave.
2, you blind.
It wasn't 2. It was 4. It was you.
Silver, buddy.
It was him. It was Yamato.
Name the other 3. Name the other 2 on that.
I pinged them. You, Yamato, my lane member, and Doorman. There was 4 of you. That's why I said, why are we having a party in mid?
I see Mina.
What did you bait?
Yeah, okay. So now that I've gotten rid of the communications, the Grey Talent sits in the jungle doing nothing. Why are we having a party in mid?
Yo, I'm crying, bro.
So we don't have an answer. I can promise if I roll back the bottom of my stream and I bet $100 on it, that I'm going to be right. Rotating mid. Hey, Greyhawk, why is there a team fight in right lane and you're behind me? I'm Drifter doing Drifter things. What are you doing? In the jungle again? Damn, it's almost like I just predicted that. It couldn't possibly be that I'm asking a question that I should already have an answer for.
Guys.
You're taking a team fight 3s4. Why are we down a man if he's following me through the jungle? That's a question they can't answer. They're supposed to be helping you.
You gotta let the dread marinate.
I know what I'm doing. I'm moving between lanes and taking their farm. So that I can back attack them. Why is 2 carry players playing behind me? Yes, I'm sure you know that Stalker has the ability to get bonus damage from behind. Stalker's Mark, Transformation, Mercurial Bullet, Toxic Bullets. Stalker. Shoot him in the back. Lay a lot of damage. Force them to turn around. If they're looking at me, they're not looking at you. Gang fuck them. Hold your hand out in front of your face. Count with me. Thumb, 1. Finger, 2. Middle finger, 3. Third finger, ring finger, 4. Pinky, 5. Count it off. Pick, pincer, claw, talon, baseball glove, catch. If I'm behind them, and I can turn on a button that fogs the map, and he's behind me, doing nothing, farming in the jungle, why is he following me if my goal is to shove this wave, force a rotation, and then collapse on them in another lane? I'll wait. I'll be waiting a long time because you don't have an answer. The answer is he shouldn't be there. If he has the ability to speak smugly, he has the ability to tell me why I'm wrong. He's not telling me where I'm wrong. Do you notice how I didn't go in on the doorman? Because the doorman's doing his job. He's placing doors down lanes where he can make an escape trap or a gang fuck circle to help you. He can't do that if we're all sitting in one lane shoving like this is League of Legends. It's not. Rem in left lane. Coming to fight. What do you have? Good job.
Revel in your nature, Geist. Our yellow walker is under attack.
And then, after we do that play there, we just had the free lane open. Fortunately, he's pushing it back, but after that play, he could have gone across mid, taken teleporter, started pushing out the other lane.
I see you, Victor.
Victor left. 2 left. No eyes left. One eye right. Billy appears to be alone. One eye middle. Victor's up in mid. Enemy presence in left jungle. Three mid. Push right.
We should look to try and kill Wraith.
We should. Unfortunately, Genius 1 and Genius 2 don't have any plans. And if they did, I'm not listening. I'm not interested in hearing them. And they're certainly not moving like they understand what to do. And unfortunately, we're kind of playing rope-a-dope right now because there are 3-4 in mid hiding in fog war. We have to force them to answer, and right now only answering with Ren. They're pushing hard to mid now. We should now push left. Let's do it. 2 right, 2 left. Two pushing left down.
Grabbing her.
Wanna buy a mug to go with your gun?
I'm taking teleporter.
With every arrow, Grey Talon
Time to play with my food.
Our yellow walker is under attack.
We have you now.
I see creep.
Let's see who still stands.
I got you. Push this walker. Push up, shove the lane out.
Let's go mid.
Lane shove, mid boss.
Go mid.
I'll show on the map so they don't suspect it.
Doesn't matter if it's suspected, they can't contest it.
Either way, if somebody wants to get frisky about it, they die immediately.
The Rejuvenator is descending.
Wraith tried to get a vision on it, but they ran. You're facing 3 left. 4 on the way. 1 showed right. I have ultimate. They're running all the way back. Pressing button.
Death walks amongst them.
They're 100 under walker is 3.
Our blue walker is under attack.
Full team appearance. I am rotating to mid.
Death brings consequences once more. The wolf preys
Force back limb.
on enemies.
Four for 2. Good trade. 4 for 5.
The walker killed me.
Thank you for your assistance, Geist.
Take whatever walker damage we can. Then take the jungle. They effectively tried to use everything to keep themselves from dying. Means we should have an ultimate opportunity in 65 seconds.
Our blue walker is under attack.
Billy walking down right. They may make a play for the urn because they just took power.
Stay 2 steps ahead of death, my friend.
Weep.
Good picks. Forcing green. Say pick in. Nobody's waiting.
The mother will strengthen you.
Good picks. Push it in.
Man.
Left side door safe to leave.
Death to the Hidden King!
15 seconds on revive. Billy walking up center. Billy dead. 10 seconds on latest revive. Victor up. All turrets down.
The blood will flow down hallway.
I would say reset.
Pull back.
Yamato, your support will bring.
That should be a 30k soul swing. We shouldn't be dying here for free.
Headed to yellow.
Was he alone, Dax? Was he alone, Dax?
Yeah, he ran up to try and kill me on the Sundays.
Shoving out middle.
Has arrived.
They're in mid.
Oh, I'm actually so greedy.
I'm looking at Mina.
Okay, their whole team showed up. Holy man. I think the rim had ult.
Full team appearance, right side. I count 4 heads right. One mid. Force 2 left, 1 mid. They're trying to stalk me. I'm out there. There's 4 left. They're still there. Ultimate back in 92. They're very pissed. Four right side, 2 inside left side jungle. 1 showing mid. Victor showing right. Make a play or I'll make it for you.
You are one scary son of a bitch, and I don't want to make you mad.
Moving through right side jungle. The next time I see somebody in right side jungle, they're getting gang fucked. And what I see in front of me is carry.
Those are
God, them boys farming! That's Victor down. That's Billy down. That's one of their carries down. Push it, end it.
She got it off right before I could get her.
Good job. Damn, look at that. The person who was talking was leading the game and winning for us. SinglePlayerCarl on all platforms. Caramel Cage on Twitter. Come and tell me how mad you are about it. I honestly don't understand what their problem was. Everybody was doing good in that game. The only thing that needed to happen was why was our Grey Talon just like sitting in the jungle constantly?
I think the fault is kind of yours.
I was rotating the map.
Is like super aggressive, and you're nitpicking things that don't really need to be nitpicked. Grey Talon is just that kind of character where he wants a lot of farm, and he can afford to be far away in the fights because of how big his range is.
He was indoors in a farm spot.
Even though he was probably just farming, and sometimes it's actually just not optimal to go to a nearby fight, depending on what kind of character you're on.
They should just say that.
Like characters like Grey Talon are like the ones that like need farm. Same with like the enemy team's Wraith.
They should just say that. Because if he wants farm, there was charm in the lane that was undefended that was just free to take. There's 12 of them. I counted. That's why I asked why we were having a party in mid. That was a casual question. They chose to turn it aggressive. I give them the energy they give me. That's why explain to them.
At least from my point of view, your tone is like super aggressive.
That's just my tone. Or rather, let me say, that is my voice. My voice sounds aggressive. They just assume hostility from tone. Because I can walk them through it. Because every time I explain, when somebody gives a reaction, you hear it shift, right? When the paradox that then showed up in the next Game page was like, I'm new, I don't know what I'm doing, I'm homeschooled. I said, are you new? Tell me that you are right now, and I can shift what I'm saying. It splits on a dime. All they have to do is communicate. But every single person chooses to come with hostility and immediately a mocking tone. That's when I turn off the microphone, and then I continue playing the game and shot calling, as normal.
Give me like 2 minutes. I gotta go grab something from outside.
You got time. Oh, they have a sight finder. When did they add this to the game? Effective range, 22. 22 to 27. So that'd be about here. Yeah. Oh, I did not change the title in this one. All this really needs is just fucking reload. That's it. I don't know why they don't put it here. They don't even have it in these sections. That's crazy. That's fire rate, but I don't like actives. I like passives. That's not good. That can be good, but I don't like losing movement speed. Ability when necessary. I don't think Warp Stone's the play, but it could be the play. And then Ricochet is probably just the goal. After getting Toxic Bullets into Lurched Fire, you don't even need weighted shots. I don't think you ever need Hollow Bone. Fleetfoot is debatable. That's just good movement speed. I don't ever see a time where it's Spirit Overflow. Frenzy is debatable, because there's never a time I want to be low health. Crippling Headshot can be worked in, especially for its heavy resistance. Probably replace it with Lucky Shot. Vampiric Burst can work. But it would need to go with something that already has a lot of life steal. There's just so many choices. Not a lot of them are great. But Indomitable feels great. Indomitable feels nice. I love that they added this. Juggernaut's debatable. Colossus is definitely fine. This is for if I have to front to back. And then Spellbreaker, Spellbreaker. I really just think you need to have Mercurial in here. I'm gonna make a copy of this. Mercurial, Quicksilver Reload. Close Quarter, Kinetic, Stalker, Quicksilver, Trophy Collector if you want to be passive, like ganking and assisting and roaming. That really should just be that. Kinetic Dash is acceptable, Stalker is acceptable. Close Quarters builds into Point Blank. I don't know why they don't have the protective options for physical here. They made an explicit choice not to put them there.
Okay, I'm back.
Welcome back.
It's probably going to be the last one for me.
It is what it is. My sessions I go long. I thought I clicked on that. What the fuck is it? Persnickety. There we go. Barrier. Dosing for reactive barrier. Guarding Ward, Spirit Shielding. It'd be stupid if I was to pick Guardian War in the early game and use that on a character who wants to recover. It'd just be free barrier whenever we want to on a cooldown. Every 60 seconds. 250 barrier and 2.8 movement speed goes a long way.
Yep.
It feels like it's troll on characters that aren't necessarily roaming through lanes, but I feel like that's the best use of it. Either way. This Predator Hunter Drifter is probably fine. Drifter is mainly gun anyways, with like augments around actives you place on the 1 and 2. Because like the only thing this thing was missing was Quicksilver Reload. I don't know why you wouldn't have that on his 2. Like jump on top of a target, use Point Blank to slow them. If you don't already have weighted shots, use that to slow them as well. Then when they think that they're safe and you're reloading, press 2 on their face.
I think you'd rather have Quicksilver Reload on your 1.
I put it on
in terms of like burst damage. Your 1 has a lower cooldown. It does like a higher amount of burst, and you're gonna have it up more often.
You have a point. I just remember having put it on my 2 because I always put it in team fights where the person thinks you run out of bullets, then you throw out the 2, and all of a sudden your damage becomes your spike damage becomes higher. And then as they're running from you, you press 2 to follow the teleport, and now you're on top of them again while you're still spamming 1. For some reason, I feel like it feels better on 2 than 1, because I would use the 1 constantly to just keep poking them. But that's with using compressed cooldown to keep moving anyways. I could be wrong. I need to experiment with it. Viscous, and I didn't see the other one.
I see Ivy. I see Viscous.
I think I hit on the 2 times.
What the hell that this is doing? I think you're playing a 2v1 gunfight. They just kind of forgot that you exist.
Nah, he was running away from me because I hit him with 2 knives.
I stuck him with 1. Next charge is in 8 seconds. I'm focusing down the healing minion. They're not very good at denial. Once I get a point in the 3, we can start. Once I get points into a point into 3, we can start trying to poke them. Viscus is doing things when my back is turned.
I got more where that came from.
Restorative shot. Missed the scarab. You made him dash. Point in 3.
Oh, that missed.
Viscus is critical.
He's super low, but he's probably has cube right now. I'm gonna back up and do what I can.
They will not escape their fate.
I'm just poking them with 3.
That missed.
You sound so surprised when something happens.
No, I just thought I was dead on.
Die.
I'm about to sneak attack that Viscus from high ground. Broken line of sight.
Oh, he might be dead.
Is he in the lane?
Oh, you gotta heal from something. What?
Is he in the lane?
He's above now.
I got him and then taking their boxes. I told you I was gonna go behind him and fuck him from the top. If he left the lane, that was gonna be bad.
No, he jumped down to put cube on Ivy.
He's back in lane.
It's 2 knives on Ivy.
The scarabs will be set.
It's 3. That's 4. He should be losing a lot of HP. Ivy's half HP. I'm gonna go buy it again. You can parry Viscus's
She's half. So from the feel of how those two play, I'm stepping back to camp. From the feel of how those two play, it just feels like we should just not respect them. They place. They just play scared.
Yeah. To be fair, their lane is actually pretty weak. Ivy has like very bad damage output early game. Unless you stand still on her vines, but like most of the time it's just not happening. I think Ivy might be in my kill threshold. Yeah, she's too much HP. She has no stone form now, though. Oh, I'm dead. She freaking dead, man.
She barely healed. Can't push them. You have to step up. I'm blocking their escape, and they're hiding. They're trying to step inside to look at me.
We all play our part.
She is diveable.
Yeah.
Because I took their center.
Anyway, pushed up.
Your life is my life.
I'm just gonna take the damage and reset. Definitely need to get Healbane. Healbane is what's giving them a chance to get out multiple times, including Viscous. Yep. It applies on spirit damage, so whenever they take damage from 3, they will get... Okay.
I have a dot.
That motherfucker banked that shot.
Our yellow guardian has been defeated.
Big movie. Do I have full range?
May your blades continue to strike true, Shiv.
Heard.
I see Paradox.
I'm gonna go by.
Ivy and Viscous is looking.
I have my ult, so if it's just Viscous. Actually, never mind, he can just keep out of it.
This should disorient them.
This is weird shit.
He regrets that decision.
Took out another one.
That hit.
Feel the fury.
She's 25.
Run while you still can.
Paradox on green.
Let's take the turret damage and get out. Reset before it gets dicey.
I'm gonna grab Dumbo.
I'm fine with full HP.
Ready to take our centers.
Fighting me was a grievous error.
I don't have cold front.
Keep it fresh while the wave bounces. Don't shove it out too immediately.
Enemies questioning.
Looks like they have 3. Yep, they have 4. 4 pushing left, 4 pushing left, 4 pushing left.
Paulo, you can go green. I'll take over left. I'll take over yellow.
That walker's going down until somebody moves.
I'm dead.
Our green guardian has been
Bro, I'm
destroyed.
just getting jumped. Oh.
They are very mad at us.
I'm paired with the Abrams on this device.
The wind will catch them.
Our green walker is under attack. The Archmother's strength is your strength.
Actually, a lot of gun damage. Man.
If you start getting gang fucked, call for help. I will teleport. You'll know what gang fucking looks like and sounds like when it happens to you, don't worry. Eyes mid.
I didn't think you had it in you, Paige.
Ivy left. 3 mid. Viscous in back. Ivy's flying to mid. Ivy's flying to mid.
Take out Ivy.
I'm paid by being bad.
I need to be careful.
Aaron available. One mid, one left.
I see Abrams.
Nashala will take me where I need to go.
50-second travelers available. Select. Excuse me. Two left. They're shoving it. They're shoving it. Move left. Move left. Move left.
I was dropping early.
Leaving through the Cosmic Veil.
I see Vindicta.
Enemy suspicious left side jungle.
I'm going back to yellow.
No eyes left. One showing left. Enemy was inside left jungle. Enemy is moving towards mid side. They're coming up behind you. Repeat, coming up behind you. Vindicta, Vindicta. Remember mine? She's on her soul center.
Got double walls. She waxed it first.
Good kill.
They will go to fear Apollo's blade.
While the two of you are here, help me do this left side red. Paradox in lane.
Impressive as always, Hayes.
Let's shove it back and then finish it. In lane, in lane, in lane, in lane.
Let's take out Paradox.
Bebop! Bebop! Wake up! Bebop! Wake up! Three left. How are we in the same lane and we didn't notice that, brah? That's why I said in lane.
I didn't think you were gonna dive into the entire enemy team.
The entire enemy team was not there, first. Second, you didn't even move after saying it. Third, they showed up behind her. Fourth, nobody rotated or called that rotation. But there's two of us.
Guys, we're only 20 minutes into the game. You can't fight like this.
That's not fighting. That's a disagreement. It's not fighting, it's a disagreement. We both made mistakes. I didn't know that there was 4 people standing behind that person. He didn't realize that I was going to call that play. I ain't a vegan.
I'm sorry, I just don't want us to fight.
Secondly, stop being gay. Stop doing that to your voice. You're not a voice actor. I know because I'm a voice actor. That's annoying when people do that shit. If you're going to do it right.
Wait, shit, you're a voice actor?
Not important.
Oh, it kind of is. I'm interested in you, man.
I don't
In
believe
you,
that.
sorry, that sounds weird. Okay, right, give me a second.
How many are in left? I see 2.
I'm dead.
There's 3 in mid. There's 3 in mid.
3 in mid, 2 in left.
I'll shove yellow.
blue guardian has been destroyed.
Looking to cast on target. I don't know how deep you're going, Apollo.
I must go.
Coming! On the way!
Our green walker has been destroyed.
Unfortunate. We can't progress here. Reset. Not quite sure nothing for Green Walker is okay, but mistakes happen.
I got their yellow walker. I got their yellow walker one shot.
Keep your eye on it, push the wave.
Yellow walker's very easily ratable. Just wait till they stop paying attention and go rat it.
Well, unfortunately, Apollo's in there.
No more games.
Ivy's in left.
I'm gonna kill the Ivy. Let me get the jump on her.
Mm-hmm.
Our blue walker is under attack.
Teleporting mid.
The Jinn take me where I am needed. Sustain me.
Why are we overcommitted for a 1 HP walker?
That guy's isn't happy.
We coordinated well.
I'm pretty sure he was looking for an ult, but he just didn't do it.
The way that they were walking, I think they gave up.
Really shouldn't have.
Sometimes people just give up.
Oh, but I can't get over this.
I didn't think you had it in you, Paige.
No, they got it. They got it.
That's not enough to win, boss.
Guys, we need to like catch up on the walkers. Also defend yellow with all life if you can.
He's correct. Gonna need to rope it up them. You can start looking for jungle picks. With a 50-second traveler, we can fight anywhere. You just need to tell me.
Killed Ivy.
Ah, the old New York tuxedo.
How many people middle?
Paradox was here, but right now it's just been picked up. Paradox is half HP.
There's Viscous on yellow with the rift.
They're coming to chase the Ironwalker.
Time for a change of environs.
I'm already out of there. You guys need to disengage.
I'm making space for him to leave, but he's in.
Guys on yellow. I don't have ult.
That's 4 in left side jungle, pushing down left.
Oh my god, slowing hexed.
There's no objectives on green. Just catch wave. Like the wax.
They more than likely are going to continue pushing.
That would be very stupid of them to do.
Never suspect that they'll make the correct play. Always assume they'll be the stupid play until they prove otherwise.
I feel like you should like do the opposite. No.
In hyper-competitive, hyper-competent team-based games, there are many times people who don't want to do the correct play, they want to do the fun play. There are many people who still continue to play this game, and many MOBAs like it, as though they are teamfight simulators. I very rarely...
It ended up not pushing green, so...
Well, they're killing him mid, possibly, so...
Well, I mean, yeah, the Apollo overextended. Apollo, on blue.
I mean, he never calls for travelers, so I'm assuming he knows what he's doing. Keep them engaged in that fight.
No, we'll just pull back. I'm just gonna rotate to the left side. Steal their farm.
Traveling.
I'm being shot at by Abrams.
Turn on him if you can.
Teleporting.
I just let him into y'all. I'm trying to go to the left. Right, excuse me.
Apollo dances and our enemies bleed.
Long, hard, arduous road to Ricochet. Yeah, they're very bad about being broken with oak. So they're just sending 2 people all times everywhere. So keep 2 people in the jungle. Appropriate members should be Apollo Shiv. Also, we should not still be on top of roof there if they're pushing that. 3 right side.
We shouldn't push green walker there. I don't know why we push up walker.
Fighting right side jungle.
You think I'm not trusted in She wasn't an Avenger. She would.
Finish him up.
Abrams should be dead.
Jump the Abrams.
Nishala, where do you need me to go?
Yes.
I see, guys.
Shoving right and then taking Urn.
That was paired off.
The mother extends her hand to you.
The Jinn blessed me with many gifts.
You do know where you're supposed to take me, yes? I
Are you actually going to drop me off or just run around New York? You, sir, are a dedicated individual, and I am grateful to be transported. You need to hurry! For the municipal covenant. Look at you. Double-fisting magical vessels without a care in the world.
Walk ahead to turn and see if they're waiting.
If you ever need advice coming through bureaucratic red tape, look me up.
I can't see you on the map.
This little ritual of yours is really messing with
They can see the urn.
No, they can't.
Oh, they can't see the urn?
They can see the drop-in spot. They can't see you.
They changed that.
Interesting.
It's spawning yellow.
Well, are you going to introduce me to your lovely friend or not?
No eyes left. Viscous is around the corner.
Here's that pile of goo. They are safe for me.
I can't do wall jumps anymore.
Abrams, Ivy, and Geist on yellow.
That's 3 on right.
Yup, that I've seen.
Confirm 1 mid. Viscous last seen left. That's 5 people. Missing head counts for death.
I mean, we shouldn't try to fight this rift as a comeback rift for them. So they're gonna get like huge resists. Just let them have it afterwards.
Uh-huh.
I don't know Rift had comeback mechanics either.
Viscous is still in left.
We just let him have it.
Go blue.
I see paradox.
The Archmother offers many gifts.
Viscous is waiting around the corner.
Ivy and
Oh, Ivy's coming to green.
I'm gonna jump you guys.
Take me where I'm needed.
Pushing right.
She has on one of the walls.
Impressive as always, Hayes.
I still the doubles.
Fury of the Jinn.
Should push out green if we can.
Enemy showing in his left side jungle.
I see Vindicta.
Shiv, you should pull back.
2 mid rotating left side jungle.
Sending tornado. My own leg to kill me.
I think Abrams is here.
I'm gonna go yellow. Yeah, I'll go blue. We need to stop trying to suicide for walkers. Like this is bad. Like they can do mid off that because of that thing.
That is correct. We have to stop doing that.
One he was the one all the way back there.
If we're taking fights, we need to be leveraging this 50-second teleport from our off fighter and just use it to gang fuck somebody. Quick pick in and out.
My team's tougher than that.
they can't do it anymore.
Let me know.
They have to turn in. I'm behind Bebop. No eyes on left side rooftop.
On blue.
Waiting inside a monster closet. They're moving towards left.
Don't try to push green, they're all here. The steel farms.
On my way.
I move at your whims, Nashala.
I'm teleporting right. With Ricochet, I can start pushing this heavy.
What's Abrams just all the way back?
I see Abrams.
Viscus is left, or excuse me, right.
Your presence here makes us all strong.
I have teleport 9.
If this gets pushed up, they kill him.
I don't think he will. Traveler available. Coming to you, Follow. Revenge! Bring the last back here, bitch! That's 2! Guys, test nothing. Ah, saved by Viscus. 2 for 1. That's 4 dead. Mid boss.
Yep, good call. Let's go mid.
The Rejuvenator is descending.
That'd be walk at first head.
Good job.
Nashala, where do you need me to go?
Traveler cooldown in 32.
You're a hell of a body, Raj.
Eyes on Bebop. Viscus right side. 10 seconds teleport. No eyes mid.
Paradox is on green.
I'm gonna go for Paradox.
2 spotted right.
Run away, Shiv. I'm getting out. Actually, we have Rouge, we can fight this. Come help us. Pushing up this.
aren't they?
Is Ice running up behind? Ice is behind him.
And away we go. You are perfection, Hayes.
Well, this day got a lot more exciting.
They only had one shrine left.
You've got like 35 seconds left on Rejuvenator.
Look at you. Double fisting magical vessels of the world.
Death to the Hidden King.
Now that's efficiency.
Tap into the other. The Hidden King must die.
Pull back!
Death brings consequences once more.
Oh, that actually just kills all your momentum.
Yeah, it's a good shove. Consolidate your items, get ready for final push. Or what should be final push.
I hit the button on accident.
Fighting you was a grievous error.
On the yellow. On the page, down Walker.
Need help on yellow.
Moving towards green.
Our yellow walker is under attack.
Okay, we end off this.
Yup.
Thanks.
Share so's chaos to the Hidden King.
Everyone push in.
Shut up.
The wind will catch them. You can't stop the wind. Traveling.
Good job, everyone.
Everyone gave it their all.
See? It sounds like evil aggression, but easily calm down.
Impressive work.
He even commended me. And so did Paige. Now, I will say to you, Dax, that it is... You are correct. I do have an aggressive sounding voice. In the sense that it's very quick, it's very snappy, it's very at attention, and very serious. I can't turn that off. The only thing that I can change is cadence and energy. I think the energy is the difference in my voice.
Maybe.
I mean, the energy was the difference there. The other guy was just as deadpan as I was.
Yeah.
Either way, it is what it is.
Alright, you have a good night.
You too, buddy. Have a good night.
You too.
My watch continues. My watch continues. Right, before I do that, though, I need to check on her. Nothing coming through. 2, trying to fuck with dudes. 3, trying to suck PP, cause homie's gay and he wants to be horny. But baby like you and me. 5, acting like they won't it be. Cause dog and let these niggas never done. Cause I started coming one. still not done. Okay. The most valuable thing I'm pretty sure Mirage can do is be a 50-second teleport around the map with a 500 shield. To gut fuck any person. Why won't this wire move? Gut fuck any person who challenges him. That is a guarantee. The problem is 6,400 is a lot. And I would not buy this in this order. Situational. Dealing significant weapon damage. Generation to stay in lane. Damage. Surge of power. I don't think we need suppressor like that. Headhunter is debatable. Kinetic dash should be closer. Toxic bullet should be here. Ricochet should be here. I don't think that's necessary. I don't think that's necessary. This can be justifiable. And you should definitely add Colossus. Or excuse me, not Colossus. Fortitude. I'm blind. I'm blind. I'm blind. That feels fine. Nah. I don't think I had enough bullets for that to justify itself. This is something you could justify. And the fact you have bad cover resistances is fucking stupid. I don't know why we're scared of using things like this. That seems so fucking pointless. $32 for something you're not likely to pick up and use often. Okay. So what we're going to think about is how we want to play his lane with what abilities work best. That's what we want.
They don't know who they're dealing with. Might as well enjoy the break while it lasts.
Getting to Traveler is going to be a very, very interesting experience. It's probably going to be 1, 1, 1, 4, then 2, then 9.
They fear you, Rifter, as they...
Drifter, I'm dude with the Billy. Can you shoot and swap him with me?
Huh? I'm sorry.
Drifter, I'm dude with the Billy. Can you swap with me?
Yes, I can. I was in my own world. How can I help you, Celeste? I can't read. 1 second. Can I have mid, please? I mean, I wasn't in mid when he switched to mid, but there you have everything. Are we good? We good? Thanks? Yes? Okay.
I see Holiday.
Top of the bridge, Graves. There's still a wave you have to fight.
I'm gonna tear them apart, and there ain't a damn thing they can do about it.
Don't chase them. That's why. Take the high ground, get them off the bridge. Don't over chase them. Don't let them feel comfortable. Don't give them the high bridge. If you give them the high bridge, we're going to be eating flask and barrels all lane.
I can't wait to meet the lovely people of New York.
And please, focus the healing minion first. They feel comfortable taking those pot shots at you because you don't focus the healing minion.
Let's see what your insides look like.
We live in interesting times, don't we?
And you definitely should not be shooting from an angle which they can just pelt you from a distance. You'll learn, or you'll keep getting hit. I can't help you in that capacity.
Come on, Sheriff. You dare come on.
And we both die because of that situation.
Let them try to run.
I'll be right back.
We're not going to be doing this all lane long, Graves. Graves, we're not doing this all lane long. Put the skulls down. Push the lane out. Use your abilities. Graves, there's no reason why you should be that far behind me. We could take their centers at that point.
Be right back.
You know where to find.
Let your rage spill forth, Billy.
That's abysmal, bro. Graves, if you're new, you need to tell me right now. Graves, not the time to be farming.
Your mind will be whole.
How am I taking damage for free from two people if you're underneath me and have free shots, man? Graves, you gotta keep it up, man. Please. And you got killed because, once again, you're in situations you should not be in, Graves. We're not doing this all lane. Your character counters what they are doing. You need to step up, take pressure with ghouls and spirits, throw them at their face, and take the mid-ground of the bridge. Taking the mid-ground stops them from throwing barrels and flasks at you. If you sit back, they will constantly play in your face. Don't let them do it. Take space, keep the space. Because if you keep doing it, I'm going to abandon you.
Exquisite work, Paradox.
Hey, you're making history.
Once again, letting it happen, dude. Stop letting them take the bridge. Get to this middle side of the bridge. Stand in the center of the bridge.
Headed to yellow. Pull back.
They have ultimates.
Thank you.
Our yellow guardian has been defeated.
I can take off whenever. Be right back.
Can't even follow up on them. That's pathetic, bro. Graves, your character is designed to stop them from doing what they did to you. You let them fuck you. Not that they took advantage of you. Not that they played in a cheese way you couldn't counter. I told you how to win. You let them gut fuck you. That is impressive.
Because I don't want the municipal coven to get in trouble with the Viscount.
Our blue guardian has
Venator sweeping towards mid. 3 mid rotating left jungle. Because they're following me. We're about to have a fight over this urn turn in.
Does Simon know you're here? Because I don't want the municipal coven to get in trouble with the Viscount. You need to hurry!
Our blue walker is under attack.
I'm here, let's fight. That's not conscious bitching. That is me literally telling him the same mistake he's making has to stop.
Defend Greenwich.
Bitching would be, oh my god, Graves, you just keep making the same mistake every time. How does that happen? What I gave him was the answer to the problem.
Headed to York.
I appreciate your concern, but it doesn't actually help the problem, because the situation's different. So, here's the difference. If they don't listen to the obvious fact that keeps happening, they lose. Like I said, if they keep doing the mistake, I'm gonna walk away. Because we're losing the lane slowly. If we lose the lane slowly, and we keep losing the lane, then we can't fight back. And then it would be better for me to leave the lane and go put my powers somewhere else, like I just did and left. And they are also an adult. They do not need you to intercede for them. Let them speak for themselves. If they don't speak for themselves, then it's helpless, and then I'm just going to allow them to remain bad.
They aren't an adult. What if you're just yelling at a minor?
Then the minor should speak up for themselves. Also, why would a minor be playing this video game? Why is their adult letting them play this game? Would anybody else like to intercede in for the alleged potential child that isn't in the room to give themselves more credence? Yes? No? I don't care. If you have other problems, please communicate your issues all to SinglePlayerCarl. That's SinglePlayerCarl, all platforms, Caramel Cajun on Twitter. And I expect you to take a $100 bet to prove why I'm wrong. I can promise you, you won't prove it.
Our green walker is under attack.
3 left. Better left. Excuse me, right.
On my way.
All the way with him.
Let's take out Holiday.
Death walks amongst them.
She's on the building. I'm coming to you.
Let your fury dry.
Face me and die. You trained a
Good job.
time just to die here, boy.
Holiday ran. She's mid.
Walker is under attack.
Holiday is moving towards left jungle. Graves can intercede.
I see Holiday.
Darkness is gonna fall.
I see McGinnis.
4 left, 1 in left side jungle, about to become 5. On top of Holiday. Getting pushed out the way.
Don't come begging for mercy.
3 in back, low. 20%, 10%, 55%.
It may not be Spanish Harlem, but I think these streets have their own kind of charm. Be careful! There's 2 of them!
Our yellow walker is under attack.
Moving yellow. Venator moving right side jungle directly in Ivy. Moving mid.
Going to shop. Need help on yellow. Headed to blue.
Enemy left side jungle being chased by 2. Enemy mid, stop and shove.
I love it when they cower.
I'm not backing down.
There's that violent spirit in them. Take it try to fight back, but it won't matter.
You think I'm bad now? Wait till I get going.
Holiday escaped. Someone needs to get Phantom Strike or start sitting on her head with silence. Venator behind with Holiday.
Our yellow walker is under attack.
Being killed while Celeste is literally next to me!
I see Holiday.
Our green walker is under attack.
one's using their noodle.
Beginnis walking mid. Venator left. Wherever Venator it is, Holloway is. Always assume it's +1. Holiday in mid.
I'll isolate them. I see Warden. Time to drink up.
Warden ran.
Our yellow walker is under attack. The Archmother offers many gifts.
Holiday in mid with 2.
Let's see what your insides look like.
In stealth looking at Venator.
On my way.
Our blue walker is under attack.
Made him run.
There's
Good
more
secure.
where that came from. I see Holiday.
One coming up the side, backside mid, backside mid, backside mid.
Let's take out the Venator. I'll take whatever I want whenever I want. Stop praying. Scream for me.
Our yellow walker is under attack. Our yellow walker has been destroyed.
Coming up the rotation.
Yellow needs help.
He has Torment Pulse. Good pick off. That's his ultimate and his skills. Rotate mid, rotate mid, rotate mid. Through jungle, through jungle, through jungle, through jungle.
I see Abrams.
Come back if you need anything else.
Front to back, front to back, front to back, front to back. Walk him down, walk him down, walk him down. Push out mid-wave, rotate right, fuck Venator under his turret. They would rather fuck the entire front wave, that's fine.
Headed to Greenwich.
10 seconds to push. 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, leave, 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 leave. We need to leave, we need to leave. Please leave. I'm leaving you. I was not joking when I counted that off. We just killed them. They had a 15-second respawn. Why are we still there? Three right side.
Have fun. Don't get dead.
Be brave. Our blue walker is under attack.
Dread, marinate a little.
Moving with Veilwalker. They're halfway up mid. Shoving left. Moving to Rift. Holiday's already here. I don't know why we're giving this. So we not only allowed her to take that, but we're letting a large wave shut down green because we were taking a fight on right for what?
Is under attack.
Nothing, got it. Not smart. Retreat the right side fight. It's not worth it. They're baiting you.
Our blue walker is under attack.
One down right.
The darkness creeps ever closer as the drifter walks amongst them.
I see Warden.
Venator and Warden. Left side jungle. Reconsolidating.
Headed to green.
Hiding here. Back on the wave. Both on the wave.
Let's take up walking.
Get from in front of him. Get from in front of him. There you go. Mid boss. Mid boss. Mid boss.
Thank you for your help, Celeste.
Stay on mid.
Here comes Holiday. Take blue. We should be rotating here. I don't know why we aren't.
Is under attack.
Because we're stubborn and we don't like listening, Carl. Don't I know it? Now can we take mid boss, please? It's so soy. Oh Lord, they're vegans.
Need help on yellow.
Enemy pushing mid as 2. They're falling back to defend right side.
Headed to green.
I can't believe I've been left here to rot.
You are one scary son of a bitch.
Our green walker is under attack.
Teleported to green.
You never should have come here.
Rip you in half.
Shove out the waves, take jungle.
Quite the challenge.
Scream for me. Let's see what your insides look like.
No eyes jungle. Enemy responding left. Enemy responding mid. Enemy showing mid. Enemy crossing over the top.
I see the Venator.
The Guinness pushing lane by herself again.
Our green walker is under attack. I will do whatever you can to help us, Sylvie. Our green walker has been defeated.
4 men wipe. Shove all waves. Full court press. 4 court press.
On my way.
9 seconds before REM. 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. REM is in. 3 seconds until Venator. 6 seconds until double Hollowed combo. Get the last tower and let's go. Full court reset. Spend. Definitely should not be team fighting them right now. Not unless you spent. Alright, good dog shit. Shove an end.
Excellent, Graves. Death to the Hidden King! The Hidden King must die!
Warden is in. 5 seconds till REM. REM is in. Good job.
Buen trabajo.
And alas, trying to defend the player demonstrated that I had to carry the team and it was fine. Oh! Has this fixed itself? Doesn't look like it. There we go. Now it's fixed. Oh. We had a Billy? We had a Billy. Uh-huh. How do I have more souls than you? Weird. Such a wild situation. How are you going to try to verbally defend somebody else? Ooh, that's a nice edit. How are you going to try to verbally defend somebody else when they're not even speaking for themselves? Across 2 different lanes, and then still have to have somebody keep the game patchwork. Put in pear shape. Good in player shape.
And beyond saving.
Good in player shape.
Summon the
Player shape. Good in player shape.
I see Lash.
He ate about 300 damage there. Shove the wave, you can take a trade on the next push. That is definitely a consequence of not playing back and waiting for the minion wave.
Stay strong, buddy.
Focus the healing minion first, McGinnis. Then shove the wave, then attack them. We are on the back push. No wave shove equals no advantage. Which means they will continue to gut fuck us from that bridge. That is not how this matchup works. Minions, please step up! Please step up! When we should step up, you don't. When we do need to step up, you're 5 miles away. We're not doing this all lane, bro. If you're new, say something now. Embarrassing, McGinnis. You don't need to chase the corner, I chase the corner. You stand in front of them.
They took out McGinnis. They got what was coming.
Embarrassing, dude.
To start.
Who's ready to throw down?
Gotta get as many of these up as I can.
McGinnis, please! If we're chasing them to kill them and he's 20% to 10% life, stop standing there in the wave! That's 4 times in a row you have fucked me in a situation you put us in. Stop it. That's not how your character's played. If you're new, start talking now, or I'm gonna abandon you. No, we can win this lane. You just need to stop shitting the bed. Look at how up in your face they switch. Look how up in their face you play. Why are we at half when you are a turret player? Make it make sense. Why are they this confident being in your face, bro?
They took out McGinnis.
I will not, because he's dog shit, and I do not want to lose a game that we can easily win. He's either going to learn, or he's going to fall over. I'm going to let the tower fall, and I'm going to farm the jungle. That's what's going to happen. Yes, and then he's going to lose, and he's going to hear it from somebody who's going to tell him honestly what he needs to do. He's been told what the answer is 5 times. He's not doing it. That's not out of, I'm confused. He doesn't want to do it. No, I don't. Also, stop trying to defend a grown adult. They can speak for themselves. If he cannot handle playing a hyper-competitive, hyper-competent, team-based game, he should not be playing it. If he's not willing to learn, he definitely should not be playing it.
Ready to make some new friends and kill him.
Left side gank, 5 seconds. Bebop is in the jungle.
Don't go running off on me. Buddy, you never had a chance in hell.
Don't know if Graves used ultimate. Bebop probably has ultimate. Three-man mid.
Tell you what, I'll throw in a free keychain.
Good kill.
Way to not suck.
They destroyed the Guardian on blue.
Get him off, get him off. Never mind. Too late. No one's paying attention. 4-man mid. Boy, I sure wish we had a page with a barrier who could walk forward and use it as I'm escaping to her reach.
Little bit of advice. Don't get caught.
Four-man mid, 4-man mid, 4-man mid, 4-man mid, 4-man mid. Man, I sure wish Yamato would stay in their lane as 4 people randomly show up left to push the walker.
The Hidden King grants you a boon.
Man, I really wish we would be fighting in our backlines where there's a Shiv actively diving us.
Let's go yellow.
Man, I sure wish somebody would attack that Shiv that is walking freely through our left side jungle.
You ain't getting sympathy for me, Bebop.
Please shut the wave, my god. Please take this walker down. Back up.
The king expected nothing less from you, McGinnis.
Lord have mercy, I have never seen a person complain to the enemy team about what they already know is a lie. That's crazy. From trying to defend a grown adult who can defend themselves to just lying to the enemy, openly, in front of a broadcaster's camera. That's crazy.
Buy the right item, and life will get a hell of a lot easier.
Is under attack. Receive the blessing of the hidden king.
Time to smash the machine.
And all that free damage on the Rift from us because we let them tap that. That's crazy. Fighting up mid without a reason.
Walker is under attack.
Losing mid walker when we should be taking side fights because we're in the side jungle farming.
Destroyed our yellow walker.
I got more where that came from.
No one's picking vision, so I don't even know if we can push the fight after they fought there. No rotation call, no cooldown call.